Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the unfinished story. Next, we invite you to listen to part 2 of this series, chapter 67, The District Shrouded in Fear 1. It was already evening by the time Lu Zhen arrived at the mining district in the north of the city. The sun began to set, and the entire estate was painted a dark red that was different from the crimson moon. As soon as the jeep came to a stop, a staff member immediately came over to help him open the car door. Lu Zhen alighted from the vehicle and saw that a police cordon had been set up in the distance. A group of dark residents was waiting behind the cordon. Some of them were looking inside curiously. Some were discussing something nervously, and a few of them even looked curious. At this moment, the entire area around the district had been locked down by armed soldiers, led by a police officer with a gun. Lu Zhen entered the residential area. When he passed Block C, he saw that the security was even more tight than the outside. Everyone looked as if they were facing a great enemy, but they subconsciously kept their distance from Block C. Mr. Shanbing, Sheng Hui from the investigation team stationed at Satellite City No. 2 is reporting for duty. From afar, a soldier in military uniform came up to Lu Zhen and saluted him. So it's you. Lu Zhen recognized the soldier. He was the leader of the investigation team who had investigated Qin Ran's case. He smiled and nodded at the soldier. You're done with your vacation. The team leader, Sheng Hui, noticed that Lu Zhen was still as relaxed as he had been when they first met. He smiled and said, because of the in-depth investigation in the city, our vacation was cancelled. Mr. Shanbing, you saved our lives in the last mission, and we haven't been able to thank you in person. I didn't expect you to be here again for this mission. Lu Zhen chuckled in embarrassment. LTS, all for work. You don't have to be so polite. The two of them chatted as they walked inside. Among the soldiers stationed around Building C, Lu Zhen saw 2 other members of the investigation team. Although they were unable to come up to Lu Zhen to thank him due to the rules, they still looked at him with kind eyes. What's the exact situation? As Lu Zhen neared Block C, he stopped outside the innermost security line. As for the details, Sheng Hui opened his mouth slightly and seemed to have difficulty saying it. We're not sure. After receiving orders from the headquarters, we immediately rushed over. With the cooperation of the security department, we have already evacuated the residents of this community. We can already detect obvious mental radiation near Building C. Our original mission was to enter Building C and find out the exact location of the source of the contamination. But in the process, we all failed. Lu Zhen looked at him in surprise. He had seen how the investigation team worked before and knew that they were very professional in this area. Sheng Hui answered honestly. We can now confirm that the contamination should be located on the 9th to 12th floors of this building. However, when we approach the contamination source, we feel an inexplicable fear. Even with special protective measures, we can't resist this fear. When it reaches its limit, we will even feel strong dizziness and collapse. So we can only retreat for now. Just fear. Lu Zhen felt that something was amiss. Yes, it's a very strange fear, Sheng Hui answered slowly. There's no specific horror or image. It's just a feeling that can't be removed. The closer we get to the suspected source of the contamination, the more serious the fear becomes. Even though we've undergone professional training, we can't remove or resist this fear. Therefore, we can only apply to the headquarters, get the special forces over here. Lu Zhen had already been trained in the theory of special pollution for a period of time, but it was clearly not enough. He tapped his earpiece and said, what's the reason? In the channel, Han Bing's voice sounded. If there's no specific target to fear and it's just a feeling, it's very likely to be the influence of special contamination source 072. It distorted people's emotions and magnified the sense of fear. The residents in the mining district are all getting nervous. They must have been affected by the special contamination source 072. Although it's just a terrifying emotion, if it's magnified infinitely, it's easy to make people overly nervous and suspicious. In order to protect themselves, they might even develop a strong hostility towards others, or take the initiative to hurt others. My suggestion is to find the source of the infection, observe its nature, and then decide whether to clean it up or seal it. Lu Xin nodded and looked up at Block C. It was a very ordinary apartment with 12 floors. It looks newer than the old building he lived in and had a simple European style. Although the outside of the building looked like it had not been cleaned for a long time, the real stone paint reflected a fresh color under the dim light. Now that the night was falling, a few windows with lights on were already prominent. It was a very ordinary apartment building. However, when one looked at the building, it did give one a faint creepy feeling. This feeling could not even be described with words. It appeared inexplicably, but it could really be felt. It was a feeling that made people subconsciously not want to look at it directly, and even more unwilling to get close to it. Alright, I'll go in and take a look. Lu Xin agreed to Han Bing's suggestion. Cheng Hui and another police officer who seemed to have a high rank and wanted to get close to him, but was afraid to do so were surprised by his words. The only difference was that Cheng Hui quickly thought of something and kept his expression. Mr. Shan, do you need any special protective equipment? He asked directly. No need. Lu Xin shook his head and thought for a moment before saying, You guys stay away. Yes, Cheng Hui immediately became serious. In fact, Lu Xin didn't know why he had asked them to stay away from him. It seemed more professional to him. Fortunately, they did not ask. Lu Xin tore through the cordon and made his way under the crowd's watchful eyes as he made his way toward the building. Behind him were countless nervous and curious gazes. Compared to the building, these gazes made him even more nervous. It was only after he pulled open the heavy anti-theft door and walked into the building that Lu Xin felt a sense of relief. The corridor was unusually quiet. A few braziers could be seen on the ground, inside of which were paper ashes that had not been completely burned. It must have been burned by the residents of the building. When they encountered some uncertain problems, people would often place their hopes on ghosts and gods. Lu Xin walked up to the elevator and saw that the indicator light was still on. It should still be working, as we're not sure if there are other unknown dangers in the special contamination source. It's not recommended to take the elevator in case we can't evacuate in time in the event of an emergency. If you really want to take the elevator, it's best to take it to the 5th floor, and then walk up. Hearing Han Bing's words, Lu Xin retracted his finger from the elevator and replied softly. Alright, he said. Then, he walked towards the stairs. Chapter 68 11 I'm used to it too. Chapter 68 11 I'm used to it too. It's very quiet in the stairs. I can't see anything strange. But it's a little smelly. Like there's dog poop. Ah, it's not a dog's, Lu Xin said softly as he walked up the stairs. Now that he had officially started, he had to deal with an incident by himself, so he had more authority and his equipment had been upgraded. Not only did he change into a protective suit made of some light and tough black material, which was specially sent over from the main city, but he also came with a small camera. This camera could transmit what he saw to the display screen in the office where Han Bing was. However, due to the lighting or the shooting area, there were still some things that he had to explain in a low voice. Han Bing also answered all his questions in the chat. When she mentioned dog poop, she said, Be careful not to step on it. When she said the last sentence, she also spat and said, You're so inconsiderate. As Lu Xin spoke carefully, he slowly made his way up the stairs and began to feel a creepy aura. It was as if someone was blowing cold air on the back of his neck. But it was not just a cold. It was a kind of panic. This feeling grew stronger and stronger with the beating of his heart, as if it would drown him at any moment. I can indeed feel some fear, but I can't see anything specific around me. It's just pure fear. It's like at home. Sometimes, I suddenly feel that kind of fear. There's no reason for it. But I don't dare to stay at home alone anymore. I must hear some sounds or run down the stairs. Now that I'm on the 4th floor, This feeling has become very strong. I subconsciously don't want to go up. It's not because I know what's up there. I just want to leave. In the channel, Han Bing listened to Lu Xin's words carefully, accompanied by the soft tapping of the keyboard. Then, she used her soft voice to help Lu Xin analyze. The closer you get to the source of the pollution, the stronger the mental influence will be. Mr. Shan, if even you feel that you can't resist this fear, you can retreat. As Lu Xin spoke, he turned to another flight of stairs and said, "I'm already on the 6th floor. There was suddenly some doubt in Han Bing's voice as she said, "Why can your movements be completely unaffected? I've already gotten used to this feeling." Lu Xin replied softly as he stopped in his tracks. In the channel, Han Bing also seemed to be a little surprised, and there was a moment of silence. Lu Xin was already standing at the top of the stairs on the 6th floor. He turned around and saw the long, dark, and dilapidated corridor. On his right, it was filled with dirty and greasy graffiti, giving it a desolate feeling. Night had fallen, and the light from the outside couldn't enter. The corridor was completely dark, so dark that it could swallow people whole. And in this extremely thick darkness, one could see a small white dot at the top of the corridor, twisting and moving. There was no sound. It was faintly discernible and twisted in a strange way. If one were to feel it carefully, one could almost hear a squeaking sound of old wooden boards being stepped on. It came from the body of the weak white spot. It was the sound of bones and tendons twisting. It was a kind of distortion that ordinary people could not achieve. Lu Xin looked at the faint white dot quietly. He quickly climbed up the corridor wall and stood in front of him. It was his sister. She held the sewn-up bear in her mouth, her black hair and pale dress hanging down. "Brother, you've had a change of heart. You're so busy chatting with women that you didn't even wait for me." His sister was crawling on the walls and ceiling of the corridor, looking very mischievous. Her voice was a little bitter. Lu Xin pointed at his earphones and made a shushing gesture. "HMPH. You're still pretending not to see me. I'm going to ignore you." The younger sister was even angrier, with the bear in her mouth. Her voice was muffled, but her anger was obvious. She turned around and was about to crawl in the other direction of the corridor. Lu Xin quickly reached out and pulled her down from the wall. He held her in his arms and continued to walk upstairs. "Why did you stop for such a long time? Is there a problem?" Han Bing's worried voice came through the channel. "No, I'm just making some preparations." As Lu Xin spoke, he carried his sister with one arm and took out a handful of candy from his pocket with the other. Every piece was his sister's favorite, the kind that was sweet to the point of being slightly bitter. Only then did his sister's mood lighten and she accepted the candy with both hands. He continued to walk upstairs, to the 7th floor, the 8th floor, and the 9th floor. It was indeed as Cheng Hui's investigation team had said. At this point, the feelings of fear were so strong that it was unimaginable. It was as if the heart had stopped beating. All the blood was rushing to the brain and squeezed into every blood vessel. It was easy for people to have the feeling that they could not think, and their entire brain was blank. However, Lu Xin was still as calm as ever, and his steps were steady. This kind of horror, compared to the first time he met his family, was still 100 million points weak. "We're already on the 10th floor. The fear here is already very strong. I'll go up to the 11th floor to take a look. I can confirm that the atmosphere of fear on the 11th floor is weaker than on the 10th floor. Therefore, I can conclude that the source of the contamination is hidden on the 10th floor. Now, I'll walk forward and sense it bit by bit to confirm which room the source of the contamination is in. I've already round it," Lu Xin said as he walked toward the corridor. Soon, he stopped in front of a door. It was a door with an iron fence. The door was closed, and no light came out from the crack. Standing in front of the door, one could clearly feel that the extremely terrifying feeling was coming from inside. It was just an ordinary door, but it made people feel like they were standing at the gate of hell. No one knew what kind of terrifying things would rush out after opening the door, or it could be said that the strong fear would directly swallow them. At this time, Han Bing was no longer able to give any more suggestions. She could only say softly, "You must be careful." Lu Xin slowly inched toward the door, trying to figure out how to unlock it. His sister struggled out of his arms, eating candy while looking at the iron door with her head tilted. Then, she suddenly reached out and with a crash, the door lock was torn apart. Lu Xin turned to look at his sister, who was either looking at him nonchalantly or nonchalantly. Lu Xin chuckled and gave his sister a thumbs up. Chapter 69 Chapter 69 Emotions of Fear 3 Chapter 69 Emotions of Fear 3 The door was pushed open. It was dark inside without any light. There was only a faint light from the open curtains. It was quiet and strange. An inexplicable sense of fear filled the entire room. Every inch of the room seemed to be filled with a chill that could make one's hair stand on end. The chill was not from the temperature, but from the fear that could make one's pores close suddenly even in the middle of summer when one was covered in sweat. One would hold their head and lie on the ground, enduring extreme torture, but not dare to make a sound. Lu Xin strolled around the room slowly. It was a two-bedroom, one living room. The ceiling was a little low, and there was a television, sofa, and a table of food. Everything was kept very clean, and the room was quite large, so it looked a little empty and deserted. "There's no power outage in this apartment, so you can turn on the lights." Han Bing's voice rang out in the comms channel, reminding Lu Xin. Lu Xin nodded. He was about to reach for the light switch, but he retracted his hand. "He'll take a look first," he answered Han Bing in a low voice and walked around the room slowly with his sister by his side. The living room was empty. The first bedroom that Lu Xin opened was filled with a pile of junk, but there was nothing unusual about it. Thus, Lu Xin slowly locked the second bedroom door and turned it. With a click, the door was pushed open. Lu Xin immediately caught a whiff of a strong, rancid smell. He raised his sleeve to cover his nose and mouth. It was at this moment that his sister, who was standing beside him, tugged at his sleeve. Even without his sister's reminder, Lu Xin had already caught sight of a human figure lying on the ground. The strong rancid smell was coming from this person. It was a corpse. However, what alerted Lu Xin was not the corpse, but the window sill. There was a black figure by the window. He hugged his knees and sat quietly by the window, looking at the scenery outside. The moment Lu Xin saw him, he was certain that the intense fear he felt was coming from him. The younger sister stared at the black figure. She squatted down slightly, her eyes shining. Lu Xin waved his hand lightly, signaling for his sister not to bully it. "Can you communicate?" The black figure was still sitting by the window, hugging his knees, without any reaction. "It's been confirmed. It's just an ordinary source of contamination." Lu Xin sighed softly as he spoke to Han Bing in the comms channel. He then turned around and fumbled for the switch behind the door. The moment the room was lit up, the shadow by the window disappeared. The fear in the room seemed to have dissipated, and Lu Xin could now see the decorations in the room clearly. It was a rather wide bed with the blanket spread out messily, and half of it was dragged to the ground. Following the blanket, he could see the corpse on the ground. He should have been dead for 4 or 5 days, and his body had rotted in many places. He maintained a posture of climbing down from the bed, his palm stretched out in front of him. 2 or 3 meters away from his palm, there was a small medicine bottle with a few bright yellow capsules in it. It seemed that he had reached for the bottle before he died, but he had failed. "I found the relevant information. The person who rented room 1004 in Block C of the mining district is a man named Wang Chu. He's 23 years old this year and works in a factory in the north of the city. He lives alone and has no registered family members or any criminal records." In the channel, Han Bing's voice sounded softly. "Can you tell the cause of his death?" Lu Xin squatted down and picked up the small medicine bottle. The words nitroglycerin were printed on it. Han Bing should be able to see the words on the bottle from the camera on Lu Xin's body. She immediately analyzed. Nitroglycerin is a drug used to prevent and treat symptoms such as coronary heart disease and angina. If there are no other external injuries on the body, it can be confirmed that the deceased most likely died of a sudden heart attack, and before his death, he did not get any medicine to alleviate the symptoms in time, but the specific cause of death can only be determined after the autopsy. What should we do now? Lu Xin nodded and asked Han Bing in the channel. It is recommended to use a special storage bag to store the body and cut off the connection between the source of the pollution and the outside world. Then, let the support team enter the field. Lu Xin agreed and took out a square-shaped bag from the bag behind him. It was only the size of a palm, but when he opened it, he found that it was quite large. It was made of a rare material that was close to plastic. Lu Xin had seen something similar in his work before, and knew that it was woven from a new type of glass fiber. He did as he was told and put the corpse into the bag. After he sealed it, he paused for a moment and put the medicine bottle into the bag. The fear in the surroundings had already dissipated very quickly at this moment, and it was almost impossible to feel it anymore. Meanwhile, Han Bing had already informed the support team on his behalf through the channel. So, how did he become the source of this contamination? Lu Xin walked to the window and pushed it open. The room reeked of decay as he asked the question. The specific report should be obtained after the research, Han Bing said. Then, he paused for a moment and said, however, it's not hard to analyze this matter. This young man named Wang Chu lived alone in this house. He had no family or friends. He had heart disease, so he had nitroglycerin at home. But one night, he had a heart attack. He didn't get the life-saving medicine in time and died alone in this room. The intense emotions before death caused his mental state to change. However, because he did not have any intention of harming anyone, he only formed a source of contamination that was lower than class D and did not turn into a mental monster. Furthermore, because he is already dead, the spread of the source of contamination is slow and unconscious. This kind of contamination source will have the most emotional impact on people. Or rather, the impact will be the most serious. However, because he won't actively assimilate or attack others, his danger level and infection level are relatively low. In theory, this should be considered an A-grade contamination source, and also a relatively pure contamination source. Although its influence area is very large, one won't really be contaminated after coming into contact with it for a short period of time. Of course, if one is affected by it for a long time, some terrifying changes will definitely occur. Then, why did he leave behind a source of contamination that only contains fear? Lu Xin asked. It's probably because he's very afraid. Han Bing was silent for a moment before explaining softly. It's not just the fear of death. There's also the fear of living alone. No one will notice or care about him even if he dies. It's this fear that has turned him into a source of contamination. After a while, Lu Xin nodded his head and said, "One tea should be like this." He subconsciously looked at his sister not far away and saw that she was happily dismantling the toys and figurines on the shelf of the young man in the living room before the support team came up. Her eyes were bright and her face was full of joy. He suddenly felt a lot more at ease. Fortunately, he had his family to accompany him. Chapter 70 The Mysterious One-Soldier 1 Chapter 70 The Mysterious One-Soldier 1 The support team quickly went upstairs and placed the body of the loner in a glass cabinet. They then left some people to conduct a final mental test on the room and the entire building. While they were busy in an orderly manner, Lu Xin and his sister went downstairs. The night was already completely dark, and the lights in the community shone down on the shadows. Lu Xin let out a long sigh as he welcomed the cool night breeze. He then spoke into the channel. The investigation this time is almost over. Right. Han Bing's voice was heard. It should be over in 1 or 2 days. Similar inspections are basically done once a year. It's just that it's been brought forward this year because of this incident. Currently, all major satellite cities and main cities are carrying out strict inspections. We've indeed discovered many hidden pollution incidents, but fortunately, most of them are only D class or lower, so they're easier to deal with. I hope there won't be any more incidents like this. Lu Xin said with a nod. What Han Bing was silent for a moment and said, "Are you against similar pollution incidents?" Lu Xin was taken aback. "I can feel that you're feeling down," Han Bing said. "If you don't like or resist this kind of pollution, I can add it to your information. This way, if there are similar pollution incidents in Qinggang City in the future, I can arrange for you to avoid them." "No, I didn't." Lu Xin was stunned for a moment before he slowly shook his head. "I really don't like this kind of thing. Or rather, I don't like all pollution. However, work is work. Since I've received this salary and earned the reward for this mission, of course, I have to do a good job in this area, and this person called Wang Chu should be hoping to be discovered as soon as possible." "Right. I think so," Han Bing said after a moment of silence. Then, she raised her voice slightly and laughed. "Now that the administrative office is considering repairing more signal towers and putting more mobile phones into the market, I'm sure things like this will become less and less frequent. In addition, the Alliance has also taken into account the gloominess and emptiness of life and has begun to promote the entertainment and cultural industry. Perhaps not long after, we won't have to be obsessed with old movies and songs from before the disaster. We can have our own stars." The professors have said that the entertainment and cultural industry's dissemination to a certain extent is also an effective means to help people relieve their mental stress. "I hope so." Lu Xin chuckled when he heard the girl's happy words. "The reward for this mission, don't worry. I'm here." Han Bing's voice in the channel sounded very light. "I'm on your side. In the future, you'll be responsible for carefully calculating your usual subsidies, basic salary, and remuneration for every field mission for you and apply for a quick transfer. The mission this time is not as difficult as a drank mission. Normally, the reward is only about 10,000 yuan, but it'll help you apply for at least 12,000 yuan." Hearing this, Lu Xin's heart was filled with goodwill. Thank you, hee. I should be the one thanking you, Mr. Shan Bing. You deserve all this. No matter what, I still have to thank you." No. I should be the one thanking you. I should thank you on behalf of the other Green Gang citizens like me. I'm serious about thanking you. I'm also serious." Hearing Lu Xin's words, his sister looked at him from the side and said, "You might as well go to the main city to thank her in person." Lu Xin was a little embarrassed. After the channel was closed, he whispered to his sister, "He's helping us fight for the reward." The younger sister tilted her head and sized him up. She said in disdain, "Are you lacking a girlfriend? What are you talking about?" Lu Xin glared at his sister with a red face. "This is a colleague." His sister ignored his explanation and climbed up the telephone pole without looking back. She said, "I don't think you should think about it. The girls in the main city are all pampered. They are beautiful and have good personalities. I heard that they are all little fairies who don't need toilet paper when they go to the toilet. You are just a small employee in the satellite city. Is it reasonable to not use toilet paper when going to the toilet?" Lu Xin's eyes followed his sister's figure. "Where did you hear all this from, Mr. Shan Bing? Thank you for your hard work." Before his sister could answer, Chang Hui walked up to her with a gun and said politely, "Do you need me to send you off?" He wasn't the only one. Many people around him, including the police and the soldiers in charge of security, were looking at Lu Xin with admiration and respect. After all, this was a terrifying source of pollution that they couldn't even get close to. After Lu Xin went upstairs alone, it took less than 10 minutes for the problem to be completely resolved. They didn't even hear any movement. This made Lu Xin seem more mysterious to them. "No, there's a car outside," Lu Xin quickly explained with a smile when he realized that everyone was looking at him. He looked at his sister's back helplessly, then walked to the entrance of the community with Chang Hui. "Mr. Zhu, that's Shan Bing." Lu Xin got into the jeep that was waiting for him at the entrance of the residential area. As he was making his way to the guard station, he saw a black car parked on the side of the road about 50 meters away from the entrance of the residential area. It was out of place with the cars of this era. The car had a streamlined body and its black paint was reflective. However, it had not been modified and its chassis was very low. It was an old model that was not practical. Impractical meant that they could only run on the good roads within the city. It was basically impossible to run outside the city. In the car, on the left side of the back seat, there was an old man in a suit with a walking stick next to him. His hair was neatly combed, and he had a neatly trimmed gray beard. He had a thin and long face, which made him look very dignified. Through the one-way window, he looked at the jeep that was slowly moving forward. Naturally, he saw Lu Xin. "This is the person who can see the mental monsters?" he asked with a slight frown. A thin man with gold-rimmed glasses sat next to him. He nodded and said, "Yes, that's him. He hasn't been recruited for long, but he's already performed very well. When he first came into contact with Special Contamination Source 041, he saved 3 members of our investigation team. Later on, in Special Contamination Source 039, he also displayed excellent logical search abilities. Just now, as you can see, he solved another case. The whole process took less than 10 minutes. The old man just looked at him in silence and said, "Heard that the risk of losing control is very high. Seeing is believing, and hearing is false. At least from the information we have. He's the one who least lost control," the young man said with a smile. "In addition, he's the only one who can directly see and even deal with mental monsters." The old man was silent for a while before he nodded and said, "Yes, I didn't really have any other choice. But there's a problem," the young man said with a smile. "He still hasn't obtained a pass to the main city." "That's not a problem." The old man nodded slowly. "I can bring my daughter to Satellite City No. 2. I have some properties here. The most important thing is that this is private commission. You must make sure that you don't have direct contact with the cleanup department." "No problem. You just need to set a time," the young man said with a smile. "Tomorrow then." The old man was silent for a moment and sighed. "Her condition is already very serious." Chapter 71 Chapter 71 Chapter 69 Private Commission 1 Chapter 71 Chapter 69 Private Commission 1 The incident with Special Contamination Source No. 041 gave me 36,000 yuan. I sent it to teacher Zhaolu, but she only left me 5,000 yuan. I only got half of the Special Contamination Incident No. 039 with the lizard, which was 16,000 in total. The reward for this mission was less. Only 12,000. However, the food allowance I get for training here is quite high. It's 100 for the first 5 days, and 200 for the last 3 days. 0. There are total of. Lu Xin slowly calculated and came up with a number. 60,100. Ah. Yes. It's not like I didn't spend a bit. That day when went to the orphanage to eat dumplings, the money for buying gifts was reduced by 30 yuan, and the money for taking the subway was reduced by 4 yuan now. There was still money in the subway card, so there was no need to reduce it, so I'm left with 60,070. Lu Xin then fell into deep thought. The orphanage had been moved to a new place, which was not far from the police station. From the place where he was training, he could even see the pointed roof in the distance. Lu Xin had also taken a look at the place from a distance. The place must have been much better than before. It was modified from an old residential area. The problem was that the elevator was broken, making it inconvenient for teacher Lu to go up and down. Also, if he moved there, he would have to pay 380 yuan in rent every month. It's better to buy one for myself, Lu Xin thought to himself. Based on the location of the city center, a house with a market price of 1,000,000 yuan. According to his income, he was still short of 900,000 yuan. If the 900,000 yuan was only the salary for 2 jobs, it would take about 12 years. If only my monthly income was this high, I'd be able to save up for more than a year. Lu Xin couldn't help but think. It's a pity that after an in-depth investigation, most of the sources of pollution, big and small, have been cleaned up. I'm afraid there won't be so many missions to take on in the near future. I'll have to save up if I want to buy a house. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Lu Xin casually answered, and the young female police officer sneaked in. She had wanted to ask Lu Xin what he had prepared for dinner, but when she saw him calculating with an old-fashioned calculator, she didn't dare to disturb him. She filled Lu Xin's teacup with water and left quietly, worried that she would disturb him. The paper was filled with all kinds of complicated data, and the mysterious Mr. Shanbing was holding a calculator and constantly calculating and verifying. His face was so serious that it was obvious that it was a very important and mysterious work, and he did not dare to peek. Lu Xin only came out of the meeting room after he finished eating the braised pork rice with a poached egg that the female police officer had served. He put his hands in his pocket and took the elevator down, ready to go to the room that the guard station had prepared for him to rest. It was already late at night, and there was no one in the guard station. There were only 2 officers on duty discussing a comic. When they saw Lu Xin, they immediately became serious and began to flip through the documents in front of them. Lu Xin felt a little helpless. He wasn't their leader. However, it seemed that the entire guard station was in awe of him. He didn't know what they thought of him. He walked out of the guard hall and stretched his back. His bones soon made a soft sound and felt very comfortable. After a busy day, he finally felt a rare sense of relaxation. The investigation was almost over, and the worry caused by the strange person who appeared out of nowhere could be resolved. "Are you Mr. Shanbing?" Just as Lu Xin was considering whether he should go home or rest in the dormitory arranged by the nearby guard station, a voice suddenly came from behind him. The voice was so abrupt that Lu Xin immediately turned around. "He, Mr. Shanbing. You don't have to be nervous. I don't have any ill intentions." Behind him, a person slowly walked out from a dark shadow in the alley and said with a smile, surprisingly. This person was a fat man in his 40s, carrying a briefcase. Lu Xin scanned the fatty from head to toe, but he found him unfamiliar. Then, he couldn't help but frown slightly. This person didn't look like a police officer, but he knew his code name. "Let me introduce myself." Fatty took the initiative to step forward with a smile. He seemed to want to shake hands subconsciously, but he held back. He only smiled and introduced himself. "My surname is Liu, and I run a consulting company in the main city. However, because of business relations, I often travel between various satellite cities. This time, I took the liberty to look for Mr. Shanbing because I've been entrusted by an old man to ask you to help him deal with something." Lu Xin was silent for a moment before he reached out to grab the hand that the other party was retracting and shook it. "How do you know me?" he asked curiously. If this person had called him by his name, Lu Xin would have thought that he was one of his clients in his previous job. However, since he had called him Shanbing, it meant that he knew about his second job. It was normal for Lu Xin to be more careful since he had been waiting for him sneakily outside the guard station and knew his code name. "Because of our business dealings, I know a lot about many aptitude users in Qinggang City. I've even had dealings with them." The chubby man explained with a smile. He wanted to pull back his hand, but he couldn't. He could only maintain this awkward posture, and said awkwardly, "This is what happened. There was an old man's daughter who had a strange disease. It's a strange disease that the current medical conditions in the main city can't cure, so he hopes that Shanbing can help him. This isn't an official request. It should be said that it's a personal request for help. A private request for help." Lu Xin furrowed his brows slightly before he came to a realization. Private work. Fatty's expression was a little strange, but he quickly calmed down and smiled. "You can also understand it that way. Is this in line with our work regulations?" Lu Xin asked with a frown. "Work rules." The fat man didn't expect Lu Xin to ask such a question and was stunned for a moment. Then, she thought, "Why are you asking me if it's in line with your work rules?" But fortunately, he was also very experienced. He smiled and said, "The Special Pollution Cleaning Department should be a type of employment. Right. As far as I know, the aptitude users in Qinggang City have more or less received some private commissions. Lu Xin didn't expect to hear this. He fell silent and didn't reply. The chubby man smiled and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Shan. The old man is a very important person even in the main city. He asked me to come in contact with you because he doesn't want to deal with this matter directly through the Special Pollution Control Department. There's nothing that can't be told to others. You can report this mission, but just state that it's a private commission." Lu Xin was still holding his hand and looking at him quietly. Fattest smile froze. After some thought, he added, "In addition, if you can cure the old man's daughter, he is willing to pay you 100,000 yuan as remuneration. Even if you can't cure her, there will be 10,000 yuan as compensation for your hard work." 10,000. 100,000. Lu Xin thought he had heard him wrong and slowly let go of his hand. Fei waved his hand discreetly and laughed. "Mr. Shanbing, you have a lot of strength. I thought you were going to crush my hand. Why would I do that?" Lu Xin shook his head. Just now, he was thinking of tearing off his hand if something went wrong. After being followed by the spiritually modified people, he was a little sensitive to this area. As he let go of his hand, he gave a look to someone behind Fei. He was signaling his sister, who was hanging upside down from the wall, to let go of his other hand. Looking at the fattest kind smile, Lu Xin fell silent for a moment before saying, "You'll need to make an application to the higher-ups first." Chapter 72 Chapter 72 The Rules of the Headquarters. Chapter 72 The Rules of the Headquarters. Seeing that Lu Xin had already heard the specific remuneration and seemed to be tempted, the fatty was surprised. However, he didn't stop her. He just smiled and waited at the side. After some consideration, Lu Xin took out his satellite phone and gave Han Bing a call. After a period of training, he already knew that Chen Jing's position was very high, even in the main city. Previously, she had more dealings with him because she was in charge of recruiting him and was responsible for his first stage of assessment. In fact, after the work officially began, the one who was really responsible for contacting him in this aspect was Han Bing, who often talks to him. The other reason was that Han Bing always seemed to be easier to talk to no matter what. Chen Jing, that was the leader. He couldn't ask the higher-ups about every small matter, especially when it seemed like such a small matter that didn't seem very compliant. In theory, the headquarters doesn't actually prohibit such private commissions. Of course, they don't encourage it either. After receiving Lu Xin's call, Han Bing explained in a gentle voice. However, due to some complicated reasons, there are indeed some people who know about the existence of special pollution and its dangers. Instead, due to various concerns, they don't like to solve it directly through the Special Pollution Cleaning Department. They would rather pay themselves to higher ability users or solve it through other methods. If we don't agree, it might make these people rather hide this incident and cause even greater trouble. So, the headquarters' attitude is that the members of the Special Task Force can take on commissions when they encounter similar problems. There are only a few things to pay attention to. First, estimate the time to handle the commission in advance, and it's best to note the general location, so as to avoid conflict with the headquarters operation when carrying out a private commission. Moreover, if an accident happens during a private commission, it'll be convenient for the headquarters to go into detail. Second, regardless of whether the other party agrees or not, matters like this will be recorded by the headquarters. Even if the other party wants to sign a confidentiality agreement, we can at most hide their true identity and record it anonymously. Third, after you've resolved these private commissions, you should assess the subsequent risks. If they haven't been resolved, or you think there are still some hidden risks that may change, then you should deal with them in time or report to the headquarters. Lu Xin's mood brightened when he received her answer. Then, he listened carefully to Han Bing's story and said with a smile, 0K. I understand. I'm really sorry to disturb you so late at night. It's alright. This is your trust in me, Han Bing said in a gentle voice. I'll have to trouble you. It's no trouble at all. This is my job. I still have to thank you, should be the one thanking you for your trust in me. They ended the call with a normal exchange of words. As this was a private room request, Lu Xin could not ask Han Bing to keep in touch with him during the mission and provide him with information. After hanging up the phone, he turned to the chubby middle-aged man and said, "I can go and take a look at what you've said, but I'm afraid I can't completely hide it from the headquarters. You can understand me, right?" The chubby man smiled and said, "Sure." I'll record it anonymously at the end. Lu Xin finally believed that the chubby man in front of him knew a lot about the Special Pollution Clearing Department. After all, this was the first time he had heard of such commission model. The reward was actually so high. He asked the question he was most concerned about. "What time?" Fatty retrieved a document from his briefcase and handed it to Lu Xin. "We can arrange for a meeting tomorrow." Lu Xin took the document and pulled it out to take a look. There were some printed terms on it, such as remuneration, confidentiality, agreement, and so on. It was very simple, with his signature at the bottom. Further below, an address and contact number were written, with a ballpoint pen. From this document, it could be seen that this commission company was indeed more professional. After the Red Moon incident, although there was a period of chaos and disorder, most of the people who survived, whether they entered the Highwall City or the wilderness, began to value things like contracts, promises, and oaths. This was a very strange but common phenomenon. Even when he was young at Red Moon Kindergarten, the old principal had said that he did not pay much attention to the law in the past. But now he did. "If it's tomorrow, let's arrange it at night." Lu Xin didn't respond immediately. "If I have any urgent work to do, I'll have to delay it. If not, I'll be there after I get off work at 6 in the evening. I'll sign this contract then." "Okay. I'll arrange for a car to pick you up at the entrance of the guard station at 6 o'clock tomorrow." Fatty agreed with a smile. After the two agreed, the fat man rubbed his right hand and reached out to shake Lu Xin's hand with a smile. However, Lu Xin did not shake his hand this time. Instead, he smiled and waved his hand. The next day, when Lu Xin returned to the guard station, he was filled with anticipation. He did not know what kind of mission it would be for someone like him, a newbie who had just come into contact with a special contamination source, to think of all sorts of ways to get it. Since he had never received such a mission before, he did not know if he could handle it. However, none of this was important. The important thing was that this private mission actually offered a reward of 10,000 yuan even if he couldn't be cured. This was too shocking compared to the 100,000 yuan he had gotten from completing the mission. Lu Xin was looking forward to the 10,000 yuan more. He didn't know what he was thinking. Probably because she was in a good mood, she could see more couples around her as she walked on the street. They were either kissing on the streets, snuggling up to each other while shopping, or quarreling in the small alleys, adding a touch of life to the city. As usual, it was another day of training and learning, and he didn't encounter any special pollution incidents that he had to solve by himself. At 6 o'clock, Lu Xin took advantage of the darkness of the night to walk out of the guard station. He immediately saw the fatty he had an appointment with last night. He was standing by the door of a black car, waiting for him. Lu Xin followed him into the car and drove toward the city center. Soon, they arrived at the Greenstone Mountains in the Chengdong district of the city. This was an area further away from the high walls. There were fewer people here, but it was not as desolate as the other places. Instead, it was clean and tidy, as if they had arrived in the main city. The buildings here were mostly neat and spacious, rather than tall buildings. The car drove into a villa area surrounded by iron fences and stopped in front of a 3-story house. A well-dressed butler helped them open the car door. Lu Xin looked around curiously and saw that the scenery was amazing. There was a large field of green plants and a garden, as well as a large pond. There was a small garden around it, with swings, ladders, and horizontal and parallel bars. It would be great if we could build the orphanage here. Lu Xin sighed and asked curiously, "How much does such a big house cost?" The chubby man who got out of the car smiled and said, "I can't afford it either. I'm really not sure how much your house is worth." His last sentence was directed at the butler who was driving. The butler smiled reservedly and said, Don't know the exact price. But I've heard from the master that a gentleman from the main city was willing to buy this place for 5 million alliance dollars as a vacation spot. But Mr. Zhu didn't agree. To him, this house is an old German building left behind from before the disaster, and it has great artistic value. 5 million? Lu Xin sobered up a little and said, let's go in. Zem NH1 if you find any errors ads pop up. Ads redirect. Broken links. Non-standard content. Etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 73 Chapter 73 Chapter 71 Severely Contaminated 1. Chapter 73 Chapter 71 Severely Contaminated 1. The villa was very spacious and quiet. It didn't look like it had been lived in for a long time. However, whether it was the marble floor, the embossed on the walls, or even the piano in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, they were all wiped clean without a speck of dust. Having gotten used to the dark and cramped environment of the old building, Lu Xin even felt a little uncomfortable sitting in a villa like this. After taking a seat on the sofa in the living room, the butler-like man served Lu Xin and the chubby manager Liu Ti a plate of fruit and some snacks. Then, he quietly left. Taking advantage of this time, Lu Xin signed the contract that the fatty had given him yesterday. He had read it carefully and even asked Han Bing to confirm that there were no problems with it. Must I be completely cured before Yao'll give me this 100,000? Lu Xin asked for confirmation as he handed over the contract. Yes, I am. It's like treating a patient. It's only over when the patient has recovered. Isn't it? The fat manager Liu laughed. Sometimes, even if you're cured, you still need to recuperate mentally, Lu Xin said with a nod. The fat manager Liu was taken aback, but he quickly smiled and said, don't worry. We'll take these into consideration. Where's the person you want me to see? Lu Xin asked. Relieved. Just as he asked the question, he suddenly heard the sound of wheels rolling on the smooth floor from behind the door next to the living room. The door was opened, and 3 or 4 workers in white coats pushed in an upright iron box about 2 meters high. The box was tightly sealed, and from time to time, there were crazy knocking and hitting sounds coming from inside. There was also a faint roar of pain and anger like that of an injured beast. She's here. Behind the box, an old man with a walking stick came out. He was wearing a well-ironed suit and his hair was neat. However, his eyes looked a little tired, and one of his legs looked a little weak when he walked. I won't be participating in the specific treatment process. You two can talk. The chubby man stood up and smiled at the old man. He then gestured to Lu Xin and left the house with his bag. At the same time, the staff who had pushed the metal box and also walked out. Soon, only Lu Xin, the old man with the walking stick, and the metal box were left in the empty living room. Please sit. The old man with the walking stick placed Lu Xin on the sofa and invited him to take a seat. He then sighed and looked at the metal box. This is my daughter, Xiao. She's only 21 years old this year. Last year, she graduated from the Qingheng Modern University in the main city. She studied the art research and preservation of the old era. Even her teacher often praised her for her talent in this area. Just 3 months ago, she even just got engaged and had a good relationship with the other party. Alas, but no one expected that at this time, she's suddenly I've gone crazy. No doctor could find the specific cause. So I can only suspect that she has been contaminated. Then why are you looking for me in this area? Still, Lu Xin replied after some thought. Very professional. I've already looked for quite a few people. The old man sighed in a low voice and said, I've used my connections to invite some experts over to take a look. Although everyone suspects that she's been contaminated, they can't detect any abnormal mental power residue. Moreover, we usually live in the main city, so we're more strict in the inspection and treatment of mental contamination. Logically speaking, she shouldn't have come into contact with the source of contamination. Could she have really gone mad? Lu Xin asked with a frown. The old man's face suddenly became serious. I believe it's impossible. Our family has no history of hereditary illness. If she went crazy, could only be because she suffered a strong shock. But I investigated her experience before the accident, and I didn't find any major changes. No matter how you look at it, she was inexplicable and slowly became like this. Lu Xin couldn't say anything in response to the man's obvious fear. Mr. Shanbing, please understand. At this moment, Mr. Zhu sighed and said, I'm already 70 years old this year. My previous family died in the disaster 30 years ago. And she is a daughter I had when I was 50 years old. I think this is God's gift to me, so I will cure her at all costs. Otherwise don't know what meaning there is in life. She's my only daughter. Yet you are only giving me 100,000. That's only 1/50th of this villa. Lu Xin cursed in his heart. However, he was just thinking about it. After all, the contract had already been signed. From Mr. X's expression, he did care a lot about this girl. You care so much about her, he said, but she's already in such a serious condition. Why don't you hand her over to the Special Contamination Research Institute? This, Mr. Zhu hesitated for a moment before he replied. Mr. Shanbing may not know this, but many people in the main city already know about the existence of special pollution. Their behavior toward this, if the matter of Xiao being contaminated spreads out, even if she has really been cured, she may be ostracized by many people. In that case, it's possible it might seriously affect her reputation. To her, that would be a result that's worse than death. This is also the reason why I only sent someone to check on her in private instead of handing her over to the research institute. Although I didn't go through the officials directly, I still tried my best and found many professionals to diagnose it. Now, I hope that you professionals can cure Xiao in private, and after you cure her, continue to keep this matter a secret. Lu Xin slowly nodded his head. Then, he finally looked at the iron box seriously and muttered, Then let me take a look first. Mr. Zhu heaved a long sigh and nodded. Then, he got up with the help of his walking stick and slowly walked to the iron box. He took out the key from his pocket and unlocked the box. When he opened the lid of the box, he subconsciously took a few steps back. Squeak! The box lid bounced out due to inertia. It could be seen that special inner lining had been sewn inside the boxes, as if they were afraid that the people inside would hurt themselves. However, when he looked into the box, he was taken aback. He saw that the person locked in the box was a young girl. She was only wearing a nightdress. Her hair was messy, and there were several wounds on her body. Some of them had been bandaged, while others were left alone. Although she looked very disheveled at this time, with bloodred eyes, one could still see that she was very beautiful, just like a big star on TV. Her neck, hands, and feet were all tied up with tight straps, which fixed her in the box. He even had a plastic stick in his mouth. But in this situation, she still struggled with all her might, letting out a beast-like roar. The violent crashing sound in the box just now was made by her using the only part of her body that could move, her head, to hit the box. Lu Xin furrowed his brows and asked, What are the symptoms of her madness? Mr. X's tone was a little bitter. He rubbed his face hard and said softly, Mate. Lu Xin was clearly taken aback. Mr. Zhu, on the other hand, looked unusually tired, like an animal mating crazily with anyone. Or, he obviously couldn't continue. Chapter 74 A Smile at Each Other Part 1 Chapter 74 A Smile at Each Other Part 1 He's crazy enough. Lu Xin couldn't help but sigh at Mr. X's words. He finally understood why Mr. Zhu did not think about how to cure his daughter after seeing her in trouble. Instead, he thought about the problem of his reputation. This was indeed a situation that would cause problems for his reputation. Mr. Shanbing, please understand that I'm not willing to describe it in detail. Mr. Zhu said with some difficulty. I can only tell you the general situation. At first, when she came home, there didn't seem to be anything wrong. But that night, I found out that she was having an affair with the servant at home. After all, she was engaged. So I fired the servant and gave her a scolding. At that time, she was still very normal and only said that she was impulsive. I didn't realize the severity of the situation at the time, but very quickly, she became a little hysterical. When I found her, she was hanging out with someone in the bar. I even brought her back from the crowd and she started to lose control. Lu Xin finally understood the situation after listening to Mr. X's explanation. Then, he nodded sympathetically, indicating that Mr. Zhu did not have to make things difficult for him and continued. He turned his head and looked at the young girl with a serious expression. Then, he frowned slightly. He knew why Mr. Zhu had invited him over. In terms of experience in dealing with this kind of thing, he was still a newbie. In terms of ability, he was probably not as strong as the other aptitude users in Qinggang City. In terms of theoretical knowledge about mental pollution, even the lady cleaner of the special pollution cleaning department knew more than him. So why did Mr. Zhu want to find him? However, Lu Xin believed that there was another reason. For example, he could see the mental monsters directly. Therefore, he didn't need Mr. X's reminder to look at it carefully. However, after looking at it for a long time, there was nothing unusual. Mr. Shanbing, did you find anything? Mr. Zhu was even more nervous than Lu Xin. He was worried, but he was also looking forward to it. Lu Xin shook his head after a while. Mr. X's face immediately turned pale. Lu Xin thought back to the few times he had seen the mental monster, but it seemed like he could not see it directly. At the very least, he could only see it when it made a move. Just like at the coffee shop, the waiter was a normal person in his eyes. It was only when the waiter tried to corrupt him that he revealed his abnormality. When he was dealing with the 041 incident, he only saw the human-shaped fruit tree after the source of the pollution broke out. So, Lu Xin furrowed his brows and said, "Can you let her go?" "Let go?" Mr. Zhu obviously hesitated for a moment before saying, "Let her go. She'll throw a tantrum regardless of everything. I should be able to control her." Lu Xin replied after some thought. Mr. Zhu was still a little worried. He looked at Lu Xin and said, "She might pounce on you." "I'm fine." Lu Xin nodded again, looking at Mr. X's worried eyes. He patted his bag and said, "And I have a gun." Mr. Zhu looked at Lu Xin with a strange expression, and after a while, he said, "I don't need to shoot." No one knew how much Mr. Zhu struggled in his heart. Finally, he gritted his teeth, leaned on his walking stick, and approached the iron box. Then, he took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind. He reached out and hit a button behind the iron box. All the straps that tied his daughter up immediately retracted into the box. His daughter's body had been twitching non-stop, and now that she was free, she fell to the ground. She was stunned for a moment before she struggled to get up. She stepped on the tile floor barefooted and staggered as if she was drunk. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she swept her gaze across the room before landing on Lu Xin. She then let out a beast-like cry and charged toward Lu Xin with her arms wide open. "Mr. Shan, be careful." Mr. Zhu suddenly felt a little anxious and hurriedly called out subconsciously. Lu Xin merely frowned as he watched the young woman sit down on the sofa. It was only when she was almost in front of him that Lu Xin suddenly hooked his arm around the stool beside him. "Hajit." The girl was tripped and fell to the ground. Mr. Zhu couldn't help but glance at Lu Xin. After the girl fell to the ground, she immediately tried to get up again and desperately tried to grab Lu Xin. Lu Xin suddenly stood up and pressed her back against the ground. The girl struggled violently, and Lu Xin almost flew away. He quickly knelt down to stop her. He pressed his knees against her back and used his body's weight, finally making it impossible for her to turn over. However, the girl was clearly not going to give up just like that. The roar from her throat suddenly became much louder as she reached out to grab Lu Xin. However, in this position, Lu Xin flipped his hand and caught her wrist, so he was not hurt by her. Mr. Zhu couldn't help but feel nervous at this time. His lips trembled as he stood in place. Lu Xin, on the other hand, turned to him. This gaze was a little reproachful, but also a little doting, which made Mr. X's hair stand on end. Finally, under Lu Xin's intimidating gaze, his sister, who was happily playing in the weird light-signed metal box, crawled over unwillingly and squatted down beside the girl. She tilted her head and sized her up curiously. It was only when his sister came to his side that Lu Xin finally felt at ease. He could vaguely see that there was something wrong with the girl's body. However, if his sister was too far away, he would not dare to take the risk. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. He suddenly used force and tore a large piece of the girl's pajamas from the back. Seeing his actions, Mr. Zhu couldn't help but look at him again. Lu Xin, on the other hand, could not care less about him. He stared intently at the girl's smooth back. Then, he noticed that there was a long bulge under the girl's skin that was wriggling non-stop. It was as if there was a snake hiding under the skin of her back. The snake was getting more and more anxious, and it was swimming faster and faster in her body. The traces combined together and actually faintly outlined the appearance of a face. The simple-looking face opened its mouth and flashed a strange smile at Lu Xin. The little sister was attracted by its face. She stuck her little head out and smiled at it. Lu Xin couldn't help but laugh at his sister's adorable behavior. Chapter 75 Human Head Tentacles Part 2 Chapter 75 Human Head Tentacles Part 2 At the side, Mr. Zhu was so shocked that his soul almost flew out. He could also see the skin on his daughter's back, which had started to bulge and form a faint outline of her face. The face on his daughter's back made him feel a strange sense of horror. However, when he saw Lu Xin's strange smile, he was more than just shocked. The two faces looked at each other and smiled. This scene inexplicably made his legs go soft. What kind of monster is this? Lu Xin paid no attention to Mr. Zhu. He pressed his knee against the girl's waist and pinned her down. He could see the strange human face floating on her back. It was becoming more and more obvious, which meant that the snake under her skin was moving faster and faster. The faster she swam, the more violent the thing in her body was. On the other hand, the girl who was being held down by him was struggling less and less. Lu Xin frowned. At this point, it was easy to deduce that the thing that caused Mr. X's daughter's madness was this human face. Through her skin, he could even feel that this thing seemed to have a physical body. In order to cure her, he would have to think about how to deal with this thing. Lu Xin had never seen this thing before, and subconsciously, he felt that it would be great if Han Bing could help him analyze it at any time. However, since he did not have enough information to support it, he could only rely on himself to find a way to solve it. Lu Xin's brows furrowed as he looked at the face. In theory, the simplest and most direct way to deal with this face was to kill it. It was to dig it out. Therefore, he seriously considered the feasibility of this plan. It was just a small wound, so it shouldn't be fatal. But how could he make this whole? He wasn't in a support team, and he didn't always carry so many things with him. As he thought about this, he couldn't help but look up at his sister. At this time, his sister was squatting beside him. It seemed that she was also attracted by this strange human face. Her eyes became brighter and brighter, and her little hand slowly twisted, as if she was going to grab it at any time. Her sister's hand was very sharp, so she should be able to tear her skin open. However, Lu Xin was worried that his sister would tear the girl apart as well. Lu Xin turned to Mr. Zhu and said, "Do you have a knife?" Mr. Zhu was stunned for a moment, and his expression was very nervous. "What blade?" "Any kind of knife will do." Lu Xin then added, "A vegetable knife is fine too." Mr. X's face was already a little frightened. "You're pressing down on my daughter. What do you want a vegetable knife for?" Just as he came to his senses and was prepared to find a knife no matter what, the girl who was being kneeled down by Lu Xin suddenly let out a hysterical scream. The scream was so sharp that it even cracked the glass on the table. At the same time, the human face on the girl's back became abnormally clear. Lu Xin sensed that something was amiss. He suddenly stood up and took 2 steps to the side. Then, he saw tentacles growing out of the girl's back. These tentacles were about 3 centimeters thick and covered with fine black scales. They grew out from the girl's back one by one, but the girl's skin did not show any signs of tearing, because they grew so fast. The girl's back became as dense as a patch of grass. At the end of these tentacles, there was a head the size of a fist. They had human features, some like men, some like women, some beautiful, some ugly. The expression on each face was fixed, either fanatical or empty. There were 2 black spots where the eye should be, and it was unknown if they had the ability to see. However, after they grew out, they were like seaweed, slowly swaying, turning, and looking around. Mr. Zhu was frightened by the scream. His ears were ringing and his head was buzzing. He turned around with difficulty and saw that Lu Xun had already retreated to the side while the girl was sprawled on the ground, motionless. Suddenly, he even had the urge to rush over and check on his daughter's condition. "Don't move." Lu Xun quickly turned around and waved his hand. This action of his attracted the attention of the tentacles that had grown out of the girl's back. Lu Xun could see that the tentacles were swaying slowly but rhythmically in an orderly manner, like a bunch of seaweed that was swaying with the sea. They slowly became unified, and turned to look in Lu Xun's direction. From Lu Xun's angle, all he could see was a head. They were all smiling at him with a strange and stiff expression. This kind of atmosphere really made people very uncomfortable. Lu Xun's lips curled into a smile as well. Kai. The moment Lu Xun smiled, the sea of human-headed tentacles suddenly charged toward him. They were only 30 centimeters long, but they seemed to be able to stretch infinitely. A sea of human-headed tentacles with fanatical expressions charged toward Lu Xun. Lu Xun's brows furrowed. Before he could dodge, a white figure flashed beside him. It was his sister. She giggled and reached out with both hands. Her 2 small hands grabbed the 2 heads in front of her and tore them off. Hiss hiss. The other human-headed tentacles seemed to be frightened and quickly shrank back. The younger sister refused to rest. She quickly crawled on the ground and chased after them, her cruel eyes unusually bright. The tentacles seemed to have sensed some kind of danger as their sister approached. The expressions on their faces were also changing, from fanatical to a somewhat frightened expression. Then, there was a crash. All of the tentacles suddenly spread out in all directions, like a snake that had dispersed. Some of them were wrapped around the coffee table. Some were wrapped around the pillars in the living room. Some were wrapped around potted plants. And some were fused into a medieval European male statue next to it, trying to blend in. Thus, at this moment, everything in the surroundings seemed to have a life of its own. Mr. Zhu had just woken up from the dizzy state caused by the scream. When he looked around again, he felt that everything was strange. At this moment, the coffee table seemed to have become alive, like a silly and lovely girl. The potted plant seemed to have turned into a slender girl in a green dress. The statue next to the living room seemed to have come alive and was slowly opening its eyes. The living room was still the same as before, but all of a sudden, everything changed. Everything became alive and full of attraction force. Chapter 76 Chapter 274 Core Key 1 Chapter 76 Chapter 274 Core Key 1 Lu Xun could also sense the change in the living room. To a normal person, this was indeed an extremely strange change. Everything in the surroundings became extremely lively, as if they had come to life. At this time, his brain might still be issuing a warning to himself that everything around him is not real, and he cannot believe it. But the various hormones in his body were already uncontrollably secreting, and when the hormones seeped out and reached its peak, it would take control of his brain. This was probably what it felt like to go crazy. The human-headed tentacles that had blended into the surrounding furniture were wriggling with all their might. Some of them even let out a soft chuckle that made people blush. The surrounding Mr. Zhu was only affected, but Lu Xun was in the middle. To him, everything in the living room seemed to be smiling at him. Lu Xun, on the other hand, only thought about it for a moment before slowly extending his hand. Although these human head tentacles had made the entire living room very strange, How could he be moved by them? How abnormal must he be to be affected by them? Now we can be sure that it's contaminated. As he thought of this, he slowly extended his palm. Now that he had discovered the existence of the mental monsters, it was very simple. He just had to deal with them directly. No need. But this time, his sister didn't come over to hold his hand like before. Instead, she laughed excitedly and then quickly pounced forward. She was like a spider, or a little ghost in a dirty white robe crawling on the ground. In an instant, she rushed to the coffee table next to her, and grabbed it with both hands. The coffee table did not change at all, but in her hands, there was a human head tentacle that she had pulled out from the coffee table. She excitedly tore it in half, then grabbed the two halves and tore them into several pieces. After that, she had already jumped towards the pillar. She hugged it with both hands and feet and bit down. Lu Xun felt a little helpless. His sister was having so much fun that she didn't even need his help, so he could only stand there quietly and watch his sister climb up and down, constantly tearing at all kinds of strange tentacles. Because she was having so much fun, he could even hear her chuckling. As she laughed, she tore the tentacles from different places like she was digging a hole. In just a few dozen seconds, she had already torn more than a dozen tentacles. While Lu Xun was watching, Mr. Zhu, who was standing beside him, was in a state of confusion. He looked at everything around him. There was clearly no change. However, in his eyes, endless changes were happening all the time. This potted plant had become extremely attractive at one moment, and then ordinary at another. Sometimes, the pillars on the side suddenly looked like a person, and then suddenly looked like a pillar, and then they became a person. This caused him to have an illusion that his cognition was extremely chaotic. Younger sister cannot do this. Lu Xun also shook his head after watching the video. Compared to these tentacles, his younger sister was naturally more powerful. However, there were too many of them and they were too cunning. Some of them had been torn apart, while some had hidden. They even knew how to hide when their sister pounced on them, and then stick their heads out again. At times, the younger sister was still squatting in the corner and digging with all her might, but the tentacle was already peeking out from the top of the wall. It even looked like they were toying with their little sister. As an elder brother, how could he let his younger sister suffer such a loss? Lu Xun furrowed his brows and began to examine the man closely. From the beginning until now, his sister had already torn apart many tentacles, but the overall number did not seem to decrease. These tentacles were very lifelike. They had different appearances, but their expressions were the same. After a period of professional training, Lu Xun could easily spot the problem. The mental energy emitted by the contamination source can produce various changes through different refractions, but the amount of mental energy is the same. In theory, spiritual power can't be killed, and it won't be reduced by non-targeted means. Every single source of contamination has its own logical chain and core. Lu Xun shifted his gaze to the unmoving girl on the ground. The problem still lay with her. With this thought in mind, Lu Xun pulled out a gun from his bag and walked toward the girl. His movement immediately caused a great change. The human-headed tentacles on the surrounding walls and in the objects seemed to have noticed his movement. They suddenly became extremely nervous and hissed at the same time, rushing toward him. Whoosh! The younger sister rushed back to Lu Xun's side and squatted on his shoulder, tearing apart all the tentacles that got close to her. Then, she lowered her head and looked at it curiously. Lu Xun also lifted his head slightly and made a helpless expression at his sister. It was an expression of disdain for her sister's stupidity. The younger sister immediately pouted her little mouth. She seemed to be a little angry as well and quickly jumped out. She jumped straight towards the girl lying on the ground. As she jumped towards the girl, the tentacles around her also suddenly rushed towards the girl. They seemed to have once again become the seed grass growing on the girl's back. The younger sister rushed over and grabbed a few tentacles, tearing them off. Witten roars. These strange and twisted tentacles were torn in half by her in an instant. The other tentacles seemed to have suffered great damage as they grew and trembled wildly. They entangled together with all their might. Like a woven rope, the tentacles that had no touch were twisted into a single tentacle, and at the top of this tentacle, there was also a head, whose expression was much more rich. The head then split open from the middle and turned into a mouthpart with sharp teeth. With a strange kind of horror and savagery, it bit towards his sister. Facing this terrifying scene, the younger sister's eyes suddenly revealed a look of excitement. Then, she suddenly opened her mouth. Her eyes were dark and bright, and her mouth seemed to be able to open infinitely. There were sharp teeth inside, and her whole face seemed to be distorted in an exaggerated way. It was as if he had turned into a twisted, cute little owl. She bit off a part of the snake. The tentacle seemed to have felt fear and quickly retracted back into the girl's body. However, the younger sister's eyes lit up. She followed closely behind and grabbed him. However, this time, she did not tear it apart. Instead, she used her two small hands to take turns and quickly pull it out. The tentacle was pulled out piece by piece, but what remained in her hand was only half a meter long. In the end, when she pulled out the tail of the last tentacle or the other head, only half a meter was left in her hand. The younger sister grabbed its body with both hands and stared at it with bright eyes. It looked like a fierce and flexible snake, but unlike a snake, this snake had a mouth full of sharp teeth on both ends. It screamed silently, and its body twisted in pain. It seemed to want to struggle and even bite its sister. However, just as Lu Xin was about to stop her, her younger sister had already bit down on the snake's body with her sharp teeth. The snake suddenly screamed even more miserably. Chapter 77 Chapter 77 Polluted and Polluted 1. Chapter 77 Polluted and Polluted 1. Lu Xin's face turned green as he watched his sister eat the snake. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. As for the girl on the ground, after the snake was pulled out by her sister, she also violently writhed and fell. Then, she suddenly became quiet. Not only did she stop wriggling and struggling, but she also stopped moving. This complete stop was very sudden. It was as if she had been shot in the head. This is Mr. X's face was filled with horror. Xiao, how is it? The subconsciousness line was obvious. Is she still alive? He had only seen Lu Xin, who was holding his daughter down, suddenly stand up and move to the side with a frown on his face. It was as if he was looking at something. In between, he made a few subtle movements, such as reaching out, worried, sighing, frowning, and so on. In the end, he even pulled out his gun and took a few steps toward his daughter. However, in the end, he did not do anything more. He did not even get close to his daughter. In the end, his daughter suddenly stopped moving. He felt as if cold water had been poured on his head. He did not even know if his daughter had been cured or killed. I don't know if she's alright. Lu Xin glanced at his sister, who was happily munching on her snacks, then at the girl on the ground. But the contamination should be resolved. Mr. X's heart almost stopped beating. I can't ask you to solve my daughter's problem and you solve her. Right. Doctor, come in quickly. In his panic, he hurriedly shouted as he rushed forward. Hula. The door was opened and the medical staff who were pushing the iron box rushed in. Behind them was Fatso Liu, who stuck his head in to look inside. After these people rushed in and saw the scene on the ground, they were all shocked. They went forward and first checked the girl's pulse and breathing before they were relieved. They hurriedly carried her to the sofa. It looks like there's no problem. Lu Xin watched quietly from the side as he speculated. Fortunately, the girl didn't die. Otherwise, he really didn't know how to settle this debt. The symptoms of her contamination had been cured, but she was dead. Wouldn't the problem become more complicated? For example, what kind of reward should he receive? Based on this consideration, in the next contract, should he add a clause? Only for pollution, not for life and death. It felt weird. Thank you, Mr. Shanbing. I'm really grateful. After Mr. Zhu confirmed that his daughter's life was no longer in danger and that he was no longer as crazy as before, he was overjoyed. He walked up to Lu Xin excitedly and reached out his hand, as if to express his gratitude. His hand was only stretched out halfway before he wanted to withdraw it. He didn't know why, but when he saw Lu Xun standing there quietly, he felt an inexplicable sense of awe. When he first saw this young man, he only felt that he was ordinary. Looking at him again now, she could always feel that he had a mysterious and evil temperament. Lu Xun took his hand and shook it. "No need to thank me. It's what I should do. Actually, I wasn't confident before. It's a good thing she didn't die," he said with a smile. Mr. X's expression was a little complicated. He wanted to say something but didn't dare to. Her contamination should be resolved for the time being, so there's only one last thing left, Lu Xun said softly as he retracted his hand and looked at the girl. "It's not over yet." Mr. Zhu was obviously surprised and glanced at his daughter. "Don't you find it strange how your daughter was contaminated?" Lu Xun asked. Even though he had not been in this job for long and had not undergone much training, Lu Xun was well aware that the source of the pollution was the most important problem compared to the people who had been contaminated. If he did not find out the source of the pollution, it was hard to guarantee that there would not be a second pollution. He also did not know if the source of the pollution would affect many other people in short time. From her behavior just now, I'm more inclined to believe that she didn't have a spiritual mutation, but was instead affected by the source of the contamination. Seeing that Mr. Zhu didn't seem to understand, Lu Xun explained his understanding. After the special pollution theory training, he could tell the difference, especially since he could see the mental monster directly. He was even more certain that if the girl had mutated on her own, then what his sister had pulled out from her body just now might not be a snake, but her mental body. When Mr. Zhu heard Lu Xun's words, he immediately came to his senses and his expression turned serious. "Wake her up and get out." He saw that the medical staff had already carried his daughter to the sofa and bandaged her wound, so he whispered an order. The medical staff was very obedient to his words. They injected Zhu Xiaoxiao and then left. After everyone had left the living room, Mr. Zhu sat nervously beside his daughter and gently stroked her hair. He whispered, "Xiaoxiao, how do you feel now? Can you hear your father? Can you speak?" When he called out for the third time, his daughter's eyelids moved slightly and opened a slit. She seemed to be a little lost, and it took a long time for her eyes to focus on Mr. X's face. "Daddy." She was clearly very weak, but when she regained consciousness, she suddenly became nervous. He leaned his body slightly upwards as if he was about to sit up straight. He nervously shouted, "That thing!" She seemed to have something extremely important to tell Mr. Zhu immediately. However, just as he was about to speak, he saw Lu Xun by his side. The words that were about to come out of his mouth suddenly stopped and he shouted, "Hurry, you let him out first." Mr. Zhu was clearly a little hesitant as he turned to look at Lu Xun. Lu Xun had just sat down on the sofa and was about to light up a crumpled pack of cigarettes. "Quickly get him out." The daughter was a little anxious and grabbed Mr. X's sleeve. Seeing Mr. X's reaction, Lu Xun nodded and said, 111 Go out for a smoke first. You guys talk. Then, he stood up and turned to walk towards the door. Mr. X's grateful voice came from behind. Thank you, Mr. Shanbing. Mr. Shanbing, you're really amazing. It's a pity that I didn't get to see you show off your power with my own eyes. Lu Xun was about to light up a half-smoked cigarette when he saw the fat man with the surname Liu walk over with a look of regret on his face. He took out a cigarette with a golden filter and put his pack back into his pocket. He took the cigarette from Fatty Liu, tilted his head slightly, and lit the cigarette on the lighter. This time, it's quite simple. I hope it's also so easy to deal with the source of the infection, he said as he smoked. The source of pollution. The fat man was slightly stunned. Lu Xun looked at him curiously and asked, since I've accepted this commission, it'll definitely help you deal with it. Not only will I save this girl, but it'll also solve the source of the infection. Don't worry. I won't charge you more. The fat man was stunned for a moment and then laughed. The two of them stood on the steps and smoked while the doctors in white coats nearby sneaked glances at Lu Xun. Not long after, Lu Xin caught a glimpse of his sister crawling along the walls of the mansion like a ghost. She squatted on the marble pillar beside him and poked her head over. They are talking about an oil painting. Chapter 78 We must follow the contract 1. Chapter 78 We must follow the contract 1. An oil painting. Lu Xin was slightly taken aback as he cast a curious glance at his sister. The fat manager Liu was standing right beside him, so he couldn't speak to his sister directly. The younger sister was excited because she had just seen some little secrets, so she was very cooperative and said, "That's right. I just heard the woman tell the old man that she became like that because she saw the oil painting." The old man seemed a little nervous and quickly asked her which one it was. She said that it was from the batch that was brought back from the search team outside the city. It's covered with a piece of black cloth, and it's only set in a simple wooden frame. They also said that when they went to pick up the goods, the search team was already dead. It seems like they had an internal conflict and killed each other with guns. The scene was very chaotic. The oil painting was at the scene, and it was not on the list they gave at the beginning. Lu Xin nodded slowly and turned around to give his sister a look. He meant, "Continue to listen." The younger sister nodded excitedly and happily crawled back. With a gentle breeze, her shadow disappeared. Lu Xin, on the other hand, pondered for a moment before suddenly saying, "This Mr. Zhu seems to be very rich." The fat man beside him was slightly startled, but he replied with a smile, "Even in the main city, Mr. Zhu has a high status. I saw a lot of nice paintings and statues in his living room." Lu Xin said with a nod, "Mr. Shan, you know about art too?" The fat manager Liu was a little surprised. "I've learned a little from my teacher when I was young." Lu Xin nodded. "I only know about it." "This is already very impressive." The fat manager Liu nodded his head and smiled. "You're right. Mr. Zhu should be one of the few people who still understand the value of art after the catastrophe, and has dedicated his life to searching for and protecting them. As you know, everyone is working hard to rebuild civilization and order, and art is an indispensable part of our culture. People are paying more and more attention to art before the catastrophe. But during the early period of civilization's collapse, these things were once regarded as worthless and thrown in abandoned cities like garbage. To put it bluntly, at that time, many people didn't think that civilization had a chance of rebuilding. "Then how does this Mr. Zhu collect art?" Lu Xin asked. The fat manager Liu glanced at Lu Xin and smiled. "I'm not sure about that. However, if Mr. Shan is also interested in art, we can keep in touch in the future, whether you want to sell or collect them. I have some connections." Lu Xin only replied with a non-committal hum. In his heart, he had gradually understood some things. If he was not wrong, the art that the Zhu father and daughter were collecting was illegal. There were many search teams in the satellite town, and this was the highest paying but also high-risk job in Qinggang City. The mission of these search teams was to explore the old cities and collect usable resources. There were many types of search teams, and they were formed in many ways. Some were commissioned by the Green Harbor City's administrative office, some by companies, and some by private big shots. The search team that the father and daughter were talking about was to help them collect all kinds of art pieces. From the conversation that his sister had just told him, he could guess that the search team had obtained what they wanted. So, Mr. X's daughter, Zhu Xiao, went to receive it. However, when she arrived, she found that the search team had all died. At the scene, they found a painting that was not in their plan, but she still brought it back. It was also because she had seen this painting that such a big problem had occurred. In this case, it made sense. Just as Mr. Zhu had said, the main city's security was extremely tight, and it was very difficult for any special contamination source to enter the main city from the outside world. Moreover, his daughter had no chance of coming into contact with these special contamination sources. So, how did she get contaminated? The reason was very simple. Naturally, she had come into contact with him when she was leaving the city. Just as Lu Xin was deep in thought, the door to the living room opened. Mr. Zhu appeared at the door with a walking stick in his hand. He looked a little nervous, but he hid it well. He smiled and nodded at Lu Xin. It's all thanks to you, Mr. Shanbing. My daughter has recovered, but she's still very weak. In order to let her get better care, I'm going to take her back to the main city overnight to recuperate. As for the reward this time, I will definitely. Lu Xin took a look and saw Zhu Xiaoxia leaning on the sofa through the door. She had just been cured and should be extremely tired, but she kept looking outside nervously. Her eyes gave people a faint sense of fear, but also an unusual sense of greed. It's not the time to collect payment yet, Lu Xin said, shaking his head. Mr. Zhu was slightly stunned and said hesitantly, Mr. Shanbing, you mean, you guys haven't really settled your problem yet? The source of the pollution hasn't been dealt with yet. How can I collect money now? Lu Xin replied. Mr. Zhu looked at Lu Xin's sincere face and was slightly surprised. He paused for a moment before chuckling. He. Thank you for your kind intentions, Mr. Shanbing, but I don't think you need to go through so much trouble. I just asked my daughter in detail. She has not come into contact with any strange things. It's just that she had been under too much pressure before, so she had such a rebellious experience. Don't worry, Mr. Shanbing. This matter will end here. Even if there are any problems, I won't blame you. He paused for a moment and continued. Mr. Shanbing, you can write this in your report. There won't be any problems. Upon hearing his words, the fat manager Liu beside him also felt a little strange. Since Mr. Zhu has said so, the commission can be ended here. He quickly interrupted with a smile. The reward this time. He turned to Lu Xin. Lu Xin's brows furrowed as he listened to their conversation. His younger sister appeared silently behind Mr. Zhu and dangled from the door frame. She smiled at Lu Xin and said, Brother, they were just discussing about secretly taking the oil painting that she had hidden back for research. She said that the painting was very valuable and that no one should know about it. Lu Xin's brows furrowed, looking at Mr. Zhu and the fat manager Lia's smiling faces. He slowly shook his head. No, I can't. You must take your work seriously. Then, he raised his head. The surrounding lights and the villa shone on his face, making his face shine with different shades of light. His eyes in the shadows looked over quietly, and his expression was unusually serious. Since I've accepted your commission and received your money, of course, I have to completely clean up your mess, whether it's the contaminated people or the source of the pollution. It's written clearly in the previous contract that you'll only get this 100,000 yuan if you're completely cured. Isn't it? The atmosphere became a little strange. Mr. Zhu and the fat manager Liu were a little stunned. They felt that there was something wrong with the interpretation of the contract. Meanwhile, Lu Xin watched them quietly. He couldn't understand. He knew that it was these dangerous things, but he still had to lie and hide them. This Zhu family, father and daughter. Are they crazy? Chapter 79. Chapter 79. Don't make it like this one. Chapter 79. Don't make it like this one. Mr. Zhu and the fat manager Liu had a strange feeling when they saw Lu Xin's expression. They had naturally done many similar private commissions. Some hired people to search for things in the old city, while others entrusted others to help deal with some shady matters. But every time, they were the ones who were worried that they would find those irresponsible people to deal with their commissions. But who would have thought that they would meet someone who was a little too responsible? She had already said that it was over and she was willing to pay the reward, but he still refused to give up. For a moment, Mr. X's expression was a little awkward. His brows were tightly furrowed and he did not speak for a long time. The fat manager Liu, on the other hand, could tell that Mr. Zhu seemed to have some hidden agenda, but he didn't want anyone else to interfere. He immediately smiled and mediated. Mr. Shanbing is a responsible person. However, since the client has already said so, then, is it written in the contract? Lu Xin asked with a frown. The fat manager Liu choked. This was supposed to be a rescue contract. So why would this be written? Besides, I didn't expect such a situation to happen. However, he would have to add it to the contract in the future. Mr. Zhu was already frowning slightly. He seemed to have thought of something, but his face had become a little cold. His voice was a little stronger. Mr. Shanbing, my daughter is fine now, and the commission for you is over. In order to thank you for saving my life, I am willing to double the commission, but I hope that this matter will end here. You can go back now. Double? The fat manager Liu nodded and looked at Lu Zin. He seemed to think that this was a good deal. However, Lu Zin still shook his head and said, I'm not doing this for your reward. I just won't take your reward for nothing. The atmosphere suddenly became a little heavy. Mr. Zhu looked at Lu Zin in silence, as if he was trying to see through his true thoughts. Dad, what are you guys still talking about? At this moment, a question suddenly came from the living room of the villa. Zhu Xiaoxiao, who had already put on a thick down jacket over her nightgown, came to the door. She looked a little impatient and urged, let's quickly send them away. We must go immediately. Otherwise, I won't be able to enter the main city tonight. Even though she was a little anxious, she subconsciously hid some of the content, as if she was afraid that Lu Zin and others would hear it. At this time, her sister was hanging on the door frame beside her, giggling and walking around. They are in hurry to go to a place called Clamport to retrieve something. Now, they are in hurry to chase you away. Lu Zin's expression darkened as he listened to his sister's words. Naturally, Mr. Zhu had no idea that Lu Zin had already found out everything. Frowning, he coldly replied, Xiaoxiao, please wait for a while. Make a call and make arrangements. This Mr. Shanbing doesn't seem to be satisfied with the remuneration we are offering. Hearing this, Lu Zin frowned. Was this an injustice? He looked up at Mr. Zhu and said, just hope that we can solve the problem of the source of the infection. He wanted to say that such a thing was too dangerous. If something happened, it might not just be you and your daughter who would die, but he felt that it was impossible for them not to understand. There's no source of contamination. Mr. Zhu frowned and interrupted him. Mr. Shanbing, this is just your wild guess. Lu Zin furrowed his brows, and just as he was thinking about what to say, the woman in the thick down jacket had already walked quickly to the door. She frowned and said, I've heard about you from my father. You saved my life. In order to thank you for saving my life and to make sure you don't talk nonsense in the future, I can give you 300,000 yuan. This matter will end here. Don't be too greedy. 300,000. Is it that easy to earn money from these people? Lu Zin was slightly taken aback. He shook his head and said, 300,000 is good. But, however, before he could explain himself, the girl's expression changed. She pulled out a gun from under her down jacket and pointed it at Lu Zin coldly. Don't think that we don't know your tricks just because we're from the main city. Do you know that even if I shoot you to death now, the administrative office will still not think that I'm guilty when we return to the main city? The fat manager Liu saw her pull out her gun and hurriedly took a step back. Even Mr. Zhu furrowed his brows as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't. He only looked at Lu Zin. In the distance, the medical staff saw this scene and were slightly surprised, but they did not seem surprised. Lu Zin stood rooted to the ground with furrowed brows. He looked over and saw that the girl named Zhu Xiaoxiao was also looking at him with a cold and sharp gaze. Lu Zin noticed that her eyes were slightly red, and there was a hint of excitement and coldness in them. He was certain that the mental monster in her had been removed, and she was awake. However, there was a strong and impulsive feeling in her. Even though I've cleared the mental monsters, I'm still affected by something. Or perhaps, I don't have time to waste on you. Just as Lu Zin was thinking about this, the girl had already removed the safety from the gun. He'll give you two choices now, she said coldly. Frowning, take the money and get lost immediately. Or, Lu Zin understood what she was going to say. The fat manager Liu couldn't help but interrupt. Mr. Shanbing, there's no need to make such a big fuss. Mr. Zhu also stopped his walking stick and said slowly, Mr. Shanbing. We didn't have to make things so awkward. Lu Xin was silent for a moment before he slowly nodded. Indeed. There's no need. Zhu Zixiao, who was standing on the steps, sneered when she heard this. It was at this moment that she suddenly saw Lu Xin looking at her with a worried expression. This caused her to be slightly stunned. Then, she suddenly felt a faint cold wind blow past her, and the gun in her hand suddenly moved on its own. It was clearly a complete gun. But at that moment, the chamber, barrel, spring, barrel, magazine, and even the bullets seemed to have a life of their own. They inexplicably flew up and were disassembled bit by bit, turning into a pile of parts and falling to the ground. This strange scene scared her, so much that she screamed and quickly retreated. However, her yells immediately turned into shrieks, because after the gun in her hand automatically fell to the ground. What fell to the ground immediately after was her fingers. One by one, he fell to the ground, covered in blood, together with the gun parts. Chapter 80 A Lot of Toys 1. Chapter 80 A Lot of Toys 1. It's almost time, Lu Xin said as he watched Zhu Zixiao's fingers and palm fall to the ground. From the moment Zhu Zixiao pointed a gun at her, her sister had been hanging over her head, looking at her with ill intentions. However, now that his sister liked to play with him, she was much more obedient than before, so she only took action when he nodded. Perhaps it was because she had played with dismantling guns once during the test, but she was addicted to it. As soon as she jumped down, she immediately dismantled the gun in Zhu Zixiao's hand. It seemed that dismantling the gun was not enough, so she also dismantled Zhu Zixiao's palm. If he hadn't stopped her in time, Lu Xin believed that his sister would have continued to tear her arm off. To Lu Xin and his sister, this was a small matter. However, the fat manager Liu and Mr. Zhu were clearly taken aback. They took a step back and looked at Lu Xin as if they had seen a ghost. Mr. X's legs turned to jelly and he almost fell. He looked at his daughter's bare wrist and her right hand, which was spurting blood. In disbelief, he threw away his walking stick and rushed over to hug her. Looking at his daughter's blood gushing out and her bare wrist, he felt a little dizzy for a moment. How could you do this? He wasn't scared to the extreme, but he was furious as he yelled at Lu Xin. Lu Xin, on the other hand, only frowned slightly as he looked at his sister, who was crouching obediently at the side. He did not reprimand her, but instead looked at Mr. Zhu seriously and said, "She was the one who threatened me first. To be honest, I'm already trying my best to protect her." These words were very sincere and also the truth. However, Mr. Zhu was obviously not going to listen to his explanation. The more he looked, the more his heart ached. He shouted angrily, "Even if you're from that department, do you really think you can hurt my daughter like this?" Lu Xin noticed the change in their surroundings and shook his head. "We'd better not do this." Lu Xin really didn't want things to get out of hand. The main thing was that it would not be good for Mr. Zhu. However, it was obvious, at Lu Xin's attitude and the fact that his daughter's hand was injured had caused him to worry about something else. At this point in time, he was extremely angry. As he shouted those words in a trembling voice, the sound of footsteps running toward his large but empty villa could be heard. On the second floor, the curtains were pulled open, and a black gun barrel was pointed at Lu Xin. The one holding the gun was the butler who had looked very kind. In the surroundings, there was the noise of boots stepping on the grass and cement ground. In the darkness where the light could not reach, many people were running over. As they ran, the sound of guns rubbing against tough cloth could be clearly heard. "Mr. Shanbing, we shouldn't have come to this." As the commotion started, the fat manager Liu had already retreated quickly. His expression was tense, and he said anxiously, "You'd better apologize to Mr. Zhu." Lu Xin furrowed his brows and remained silent. He reached into his pocket and was about to take out his satellite phone. It was also at this moment that a gunshot was heard. From the second floor, a bullet flew out of nowhere and headed straight for Lu Xin's head. The butler, who looked very decent and spoke slowly, he had killed without mercy. The speed of the bullet was so fast, especially at such a close distance. Often, the person would die at the same time as the gunshot. However, the instant the gunshot rang out, Lu Xun suddenly tilted his head. This movement was strange and fast, as if his bones had suddenly broken, and his head had suddenly fallen to one side. As he dodged, the bullet flew past his cheek, 3 to 4 meters behind him. A string of sparks flew up from the brick ground, and a fist-sized stone chip was sent flying. This sudden and strange scene made Mr. Zhu and the fat manager Lia's eyes widen. They looked at Lu Xun in disbelief. The butler on the second floor thought he was seeing things and blinked subconsciously. Then, he held the gun with both hands and looked down, ready to fire a second shot. However, Lu Xun was nowhere to be seen. He immediately tensed up and held the gun with both hands. He leaned his upper body close to the window and slowly looked down. His field of vision expanded bit by bit, but he still couldn't see Lu Xun. However, further ahead, he saw the group of medical staff hiding at the side, as well as the fat manager Liu, and their gazes. They were actually all looking at him. The butler snapped out of his daze and looked down to see Lu Xun leaning against the wall under the windowsill. He was only about 20 centimeters away from the butler and was looking at him quietly. Is it a human or a ghost? The butler was shocked. He quickly doled back his BOV and raised his gun. However, just as he was about to pull his body back, Lu Xun had already grabbed his neck and pulled him out of the window. The two of them were in the air, and Lu Xun had already grabbed his arm and pulled him back. Lu Xun kicked his leg and pressed his head down, before hugging his waist. By the time the butler landed on the ground, Lu Xun had already stepped on him with both hands, and with a light step, he bounced up. With a muffled sound, the butler fell to the ground. He looked like he had already turned into a ball. His arms were twisted at a 270-degree angle, passing through his legs and hugging his neck. His legs were turned upside down, crossing into a strange X shape. The joints of his forelimbs were twisted to a certain extent, and his back and head were leaning against each other. He looked like he had been pieced back together. The most important thing was that he was not dead or unconscious. He could only scream unconsciously in fear. Rolling on the ground like a folded ball, he was still holding the gun in his hand, but the muzzle was already pointed at his head. Zhao Lin. The butler's terrifying appearance had really frightened the fat manager Liu and Mr. Zhu. Even his daughter, who had not yet fainted from the pain, was so shocked by this extremely impactful look that she forgot to scream. However, at this moment, the bodyguards outside had already rushed to the vicinity. They suddenly saw a twisted and terrifying figure fall to the ground. They were so frightened that they raised their guns in unison. Because it was nighttime, they had small and bright flashlights installed on their guns. Several flashlights shone at the same time, illuminating Lu Xun, who was still in midair with his dark eyes and evil expression. In his panic, the bullet whizzed out. Then, Lu Xun's face lit up with excitement. No one spoke, but one of the bodyguards heard a little girl's cheerful voice. Wow, so many toys. Chapter 81 Chapter 81 The responsibility must be drawn 1. Chapter 81 The responsibility must be drawn 1. Pa 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 pa. The intense sound of gunfire filled the surrounding space. The flickering of the gunfire illuminated the surroundings, alternating between light and dark. The people who followed Mr. Zhu here were all well-trained private armed forces. As they neared Lu Xun, they subconsciously stood in a line and fired at him mercilessly. However, what they saw was an excited expression on Lu Xun's face. He twisted his body in the air and moved a few meters away, causing the bullets to miss. Just as they were about to move their guns to catch up to Lu Xun, he was already closing in on them. Under the illumination of the gunfire and the streetlights, Lu Xun's movements were so fast that he left a trail of afterimages behind him. The armed man on the far left quickly turned his gun to point at him, but Lu Xun was already in front of him before the gun was pointed at. His face was pressed against the muzzle of the gun. He was shocked and hurriedly pulled the ring. Lu Xun, who was the target of the man's gun, revealed a creepy smile. He tilted his head to the side and dodged the bullet. He then reached out to grab the armed man's arm. He immediately felt a chill in his right arm, as if it had been invaded by a cold air. He lost control of his right arm, which made him both shocked and angry. He quickly lowered his left hand to pull out the dagger from his thigh. However, when he pulled out the dagger, his right hand had already pulled out the pistol from his waist and fired a shot at his left arm. His two hands were actually fighting, and he was extremely ruthless. Then, it was no longer a fight between two hands. His two legs were twisted together, and his body was twisted into a strange and overlapping shape, as if his right shoulder fell in love with his left lower abdomen, and his left rib fell in love with his right cheek. The other armed men watched helplessly as a black shadow flashed past. The leftmost man turned into a distorted shape. The fear in their hearts was indescribable. They were no longer worried about hurting their teammates. At the same time, they raised their guns and fired in that direction. However, when their teammate was beaten into a sieve, the black shadow disappeared. They looked around in a panic. Then, they suddenly looked up and saw Lu Xun among them. He even had a smile on his face that he found very funny. All of a sudden, everyone was shocked. They raised their guns while retreating. However, at this moment, Lu Xun's strange shadow had already passed through them. Pai Lai Pa La. Someone shouted and swung his dagger at the shadow. But he felt a cold sensation on his neck because his arm had been twisted. Strangely, he thought he was swinging the dagger forward, but in fact, it was aimed at his neck. Someone fired at him angrily, but a gunshot came from behind him. He looked down and realized that his neck had been twisted 180 degrees. He was looking behind him. It was hard to tell what level the noise had reached at that moment. In front of the quiet villa, gunshots, screams, and the sound of bullets hitting the ground suddenly interweaved. Everyone became strange and twisted at this moment, like a group of toys that had no control over themselves. In the middle, some people even heard the faint laughter of a little girl. The gunshot was abrupt, and the strange silence was also abrupt. 7 or 8 bodyguards had fallen to the ground, their bodies twisted. Some of them could no longer make a sound. There were also people who were still breathing, but they were already scared silly by the scene in front of them. Hee, it's fun. It's so fun. Lu Xun appeared in the middle of the mess of the armed squad members, as well as the scattered gun parts, daggers, bullet shells, and human parts. He turned his head slightly to look at his sister, who was squatting beside him. Her eyes were dark and bright, and she was clapping her hands lightly. She looked at the chaos around her with excitement, as if she was looking at her own masterpiece. Sensing Lu Xun's gaze, she suddenly raised her head and seemed to be on guard. It was as if she was afraid that Lu Xun would scold her. Lu Xun looked at her for a while, then bent over and patted her head. He did not praise her, but he did not reprimand her either. Then, he stood up and looked around. In the eyes of others, it was obvious that Lu Xun's figure had suddenly become strange and then normal. However, it seemed as if he had not moved at all. It was as if he had not been the one who had turned into the terrifying and strange shadow, and that all of this had nothing to do with him. He carefully raised his foot and avoided the armed men on the ground, as if he was afraid of stepping on them. Then, he walked toward the Zhu father and daughter on the steps. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from behind him. Lu Xun turned around in a strange manner. Only then did he realize that it was the butler who had fallen earlier. After struggling for a long time, he had accidentally pulled the trigger. Then, the gun that had been aimed at his forehead instantly took his life. Lu Xun heaved a sigh of relief and continued on his way. Mr. Shan. A trembling voice suddenly rang out from the side. Lu Xun stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Zhang Xuan. The fat manager Liu took a step back as he met Lu Xun's gaze. He had seen some aptitude users before, and even saw some of them solve some problems in private. However, it was clear that the abilities of the aptitude users he had seen, whether they were magical or strange, always surprised him. It was obvious that the one he saw today made him feel some fear, and it was a kind of fear that made people feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. It was as if that person was only looking at her quietly, and there was no anger or hatred in his expression. However, he could faintly feel a kind of hair-raising feeling. It was as if something dangerous was staring at them. Mr. Shanbing, I want to say. He paused for a moment and forced his voice to not tremble. If there's anything, it's better for us to discuss it. Mr. Zhu has a high status in the main city. There are some things that we should do according to reason. It's better than making a mess and not ending it well. Lu Xin's face was filled with surprise as he asked, am I not being reasonable? No, I didn't mean it that way. What I mean is, we didn't have to go this far. The fat manager Liu quickly explained. Lu Xin furrowed his brows as he looked at his daughter in Mr. X's arms. She pointed the gun at me first. And she did have the intention to shoot. He continued after a pause. It's Miss X's fault. The fat manager Liu trembled. But he did not deny it. Instead, he tried his best to explain. But with your ability, it's easy to subdue her. There's no need you'll destroy her hand. Lu Xin's brows furrowed as he pondered over this question. Are you saying that I should go easy on her? He asked seriously after some thought. The fat manager Liu was stunned for a moment. He couldn't quite wrap his head around it. But it seemed to make sense. I have the ability, but that doesn't mean I have to give in to her. Lu Xin said, shaking his head. It's fair between us. I don't use my ability to bully her, and she shouldn't bully me because she doesn't have the ability. Am I right? Lu Xin was very serious when he said this. Although he also felt that his sister had gone a little too far. He knew that he should not blame his sister for this kind of thing. Nor should he push the problem to her. After all, he had to distinguish between the inside and outside. Also, if he did not have his sister's help, he would just be an ordinary person. Since he was also an ordinary person, why did he have to give in to her? No one should bully the other. This was true fairness. Upon hearing Lu Xin's serious words, the fat manager Liu was clearly stunned. After a while, he could only sigh. Even so, it's not easy to end it now that things have come to this. That's right. Surprisingly, Lu Xin nodded his head and said, if everyone was reasonable, things wouldn't have come to this. It'll help her cure the contamination and also help them solve the source of the contamination. I won't even pay more. Her hand won't be injured. The butler on the second floor won't die. And these bodyguards will be fine. You don't have to be so worried here. Now it's like this. He glanced at the father and daughter of the Zhu family and said, they definitely have to reflect on themselves. The fat manager Liu didn't know what to say. He had a feeling that something was amiss. But Lu Xin's words made no sense. Seeing that Zhang Xuan had stopped talking, Lu Xin continued walking forward. It was only when Lu Xin appeared in front of him that Mr. Zhu came to his senses. He hugged his daughter tightly and tried his best to shrink back. He shouted in a dry voice. What do you want? Do you really think that by joining that department, you can? Are you lawless? I don't think I'm lawless. Lu Xin glanced at him and replied calmly. I'm just saving your lives. No matter what the painting is that you want to hide, and no matter what you want to do with it, it's not important. I'm just sure that the painting is not something you can dispose of so easily. Especially if something really goes wrong. It won't just be you. So, even if you don't want me to interfere, I will. As he said this, he glanced at the fat manager Liu and said, after all, it's just a private job, and it's my job to deal with these things. One of the two. How do you know? Mr. Zhu was stunned for a moment before he suddenly realized that Lu Xin had mentioned the painting. His expression changed drastically. Now, I want to discuss something else with you. Lu Xin didn't answer his question. Instead, he looked at him with a serious expression and said, according to the rules, I can't let Vu hide the source of the contamination and not do anything about it. Originally, if you agreed, we could have solved the problem smoothly. Then, I could have helped you keep your identity a secret or other things according to the terms of the contract. But now, it seems that you're not cooperating with me on this matter. So, I need to report this to the leader. Because you were the one who didn't cooperate first. Even if I report it, I can't say that I violated the contract. If I put it this way, you can understand, right? After all, if they violated the contract, they wouldn't get any money. Therefore, it was very important to draw a clear line between their responsibilities. Chapter 82 No problem with the workflow 1. Chapter 82 No problem with the workflow 1. Lu Xin explained this to the father and daughter of the Zhu family. After making sure that they had no objections, he walked to the side and took out the satellite phone from his bag. When he made the call, his voice had changed. Hello, is this team leader Chen? It's like this. I've accepted a private commission. It's about a girl being contaminated. It's already been resolved. Yes. Not only has his daughter's matter been resolved, but his bodyguards and butler have also been resolved. However, I discovered that this should be related to a certain source of pollution that's currently hidden in Bangbu Port. It should be a painting. It was covered with a black cloth and was only framed by an ordinary wooden frame. They don't want me to continue investigating, and they even threatened me with a gun. Yes. Also, I have a question. If I encounter such a situation next time, can I just ignore it? I understand. Lu Xin hung up the phone and walked back to Mr. Zhu. She said that I don't care about you guys. She'll take care of it herself. The father and daughter of the Zhu family watched everything happen as if they were in a dream. Until now, they still could not understand how so many armed forces were suddenly taken care of in such a short period of time. They also had no idea if the twisted and cruel figure they had just seen was still a human. Naturally, they could not understand why he would casually reveal a secret that only they and his daughter knew. After the call, Lu Xin turned around and sat down on the steps not far away from the Zhu father and daughter. He took out a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket and took one out. He pressed the lighter twice, but there was no reaction. He looked up into the distance. The fat manager Liu was looking at them with a dazed expression. As he met Lu Xin's gaze, he gritted his teeth and jogged over. He then took out his old-school Zippo lighter with a delicate silver shell. However, this time, he did not have the courage to light it up for Lu Xin. Instead, he stood a little further away and handed the lighter to Lu. Lu Xin took the lighter and lit his own cigarette before stuffing it into his pocket. The fat manager Liu didn't notice his action. He gritted his teeth slightly and said, Mr. Chan. When he saw Lu Xin's gaze on him, he felt guilty for some reason. But he still smiled and said, the other matters have nothing to do with me. Can I leave now? Of course. I didn't break the contract this time, Lu Xin said after a moment of silence. So, there's no problem with the remuneration, right? The fat manager Liu looked at Lu Xin seriously to make sure he wasn't joking with him. Then, he hardened his heart and nodded. There's no problem with what Mr. Shan said just now. I thought about it carefully, and it makes sense. So, you can rest assured that I will carry out the rest of the work and pay you on time even if Mr. Zhu can't pay the rest. He'll pay you. Lu Xin was finally able to put his mind at ease. He nodded and said, thank you, she said. Fatty was a little surprised at his politeness and the smooth exchange. So he tentatively took a few steps back. Seeing that Lu Xin didn't seem to have any intention of shooting him in the back, he was relieved and quickly walked away. Before he left, he even kindly gave the medical staff a look, indicating that they could go and bandage Zhu Zixiao's wound. However, even so, when the medical staff came over, they were all on guard and did not even dare to breathe. Lu Xin felt helpless as he sensed the wariness of the people around him. He didn't quite understand why these people were so afraid of him. He wasn't an unreasonable person. In fact, if everyone was like this manager Liu, who was clear and polite, there would not be so many misunderstandings at all. Look at him. When he said a commission, he did it. When he said a reward, he did it. 1 was 1. 2 was 2. Everything was clear. The most important thing was that he was a good person. When he saw that he had no lighter to use, he gave him one. He slowly blew out a puff of smoke and looked up again. He saw that his younger sister was very excited at this time. She walked around the pile of people who had fallen all over the ground. She looked at this one, looked at that one, and sometimes even listened to their heartbeats. She also used her feet to kick them. She seemed to be unusually excited. Fortunately, he had his sister. Otherwise, he would be surrounded by so many people with guns. Thinking of what would have happened if his sister wasn't by his side, Lu Xun couldn't help but shiver. That was so dangerous just now. Less than 10 minutes later, there was the sound of a car speeding up the mountain. Immediately, several bright lights shone into the villa area. Then, rows of soldiers rushed into the field. They looked at the people on the ground, especially those people's twisted and strange shapes. They couldn't help but change their expressions. But they didn't say anything. They picked up the guns and weapons that were scattered on the ground and then stood guard. Immediately after that, medical staff entered the room. They were also silent and skilled. Regardless of whether the person was dead or alive, they carried the person out. Even the medical staff in white coats who had seen the gunfight and did not dare to get close were taken away. Throughout the entire process, no one came to speak to Lu Xun or the Zhu father and daughter. Unlike the previous field missions, no one came to give Lu Xun a thick blanket this time. Shen Jing arrived about 30 minutes later. Looking at the time, she must have come from another satellite city or main city. Lu Xun's heart suddenly ached for this leader of his. He had to travel all over the country every day. Just how hard was his work? However, it seemed that he was the one who informed her of the things that were enough to call her over every time. Where is that painting? When he heard the clacking of Chen Jing's high heels on the hard stone floor, Mr. Zhu raised his head, his face contorted in anger as he pointed a trembling finger at Lu Xun, who was sitting nearby. His voice was filled with indescribable anger and grievance. Senior Colonel Chen, I know that your department has a lot of power. But this time, your men have done such a cruel thing. You need to give me an explanation. You have to give me an explanation. Chen Jing seemed to know him as well. She looked at him calmly and said, I've already confirmed that there's no problem with his work. Flo. You, Mr. X's voice was a little messy. One of his daughter's hands was gone. Just like that. Just now. They even carried out a pile of dead people. And you actually say there's no problem. If you think he did something wrong, you can file a complaint. Our headquarters will make our own judgment. Shen Jing said simply. Mr. Zhu was at a loss for words. He felt that there were too many things that were not handled properly, but he did not know what to say. Since there's no problem with his handling and response, it's your turn. Shen Jing did not have the intention to discuss this issue with him. Seeing that he did not speak, she said, I know that you guys usually hire some private search teams or armed forces to do some things, and even use some private channels to transport things into the main city for yourself. But some things will cross the line. You are a respected person, so stop the damage. Come with me to get that painting. Then, you'll receive the trial you deserve. Everyone who breaks the rules has to pay the price. This is the bottom line of our Green Harbor. I'm sure you understand that. Right. Chapter 83. Chapter 83. That painting is so beautiful. 1. Chapter 83. That painting is so beautiful. 1. Mr. Zhu, please tell me everything. Don't try to hide anything. You should know that if I want, I can use another method to make you speak. Shen Jing was driving the jeep, driving on a long stretch of winding road without street lights. Lu Xun sat obediently in the back seat. Next to him were Mr. Zhu and Zhu Xiaoxiao, who had just bandaged the wound on her wrist and had taken strong painkillers. The two of them were curled up in the back seat, far away from Lu Xun. There were 3 seats, but Lu Xun had taken 2. It could be seen that the father and daughter had suffered a great blow. Behind the jeep were 4 other vehicles, each of which was filled with fully armed soldiers. The intertwining lights occasionally tore the thick night sky apart, illuminating the white snow. Chen Jing spoke calmly as she drove. She had a kind of calmness that was in control of everything. Mr. Zhu, who was sitting in the back seat, hesitated for a moment. He seemed to want to say something to express his protest. However, When he saw Chen Jing driving in the front and Lu Xin sitting calmly beside him, he thought about the fate of his personal weapons. He sighed in a low voice and said in a hoarse voice, "Actually, I don't know much. I am just feeling sorry for the art pieces that are buried in the abandoned town. Actually, in the main city, there are many people who do the same thing as me. We only fork out money to fund some search teams so that they can enter the major abandoned towns and search for some art pieces. In this crazy era, what we lack the most is the pursuit of beauty. The chaotic era where a piece of moldy bread is more important than anything else should be over. I've listened to your lecture during my training at Qingheng University." Chen Jing interrupted him. "You can skip these feelings now, Mr. Zhu was stunned. "I think she wants you to get straight to the point," Lu Xin said. Mr. X's expression was a little complicated. After a while, he said dejectedly, "I'll regularly sponsor some search teams to find some valuable works of art. I'll also give them remuneration and compensation according to the different works of art. And then, through some of my personal channels, they will be transported to the main city for collection or for like-minded people share with each other. I think you understand that this kind of thing is not rare," he added. Chen Jing nodded expressionlessly and raised her voice. "Continue." "It's the same this time, Mr. Su was silent for a moment. "I received news from the wasteland reclaimers outside that they had just returned from an abandoned city not long ago and found some good things. There was also a list attached to it. It included 2 national paintings, a set of well-preserved furniture made from Hainan-scented rosewood from the Ming dynasty, a suitcase of jewelry necklaces, and few jade carvings." "When did this happen?" Chen Jing interrupted him. It was 2 months ago, Mr. Zhu was silent for a moment before he replied in a low voice. "Because I couldn't get away at that time, I let Xiao go out and meet them. In fact, she has done it a few times in the past and is more familiar with it. She also knows the leader of the search team. However, I didn't expect that something would happen to her so soon after she returned. I've been busy treating her and even the goods are piled up in Bengbu port. You should feel lucky," Chen Jing coldly said. "If it wasn't for her, these things would have been transported into the main city." Mr. Zhu was suddenly speechless. After a long while, he let out a low sigh. "It's your turn, Miss Zhu." Chen Jing did not say anything more, but coldly pointed her words at Zhu Xiao, who was snuggling in Mr. X's arms. At this time, the girl seemed to have no energy at all. She had lost a hand and had lost a lot of blood. If Chen Jing had not ordered someone to give her an injection, she would have fainted by now. Although she was still awake, she was sick and listless. When she heard Chen Jing's words, she only glared at the back of Chen Jing's head and looked away. Even Lu Xin, who was standing beside her, found it strange that she still dared to resist. Mr. Zhu suddenly became a little anxious and hurriedly said, "Xiao." Before he could persuade her, Chen Jing had already frowned impatiently. Through the rearview mirror, she looked at Zhu Xiao and her voice became a little low and penetrating. "It's hard to keep a secret in your heart, isn't it?" Lu Xin noticed that her pupils had turned red. "So, you should tell me everything you know. Tell me all the secrets in your heart. Only then can I help you share those secrets." "Right." This time, Chen Jing's words were much gentler and more detailed than the previous times. He had seen the description of hypnosis in old movies. What Chen Jing did was similar, but the specific method was very different. It was different from those hypnotizing people who needed to be done at the right time and with the right method. Chen Jing. This was more like a form of forced hypnosis. No matter how gentle her voice was, her method was very rough and direct. Listening to her words, Zhu Xiao's expression suddenly became a little dazed. From the previous resistance, she slowly became absent-minded, as if she had suddenly fallen into a dream. She was clearly still awake, but it looked like she was sleepwalking. She muttered, When I went to their camp, the people in the search team are all dead." Mr. Zhu was slightly surprised and called out, "Senior Colonel Chen, let her speak. She's currently in a state of deep hypnosis." Shenjing said calmly. If you want to turn her into an idiot, try to disturb her. Mr. Zhu quickly shut his mouth. He was anxious and worried. Zhu Zixiao blurted out everything. The way they died was very terrifying. I saw a few members hugging each other without any clothes on. Some of them even had a pig head in their arms. There were many bullet holes in their bodies. And the person who fired the gun he's the leader of the search team. I know him. He's called the Insurance Association. He's a very loyal person. He was the one who sat on the chair and shot his teammates with the submachine gun at his feet, and he's dead too. He shot himself in the chin with a pistol. I don't know what happened to them, so I quickly went to check what they said before and found that the things they had brought back from the city were still there. And there's one more thing that Fave never mentioned before. That's a painting. I got someone to pack everything up and bribe the old guard of the city patrol army to transport them into the temporary warehouse of Bangbu port. I organized and classified them there. I took the painting away because I can see they valued this painting so much that they thought it was valuable. So I decided to appraise its value. So I removed the black cloth. Upon hearing this, Shenjing, who was in front, frowned. Lu Xin, who was sitting in the back seat, also tilted his head slightly and listened attentively. Mr. Zhu wanted to speak a few times, but in the end, he only sighed and let his daughter speak. He also knew that after confessing the whole thing, his path would definitely be over, and it would implicate many people. This was also the reason why he didn't want others to know in the beginning. However, at this point, what else could he do? That painting, it's so beautiful. Zhu Zixiao was still in a state of confusion. But when she mentioned this painting, her almost unmoving pupils still lit up slightly. In fact, there were faint signs of him breaking through this confusion. Chapter 84 Will Distortion 1. Chapter 84 Will Distortion 1. Shenjing noticed her change in the rearview mirror and gently said, "You should have described the painting in detail to me." Her pupils turned red again, as if 2 red moons were in her eyes. When Zhu Zixiao heard her words, she became a little confused again. She explained in a daze, "It's a red oil painting. It's not created by a well-known artist. And there's no name on the back. But that painting is so beautiful. It's a picture of a chaotic city. The lights are shaking, and everyone is running and killing. All order has disappeared, leaving only distortion and chaos in the city, and in the sky above the city. About 1/3 of the picture is its a crimson moon, and it's looking down at the city below. It's too wonderful." An intoxicated look appeared on Zhu Zixiao's blank face. When I appraised a piece of art in the past, I would only look at its material, how high its spread was before the disaster, its price before the disaster, and its author, but until I saw the painting, I felt that it was not important. All of them are not important. What's important is the feeling of its extreme beauty. It's like there's a painter. When the crimson moon descended and everyone began to go crazy, only he sat quietly by the window, holding a brush in his hand, and left all the shock and beauty of the crimson moon on the canvas. Her voice was originally very wooden, lacking some slight cadence, and only dry narration. But when he talked about this painting, he was filled with passion and fanaticism. Even her face, which had been extremely pale due to excessive blood loss, was now a little red and full of blood. The stark contrast sent chills down Lu Xin and Shenjing's spines. She looked like a lunatic. Shenjing was silent for a while, as if she was outlining the painting in her mind, and then said, "What happened after that?" After that, Zhu Zixiao's attention was forced to move away from the painting, and she appeared to be a lot more wooden. She muttered, "I'm very sure that I like that painting. I want to have it. I didn't want to give it to my father because I was worried that he would sell it to someone else or lock it up, so I hid it first and went back to the city. I didn't tell Dad, because I wanted to. I want to collect this painting without my father knowing." When Mr. Zhu heard this, he sighed deeply and rubbed his face hard. It was only then that he realized why his daughter had not mentioned the existence of this painting to him when she had just returned to the main city and had not gone crazy yet. In fact, if his daughter had told him from the beginning, perhaps everything would not have turned out like this. Dad didn't suspect anything. Zhu Xiaoxiao continued, and my mood has always been very good. My heart is full of hot blood, and I especially want to share it with someone. That feeling seems to be brewing in my heart. Brewing, and getting stronger and stronger. So, I finally couldn't help it and called Kang, who was on night duty, into the bedroom. I feel empty and uncomfortable. I need something to fill me. The content of her description started to be a little explicit, and she didn't feel the slightest bit of shame. Mr. Zhu had been listening at the side with a pained expression on his face. Finally, when Zhu Xiaoxiao told him how she had pulled different men into the bathroom in the bar, he opened his trembling mouth and said in a voice that suppressed Zhu Xiaoxiao's continuous narration of every detail, "Want know what happened after that? Why don't I'll explain it to you? You've never been contaminated, so the truth you tell will be different." Chen Jing directly rejected his words and said indifferently, "If you can't take it, you can cover your ears." Mr. Zhu sighed deeply and bent down, holding his head. That feeling is getting stronger and stronger. Sometimes, I also realize that this is not right. I feel angry, but when that feeling acts up, I feel that it occupies my mind. I don't want to think about anything. I hate my father for stopping me. I think he doesn't understand me at all. I don't want to see Wei Chang either, because I only feel that he is very annoying. I don't like to act normal in front of him. Shen Jing listened carefully and suddenly said softly, "Did you want to do this? Or were you forced to?" "Of course it's because I want to do it," Zhu Xiaoxiao answered without hesitation. In fact, there was a strange excitement on her face. In the past I didn't even dare to think about it. The thoughts that I would only suppress in the bottom of my heart completely rose up. I suddenly felt that nothing was important, and I didn't want to care about anything. I just needed to do that, because by doing that, I could fill myself and fight against the emptiness. That feeling is too wonderful. Zhu Xiaoxiao began to talk about her experience bit by bit. At this time, she became unusually honest. Lu Xin could also feel the change in her from her story. Little by little, it seemed to have penetrated deep into her heart and changed the changes in her behavior. From the initial throbbing, to later becoming indulgent, but still knowing how to hide her actions. And then gradually, she no longer had any sense of shame. She only wanted to pursue that feeling. Nothing else was important. After that, her behavior gradually became crazy in the past month or so, to the point that she could not control it. Finally, it was Lu Xin's first impression of her. During this process, even though Chen Jing had chosen to let her skip the specific details, it still took her a full 10 minutes. Lu Xin's initial embarrassment turned into shock and disbelief at the absurd and bizarre description. Ding! In this twisted and crazy atmosphere, the entire car felt a little depressed. Then, a phone rang. Zhu Xiaoxiao's description was suddenly interrupted, and her eyes seemed empty. Shen Jing frowned and picked up the satellite phone beside her. "What is it?" After listening for a while, she said, "Deal with it according to the previous procedures. I have more important things to do now." After saying that, she hung up the phone. During the investigation, we found traces of several sources of contamination. We've already sent someone to deal with them, Chen Jing casually explained to Lu Xin. After a moment of silence, she looked at Zhu Xiaoxiao through the rearview mirror. She didn't continue to ask her how she felt when she was contaminated. Instead, she asked coldly, "What does it feel like to wake up?" Zhu Xiaoxiao's expression was blank. After a while, she said, Remember everything. After I woke up, I only felt that the crazy feeling of emptiness had disappeared. But I still remember that wonderful feeling. I hope." She paused for a moment before continuing. Her eyes seemed to light up. "I hope to see that painting again. That extremely beautiful painting. I hope to return to how it was before I'm in pain. And I don't want to be awakened by you." Mr. X's eyes widened when he heard her words. He had never expected that his daughter was so eager to see the painting for this reason. Even Lu Xin frowned slightly. He seemed to understand why Zhu Zixiao had such a strange expression when she woke up. After the contamination was cleaned up, the remaining effects, Chen Jing said slowly and looked at Mr. Zhu from the rear-view mirror. You didn't expect this, did you? Mr. Zhu was a little dazed and dejected. After a while, he said, Shi Zixiao only told me that it was a painting that had never been seen in the world, and that it would become a piece of art that would shock the world. This is her major. So I believe in her eyes. And she also said that as long as you cover the painting and don't look at it, there won't be a problem. At this point, he finally could not continue, because she now understood that all of this was actually her daughter's deliberate persuasion. She was his daughter, so she naturally knew where her weakness was. Chen Jing was silent for a moment before she turned to Lu Xin and said, You've done well this time. Lu Xin nodded his head. He understood why Chen Jing said that. It was because of the strange and twisted feeling that the painting brought, as well as the terrible influence it had on Zhu Zixiao. It was hard to imagine what kind of damage and distortion it would cause to the entire Qinggang city if this painting was brought to the main city and seen by more people, or if it suddenly appeared in an art exhibition one day. Especially in the end, this father and daughter. One believed that he had been cured and was doing things based on his own perception, while the other believed in his daughter and felt that he had the ability to control the situation. They both believed that they were doing things based on their own will. However, they did not know that they were still under the influence, and their will had been distorted. I really didn't expect. Mr. X's voice was also a little dry. I knew about the existence of the source of the contamination, but I didn't expect it so serious. You've already received enough warnings, and the reason you don't care enough is because you haven't seen it with your own eyes. Chen Jing replied calmly. You didn't see it with your own eyes because we've dealt with these things. And while we're dealing with these things, you are still creating more trouble for us. You can say that you have been deceived and influenced, but in the end, it is because of your own greed. Mr. Zhu was suddenly speechless. After a long time, he could only sigh in regret. His dignified and arrogant outer shell had been completely peeled off. It was also at this moment that the lights in front had already illuminated the messy cabinets and warehouse. We've arrived at Bangbu Port. Chen Jing took a deep breath. Chapter 85 Parasitic Spiritual Item 1 Chapter 85 Parasitic Spiritual Item 1 Lu Xin had long known that Satellite City No. 2 had a place called Bangbu Port, but he had never visited it. For a long time, he wasn't a person who liked to travel around, and a simple life had become his norm. However, as he grew up in Satellite City No. 2, he knew that the reconstruction of Qinggang City was due to the existence of these ports. When the High Wall City was first built, there were still many lunatics and mutated creatures wandering in the wilderness outside. The transportation of materials to Qinggang City was largely thanks to these ports, and until now, they were one of the most important transportation ports. Of course, the intensive transportation would definitely bring some hidden problems. Just like this Mr. Zhu. When Lu Xin and Chen Jing alighted from the car, they saw that the entire port was filled with armed soldiers. Lu Xin guessed that they had been sent here to station themselves here as soon as Chen Jing received his call. However, before Chen Jing and Lu Xin arrived, they were not allowed to start a search. Chen Jing's pupils were a little demonic red under the chaotic lights of the port. Zhu Zixiao, who had already fallen asleep and was snuggling in Mr. X's arms, opened her eyes in confusion and pointed in a direction. Chen Jing looked around, and two strong soldiers came over, one on the left and one on the right, holding Zhu Zixiao. Then, they strode in the direction she pointed. Around them, 3 warriors with plasma weapons in their arms were guarding them closely. Soon, they had gone deep into the port and found the cabinet where Zhu Zixiao had hidden the painting among the rows of messy cabinets. It was hidden between several rows of tall cabinets and was very inconspicuous. When he saw this chest, Mr. Zhu also looked a little helpless. It was obvious that this was not the place he had previously decided on to store the goods. Zhu Zixiao's previous story had already stated the truth. She had a strong selfish motive, so she had hidden this painting in a place that even he did not know. There were thick iron chains and locks on the cabinet, but without Chen Jing's order. After confirming that the cabinet was the target, the two soldiers beside her had already stepped forward and used a kind of blowtorch that could spray blue flames to melt the iron chains. The clattering of iron chains sliding to the ground was very obvious in the dead silent port. "I'll do it." Lu Xun stepped forward and walked toward the chest. The two soldiers looked at him gratefully, and after receiving Chen Jing's tacit approval, they quietly retreated. Chen Jing's gaze softened as she watched Lu Xun's back as he walked toward the box. If Lu Xun were to describe it, you would think that it was a look of appreciation from a leader. Squeak! Lu Xun opened the door of the cabinet, and a cold breeze blew out. At this moment, everyone subconsciously held their breath, and a few soldiers even raised their guns. But there was nothing unusual in the box. It looked like it had not been opened for a long time. The items inside were simple. Other than a few wooden frames and a few black handbags, there was only a painting covered in black cloth. It was leaning against the wooden shelf in the middle of the cabinet. Lu Xun did not see anything strange in the painting, and Chen Jing's detector did not react either. Lu Xun stepped forward and picked up the painting under everyone's watchful eyes. There was no change. This painting was very light and very ordinary. Only the black cloth covering it made it somewhat mysterious. Lu Xun turned to look at Chen Jing. Chen Jing nodded and said, "Let the support team in." Soon, the heavy and orderly footsteps of the support team could be heard from outside the box. Two men in black protective suits carried, in a flat glass box that was obviously thickened. Lu Xun placed the painting in the box and watched as the team locked it. Then, they handed it to Chen Jing with both hands. The box had a handle on top, which was suitable for Chen Jing to carry. Lu Xun looked at Chen Jing with a worried expression. If she was also contaminated? Chen Jing's eyes swept over, as if she had seen through his thoughts, and said lightly, "Don't worry, I won't be contaminated. The study of this painting will only be carried out in a safe environment, and in the process of escorting it. If there are any abnormalities, I can resist, for a while. Besides," she turned around and glanced at Lu Xun, "if something really happens, don't I still have you?" Lu Xun's face reddened immediately. He turned his head to the side and pretended not to have heard what she said. Chen Jing laughed and turned to the others. "I will personally escort this painting to the research institute in the headquarters. Take Mr. Zhu and the rest back as well. They'll be temporarily quarantined. In addition, the goods they had stored at the port had to be sealed and transported back to the headquarters by two armed teams." The main city began to strictly investigate all the people who had contact with Zhu Zixiao. At the same time, inform the administrative office of Satellite City No. 2 to arrest all the people involved in this smuggling incident at this port. Every time she said a sentence, the person beside her would agree and take note of it. "Follow me back to the guard station first," Chen Jing said to Lu Xun. "The helicopter has been prepared." Lu Xun nodded and followed her out. When they got into the jeep again, Lu Xun moved from the back seat to the front passenger seat under Chen Jing's watchful eyes and put on his seat belt. Chen Jing glanced at him and sat in the driver's seat. "You'll learn how to drive later." Lu Xun nodded, his face a little red. In fact, he knew that in other people's eyes, spider types didn't need to learn how to drive. They should be able to do it as soon as they picked it up. However, he really didn't know how to do it. Besides, he couldn't borrow his sister's power when he drove. Moreover, he felt that he would not be able to drive as well as Chen Jing. When the car was on the road again, it could be clearly felt that the level of defense seemed to be higher. Two black jeeps filled with fully armed soldiers were leading the way, and two cars were following behind. So, what exactly is this painting? On the way, Lu Xun couldn't help but break the silence in the car. "I thought that only living people could become the source of the pollution. You solved the source of contamination codenamed 072 yesterday." Chen Jing did not answer directly, but asked a question in return. "Yeah, That's a pretty low-level case. Lu Xin nodded. To a certain extent, 072 and this painting are essentially the same, Shen Jing said. After a person dies, they become material. However, due to the influence of some powerful spiritual power, they can also become a carrier of the contamination source. This meant that, under certain circumstances, matter could also carry spiritual power. The special contamination source 072 that you dealt with yesterday, and even the contamination source 41 that was related to Kinran, are all in this category. Since the dead can carry spiritual energy, some special items can naturally do the same. Previous research has discovered that through a certain ability or method, one can make certain objects carry and store spiritual energy. Some ability users can even use this special trait to do things that they don't need to do personally. Such items are known as mental parasitism items. Parasitic items. Lu Xin furrowed his brows as he tried to figure out the relationship between the two. Yes. It means that a part of my mental power is parasitized in it. Spiritual energy is something that possesses a certain level of activity. Therefore, things that possess spiritual energy are known as parasites. We have some standard weapons that are made based on this principle. You may need them in the future, Shen Jing explained. Casually, Lu Xin nodded, and didn't say another word as he tried to imagine what a parasitic object like this would look like. He didn't like the quiet, but he wasn't someone who liked to keep talking to others. It had always been like this. During their long interval of questions and answers, the car had already driven into the urban area and came to a main road. It was obvious that the surrounding street lights were gradually increasing, and the traffic flow was also more than that of the small road at the port, weaving back and forth. After an unknown period of time, they drove to a traffic light and the car in front suddenly stopped. Shen Jing waited for a while and could not help but ask through the walkie-talkie. What happened? The driver's reply came from the walkie-talkie. There's an accident up ahead. There's a girl in the middle of the road. A proposal. Chapter 86. Chapter 86. If you love me, you have to be together. Chapter 86. If you love me, you have to be together. Raise your guard. This was Chen Jing's first reaction. Then, she asked in surprise. Propose in the middle of the road. Through the walkie-talkie, the driver of the car in front seemed to be very helpless. He said, yes. She didn't know how he operated it. But after a few seconds, a black electronic screen next to Chen Jing's steering wheel suddenly lit up, and soon displayed an image. The scene captured was the road ahead. They saw 7 or 8 cars blocked together, and several drivers had already gotten out of their cars. Some were whistling, while others were cursing at them to get lost. A few cars away, he could see a girl in a wedding dress in the middle of the road, holding a big bouquet of roses. It had just rained on the road not long ago, and the hems of her wedding dress were already very dirty. The girl looks to be in her 20s. She wore a pair of beautiful large-framed metal glasses. Her hair was combed into a shoulder-length pear-shaped hairstyle, and she had exquisite makeup on. She looked young and fashionable, and was the perfect girlfriend in the eyes of many young boys. The person she was proposing to was a slightly chubby young man. He was wearing a black jacket, jeans, and a pair of white sports shoes. He looked so ordinary that you wouldn't be able to spot him in a crowd. But the strange thing was that the girl in the wedding dress was kneeling on the ground and pushing the roses in her hand to him. She cried, "Why don't you marry me?" There were some busybodies around. They placed their elbows on the car door and shouted, "Agree to her. She's such a good girl." There were also people who shouted, "Hurry up and finish your work. My wife is still waiting for me to come home for dinner." However, in the face of such a beautiful girl's proposal, the boy seemed extremely resistant. As he pushed away the flower she stuffed into his hands, he kept trying to break free from her arms. He shouted, "Are you crazy? What was going on in the middle of the road? We've already broken up. I'm begging you. Please go home. You're not afraid of being laughed at. But I'm afraid of being laughed at by others. I don't. The girl's voice sounded like she was about to cry. Her originally pleasant voice now sounded a little shrill as she shouted, We didn't break up. I didn't agree to it. You were the one who said you loved me so much. Why don't you want me now? The chubby young man seemed to be a little weak at this time, and his voice was almost pleading. But you were the one who wanted to break up with me before. I even wanted to ask you why. If it weren't for my friend, I wouldn't even know that you were going on a date with so many people behind my back since we've broken up. Then let's break up. I don't care what you want to do. Just let me go home. Okay. The one I like is you. The girl shrieked. I just realized that I like you. I've already broken up with those people. I've decided that I'll only see you in the future. I want to be with you forever. Isn't this what you wanted in the past? Then why don't you want? More and more cars were affected, and they were all piled together. More and more people came to watch the show, and some shouted, "What's the fuss about if there's anything? Why don't you just go home and roll around?" Someone else shouted, "The little girl is so beautiful. Why are you pestering him? Please consider me." Under the crowd's jeers and scoldings, the young man could not bear the thought of running away anymore. He pulled his arm hard, again, almost pulling the girl to the ground. However, even with so much force, he still could not break free from the girl's hand. He only pulled her to the side and almost fell to the ground with her. He anxiously shouted, "Let me go. Let me go. I won't let go unless you tell me why you don't love me anymore." The girl screamed. "Love is like this. You said it yourself." The young man was annoyed and finally couldn't help but shout, "I'm not like you. You're fine with it and you break up with it just like that. Look at you now. You're like a lunatic. Why do you follow me like crazy? Why do you have to interfere with what I say to my colleagues? Why do you have to quarrel with people when I look at them? Why do you suddenly jump out of the road and propose to me?" As he shouted, he tried to pry the girl's hand off him, as if he was trying to escape with his life. The onlookers were getting impatient. Some of them started to honk their car horns. "What's all this nonsense?" In the car, Shenjing could not help but frown after taking a few glances. Someone go out and pull them to the side of the road also. Inform the investigation team to observe this girl after the incident. I feel that her mental state is a little off. The voice of the soldier in front came from the walkie-talkie. Yes. Then, the sound of a car door opening and a person getting out of the car could be heard. When the armed soldier with the gun walked into the image, the quarrel between the man and woman in front of him escalated. The girl's strength was finally not as strong as the young man's. Seeing that the young man was about to break free, she suddenly jumped up and shouted, "Because I love you. I found out that I love you, and I also know that you love me. If you love me, why do you still have to look at others? Why do you still want to break up with me? I already love you so much. So why can't you love me the same way?" As she shouted these words, she pounced on the young man. She hugged the young man and desperately stretched her head to kiss. Although the young man was strong, he obviously couldn't push the girl away. Immediately, his face and forehead were covered with the red lips from the girl's kiss, and this red color was becoming more and more intense. Suddenly, the young man screamed, shocking everyone to open their eyes wide and look. They saw that the young man's mouth was already covered in blood as he fell in panic, while the girl had a piece of meat in her mouth. The kiss turned into a hiss. "I love you. I love you so much that I don't want to be separated from you forever. I'm going to eat you." The girl screamed and once again kissed the young man fiercely and heavily. Or rather, it bit down. The young man struggled with all his might, but the sound of his struggle was getting smaller and smaller, and his cries were getting lower and lower. The girl's crazy screams filled the air. Her voice seemed to have a magical power as it constantly hit everyone's eardrums. The people who were watching the show, as well as the metal fighter who had tried to pull them to the side, were all shocked by the crazy scene in front of them. They all stopped what they were doing and stared at the scene in front of them in a daze. The roses in the girl's arms had already scattered all over the ground. The silk tied to the roses had been untied, and the roses had also been untied, mixing with the young man's blood. This scene seemed to have some kind of magic, and it was reflected in everyone's pupils. Chapter 87 Sudden Mental Pollution 1. Chapter 87 Sudden Mental Pollution 1. Lu Xin's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the changes in the image. Even though he was watching through the screen, he could still feel an extremely strange feeling. Chen Jing, who was beside him, also had a sudden change in expression. At this time, the satellite phone in Chen Jing's hand suddenly rang. In this dead silence, the ringing of the satellite phone seemed to be the only abnormality in the still picture. The people on the screen suddenly turned their heads and looked at the camera. Meanwhile, countless gazes from behind the glass windows of Lu Xin's car turned toward them. Sudden mental pollution. In the dead silence, Chen Jing suddenly shouted into the walkie-talkie, "Retreat immediately." As she shouted, she turned the steering wheel and stepped on the gas pedal. This high-performance, monster-like Jeep suddenly turned at an unbelievable angle and hit the rear of the Jeep in front of it. Then, the monster crashed into the railing by the side of the road with a ferocious attitude. Due to the chaos in front, there were a lot of vehicles piled up around them. It seemed that they had been trapped in the middle. Chen Jing had already observed the surroundings at this moment. Only the upper left side was the gap between the two cars. She drove the car and prepared to rush through the middle. This way, the two cars would only be slanted by her instead of being split in half by the Jeep. The lives of the people in the car could be saved, and she could rush down the crowded main road. The thin metal railing could not withstand the impact of the Jeep. Outside the railing, there were steps that were about 1 meter high and a drain. With the Jeep's high performance and chassis, it was a simple task to rush down the steps and drains. Everything happened in a flash, and Chen Jing made the right decision. At the same time she made these decisions and immediately carried them out, the scene outside the car suddenly became chaotic. The girl who was fanatical in love with the young man had already pounced on the unmoving young man and was seriously and carefully biting his flesh. She strictly carried out her promise to be with him. Her white wedding dress was stained red with blood and was cut open. It was like a shocking rose blooming. As for the people who were looking at the girl in a daze, after the initial shock, they slowly looked at each other. Then, their gazes gradually became fanatical. "Zhao Qin, I love you." Suddenly, someone shouted and got into his car. He hugged the woman in the passenger seat and kissed her wildly. "Honey, I love you. Wait for me to come back." Someone started the car and rushed forward while screaming. He didn't care if there was anyone in front of the car. A series of chaos spread out from the girl in the blood-red wedding dress. Soon, the chaos escalated. During this period, there were only a few people who seemed to be lonely. They stood in the middle in a daze, as if they didn't know who to look for. However, they were quickly drowned out by the other fanatical people. At No. 2 Satellite City East Jiudiang Road, there's an incident of mental corruption. Quickly send people over to clean up. Thanks to Chen Jing's quick reaction, the Jeep had already rushed down the road when the chaos and madness spread. Chen Jing shouted on the satellite phone as she stepped on the gas and rushed to a small path. At this moment, a car that had been very quiet on the road suddenly opened its door. A middle-aged man with a cigar in his mouth came out from the front passenger seat. He was wearing a tattered leather jacket. His hair was greasy, and he had a huge pair of sunglasses on his face. He pulled out a black grenade launcher from the car and set it on the roof. He narrowed his eyes and aimed at Chen Jing's Jeep, which was about to increase its horsepower. The next moment, he pulled the trigger. Brother, run quickly. Due to Chen Jing's series of violent actions, Lu Xin, who had fastened his seat belt, was almost thrown out of the car. Suddenly, he heard his sister's voice. He turned around and saw his sister sitting in the back seat, smiling strangely at him. He was slightly shocked, and he saw a flash of fire in the corner of his eye. It was a self-propelled howitzer with a long flame at the tail. From the corner of Lu Xin's eyes, it seemed to have slowed down. However, in reality, the moment it was launched, it had already reached the side of the Jeep within a second. The bullet was slightly lowered, and its trajectory seemed to have changed. But then, the howitzer exploded below the Jeep, and the huge fire instantly drowned out all the noise around. Then, the monster-like heavy jeep was directly blown away and hit the building next to it. It bounced back from the building. The window, tempered glass, and body frame were deformed, broken, and shattered at the same time. In the car, Lu Xin felt as if he had just experienced a huge earthquake. At the moment of the explosion, he saw his sister reach out to him. Then, his body became flexible and bent in a strange way, which allowed his body to automatically dissolve the force of the impact. However, in this completely distorted and almost abandoned car, many glass shards and metal fragments pierced into his body at the same time. The world was spinning, and his body was in pain. When the indescribable dizziness and pain faded a little, the shaking scene reappeared in front of his eyes. He saw that he was crushed under the car and half of his body was out of the car. A piece of shard pierced through his thigh. On the other side, Chen Jing was using all her strength to push open the door on the other side. A figure in black camouflage and a pair of old military boots appeared in his field of vision. He was holding a grenade launcher in his hand, and was walking over leisurely. He picked up the glass box not far away. It was the box that contained the Crimson Moon oil painting. Because it was made of special materials, the glass box was still intact even after the violent explosion and fall. Lu Xin stared at the man's back and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. As he was thinking, the man picked up the box and turned back to the jeep. He revealed a strange smile on his face. Qin Ran. At this moment, Lu Xin suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if his mind had cleared up. That man had Qin Ran's face. Chapter 88 Killing Weapon 1. Chapter 88 Killing Weapon 1. As the first time he was fully involved in the investigation and the final cleanup of special contamination source No. 042. Qin Ran left a deep impression on Lu Xin. Even though the matter had been resolved, the research department had not been able to provide a definite explanation until the end. This made Lu Xin think of this person every now and then, and he felt an indescribable sense of absurdity. However, he never thought that he would see Qin Ran again. In the previous notice, Qin Ran and Kui Wang had been sent to the shelter. How did he suddenly escape? Or perhaps, he didn't escape at all. Was this really another Qin Ran? Lu Xin's hair stood on end as a strange feeling filled his mind, causing him to forget the predicament he was in. Lu Xin, are you alright? Soon, the dizziness and the strange feeling after seeing Qin Ran's face rushed into his brain. The blankness in his mind disappeared. The noise and impact around him, as well as Chen Jing's screams, made Lu Xin come back to his senses. He looked back and saw Chen Jing struggling to kick open the door and climb out, shouting for him. When he turned around, he saw that Qin Ran had already boarded a car by the roadside with a glass box. "I'm fine," Lu Xin replied, only to realize that his voice had gone hoarse. He wanted to break free, but found that his body was stuck and he couldn't break free. His eyes turned around quickly, looking for something in the carriage. Soon, he found his sister. At this time, the younger sister was still sitting in the back seat of the car. Because the jeep had turned over, she was sitting in the back seat and hanging upside down in the car. It looked extremely strange, and her eyes were shining at this time, and her long black hair hung down. It was only when Lu Xin's eyes turned to look at her that she slowly got up and climbed up the roof of the car to stand in front of him. His eyes were fixed on Lu Xin's thigh, the most severely injured part of his body. "Brother, you're injured." There was a strange excitement on her face. It was as if Lu Xin's injury had made her feel the wonderful feeling of her body being torn apart. Or perhaps it was the bright red color of blood that had stimulated her. Lu Xin even felt that she was about to burst out laughing. It's good to pull it out. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his sister's reaction. He just felt that she was focusing on the wrong thing and reminded her of what she should do now. The younger sister nodded her head hard and hung upside down in the carriage. Then, she reached out her two small hands and grabbed the metal sheet. "Kaila." She immediately pulled it out for Lu Xin. There were some bright red tendrils on it. In an instant, blood gushed out like a fountain. Lu Xin groaned in pain as he was overwhelmed by the immense pain. Looking at the blood that gushed out, the younger sister gently licked her lips. She then spread her tiny arms and hugged Lu Xin's injured leg. As if he was hugging her little bear, he shook her gently. "Brother, don't cry. It won't hurt anymore if you have more wounds." The moment she came into contact with Lu Xin, he felt a chill run through his body. His wounds no longer hurt, and in fact, he felt a sense of exhilaration. This cleared his mind, and with a slight twist of his body, he nimbly climbed out of the broken carriage at an unimaginable angle. By the time he stood up, the wound on his leg was already contracting, stopping the blood from flowing out. It was as if he was bandaging his wound. Even the pain had been cut off, and it no longer affected Lu Xin's nerves. "Lu Xin, did you see the source of special contamination number 42? At the same time, Shen Jing had also climbed out of the carriage. She looked at Lu Xin and called out to him in a low voice. Lu Xin turned around and saw that she was in a sorry state. Her neat, short hair was in a mess, and her black suit was covered in oil and dust. Her white shirt covered her flat abdomen, and there was a large patch of red. It was an electronic control board that had almost cut open her lower abdomen. However, the woman did not seem to care about her injury at all. She pulled out the walkie-talkie near the steering wheel and looked ahead anxiously. In front of him was the car that Qin Ran had boarded with the glass box. Qin Ran was not nervous, but he did not waste any time. The car had already started and he stepped on the gas pedal. "Shan Bing, can you still move?" Chen Jing's form of address had become Lu Xin's codename. She gritted her teeth and looked at him. Lu Xin nodded as he stared at the car. Whether it was the strange appearance of this Qin Ran or the way he attacked the car with a howitzer, Lu Xin's curiosity was piqued. With his sister by his side, of course he had to make this man stay. Before he could do anything, his sister pulled on his sleeve. Lu Xin turned around and his body turned cold. Just as Lu Xin and Chen Jing were struggling to get out of the car, a few cars on the side of the road that had not moved during the chaos opened their doors at the same time and a few people stepped out. Some of them were thin, some were muscular, and they were dressed in different clothes. Some of them looked like office workers, while others were the greasy bosses of the company. However, their actions were uniform. Some went to the back of the car and opened their trunks. Some opened the back seat, got in, and opened the side door. Some even carried a metal object and placed it on the engine cover. What they had brought up or pushed out was the same thing. In front of them were 6 barrels embedded with metal rings, followed by a heavy gun body sprayed with black paint, a green painted clip, tightly inserted in the bullet groove, and behind them were expressionless faces holding the gun handles. The 6 pitch-black barrels were lined up in a row and pointed at Lu Xin and Chen Jing from different positions. One of them was pointing at the other cars of the investigation team. Chen Jing suddenly realized this and gasped. Her action of pulling off the walkie-talkie also slowed down. She knew what it was. After the catastrophe, it had made great contributions in dealing with the lunatics all over the world. Because it was too lethal, it had left an indelible impression on everyone who had seen its firepower. It had once become the favorite of the wasteland reclaimers and the wilderness knights after the catastrophe. It was an imitation of the M163 heavy multi-barrel rotary machine gun with a firing rate of more than 6,000 per minute. This was a weapon specially used for killing. Now, there were at least 6 of these weapons pointing at her and Lu Xin in a fan-shaped formation. The man named Qin Ran had already planned everything. He had considered the possibility of them chasing after him, so he did not plan to leave anyone alive. At this moment, even she felt despair. Chapter 89 Sense of Security 1. Chapter 89 Sense of Security 1. Da-da-da. Suddenly, all the gun barrels turned at the same time and spewed out blue flames. It was as if the earth, the surrounding vehicles, and the railings on the road were shaking at the same time. Standing on the ground, one could feel the earth going numb, as if an electric current had spread through one's body in advance, and one's nose was filled with the thick smell of gunpowder. The air was torn apart piece by piece, and the bullets with terrifying power rushed out of the barrel, leaving a series of fine holes in the surrounding vehicles and the ground. At least 4 or 5 of the armed men who were guarding the front and back of the car noticed the change and quickly got out of the car. They were directly exposed to the terrifying firepower without any defense. Kai! 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 Blood splattered everywhere. The bulletproof vests they were wearing were almost useless as they were directly torn into pieces. And this was just them being pointed at by a multi-barreled revolving machine gun. On the other side, Lu Xin and Chen Jing, who were being targeted by 6 converted machine guns, were almost drowned in bullets. They heard deafening noises, as if a sky full of wasps were flying over. Lu Xin was overwhelmed by a sense of despair as he was drowned by the dense barrage of bullets. He did not know as much about this weapon as Chen Jing, but he had heard of it. However, even if he had heard it too many times, he would only realize its fear when such a terrifying hot weapon was aimed at him. The ear-piercing noise, the demonic sound of spinning, the sound of bullets, and even the sound of ammunition that spread and shells falling to the ground. These sounds shouldn't have been heard by him at the same time, but they were unusually clear at this moment. Spider types could dodge bullets, but that depended on what kind of bullet it was and what kind of situation it was in. Now that he was surrounded by 5 revolving machine guns and facing the overwhelming firepower, he only felt that his mind was blank and his body was trembling as if he had lost all ability to think. He only felt that a destructive aura had enveloped his body. Kai 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 kai. Lu Xin's ears were filled with the sound of bullets tearing through the air from the black holes of the 5 machine guns 3 to 4 meters away. It was as if countless fire snakes were roaring and charging it. The heat wave came with a pungent smell of saltpeter. Thump thump. Lu Xin's heart skipped a beat. It was painful, but Lu Xin felt a sense of familiarity. It was a feeling of despair. Subconsciously, he raised his palm weakly and blocked in front of him. Silly child. He could clearly sense the endless bullets flying towards him, but he was not injured. Just as Lu Xin's despair reached its peak, he felt a shadow approach him. This made him suddenly feel a strange sense of security. He opened his eyes slowly. Looking up, he saw the blue flames of the Gatling gun barrel flashing in front of him, and he saw his mother's elegant and exquisite figure. She was wearing a well-cut, exquisite tailor-made, pure white evening gown and a small silver white bag in her hand. She was wearing a pair of high heels with gold embellishments and a gray top hat. A simple, but extremely shiny platinum rose necklace was tied around her neck. She had an indescribable noble and elegant temperament, which was in sharp contrast with the overturned car behind her. The flames that soared into the sky, and the chaos caused by the flying bullets. She walked over with light steps and bent down to hug Lu Xin and her sister. Countless bullets whizzed through the air and hit her. Each of those bullets had the power to pierce through steel plates and even tear a living person apart. However, none of the countless bullets hit her mother's body, nor did any of them miss. She endured all of them with her body. Behind her, one could see an endless amount of blood splattering, turning the entire place dark red. Countless bullets rained down on her, causing her body to tremble slightly. It was like the flickering images that appeared when the power supply of the desktop computer in the office was unstable. The crisscrossing horizontal and vertical lines and the changing colors of the spots made her mother's figure at this time look exquisite, but not real. However, she still appeared in front of him, using herself as a shield to shield Lu Xin and his sister from all the bullets. Lu Xin could even feel the power of the bullets that were fired at her. It was a terrifying aura that could tear everything apart and blast everything into pieces. But her mother stood there without moving, letting the bullets hit her body. There was even a faint smile on her delicate face. There was also an unfathomable excitement and a strange smile. As the bullet continued to fire, she complained to Lu Xin, "Didn't we agree not to be bullied? Why did you still put yourself in such danger?" Lu Xin's heart was filled with a strange feeling, and he didn't know what to say. That's... Chen Jing thought she was dead. That ear-piercing gunshot should be the last sound he heard. However, She didn't expect that she didn't feel anything after the loud sound of the shot and the roar lasted for a few seconds. This caused her heart to skip a beat, and she abruptly raised her head. Then, her eyes instantly widened and she stared straight ahead. In front of her, closer to the side of the road, was Lu Xin. Lu Xin had been threatened by the bullets earlier than she had been, so he should have been torn to pieces by now. However, when she looked over, she saw a scene that she would never forget for the rest of her life. Lu Xin stood rooted to the ground, his hand raised subconsciously as if he was trying to cover his eyes. In front of him, a dense barrage of bullets appeared. The bullets were embedded in Lu Xin's chest, about 30 centimeters away from him. It looked like they were frozen in the air by an invisible force, unable to move forward or fall, because there were so many bullets, and they were still flying over endlessly, so that those bullets actually formed a strange image. At first glance, it looked like a human figure, a vague but complete human figure. If one had to give a simple explanation, it would be Lu Xin holding up a telekinetic shield, and this shield had actually blocked the combined fire of 5 multi-barreled revolving machine guns. At this moment, Chen Jing almost stopped breathing. She felt an indescribable fear. On another level, the shock was even greater than seeing 5 minigun aimed at him. This must be. How powerful is his spiritual energy? Chapter 90 The Riot in the City 1. Chapter 90 The Riot in the City 1. Every spirit mutant had their own telekinesis, and it was only a matter of strength. The weak would find it hard to even hold an apple, only using it as a form of sensing power. The strongest ability user Chen Jing had ever seen was someone who could turn his telekinesis into a bullet and kill his opponent from 100 meters away. But now, what she saw was a person who could use his telekinesis to block 5 6-barrel rotary machine guns at close range. Moreover, he had held on for at least 3 to 4 seconds. The strength he displayed was simply. Chen Jing inexplicably thought of the 3-story building of the Red Moon Orphanage that had been destroyed by telekinesis. Chen Jing quickly reacted and bit her lip hard. She was using the pain to wake herself up, and using an almost vicious will to make herself do the right thing. Blood oozed out of her lips and Chen Jing's pupils suddenly turned red. Then, her voice was heard. It was low and deep, and it had an abnormal penetrative power. This sound seemed to have some kind of magic. Even the unusually noisy and ear-piercing sound of bullets around it could not drown it out. It was like a substance in certain sense, slowly but unstoppably surging towards the people holding guns in front of them. You have the most powerful weapons in your hands. With them, you can destroy everything in front of you. Do you feel like you're the kings of the world with this destructive power? But there is only one king of the world. Since you have such a terrifying weapon in your hands, why don't you take a look at each other? Let's see whose firepower is stronger. Lu Xin turned around when he heard the voice. Then, he saw Chen Jing, who had a calm expression and bloodred eyes. It seemed to be brighter than the crimson moon in the sky. Just as Chen Jing's voice rang out, the Gatling guns' roar suddenly stopped. It could be seen that the people who were pushing the Gatling guns looked a little confused at this time, as if they had forgotten to shoot. After a moment of shock, their faces suddenly showed some fanatical expressions, as if they were overconfident. Then, they turned their guns at the same time and pointed at the people who were also pushing their weapons. There were exactly 6 of them, and they were carefully divided into groups of 2. After that, the sound of gunfire roared again. However, this time, the gunshots only lasted for a moment before they fell to the ground. From the wound torn by the bullet, only a faint red liquid flowed out. It didn't look like blood, but more like mucus. Some of them were injured on the body, while others were injured on the head. Their actions were also extremely strange. Those who were injured on the body seemed to be struggling to stretch their limbs, while those who were injured on the head were turning their bodies in a strange way. One of them had half of his head blown off, revealing a grayish, white material. It looked dry and did not have any elasticity. A modified human. That Kinran had left a few of his modified people here to ambush them. Perhaps he was prepared for these losses. However, It was precisely because these few modified mental humans had been abandoned and were only used to snipe aptitude users, who might affect their painting-snatching mission, that Chen Jing could use her ability to affect these modified mental humans and make them kill each other. Otherwise, the ability users would exert their influence nearby, and the modified mental humans were much more difficult to deal with than ordinary people. The moment the bullets stopped, Lu Xin raised his head and looked at his mother. At this moment, her mother was patting her body gently, as if she was sweeping away the dust on her body. Countless bullets fell from her body, creating a clear and pleasant sound. His mother looked as if she had just come out of a shopping mall. Not only was there no wound, but there was not even a crease on her clothes. She looked at Lu Xin with a smile, as if she was teasing a child who failed to live up to her expectations. This time, you were bullied very badly. Lu Xin hesitated for a moment before nodding his head in agreement. Then, a smile appeared on his face, as if he was mocking himself. He said in a low voice, "Yeah, I almost died." The younger sister suddenly became alert. She subconsciously moved away from Lu Xin and tilted her head to look at him. Lu Xin's mother looked at Lu Xin quietly. The smile on her face grew wider, but the look in her eyes was a little strange. Lu Xin also lifted his head and flashed a smile at his mother. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. It was a smile of understanding, as if they were of the same mind. At the same time, Shenjing, who used her ability to deal with the snipers, had already torn off her coat and tightly wrapped it around the wound on her abdomen. Under the cut white shirt, a small piece of pink lace could be seen. Block Satellite City No. 2. Immediately after she quickly bandaged the wound, she immediately took out the satellite phone that had been ringing nonstop and said sternly, "The oil painting retrieved from Bengbuport has already been snatched away. The other party is suspected to be an armed force from outside the city. They came prepared and had already begun their plans also. There's a sudden pollution incident related to Red Rose on Jiujiang Road, and it's spreading." After giving out a few orders, she suddenly quieted down and listened to the other side's reply. Then, her expression changed slightly. Her lips, which had turned pale from the loss of blood, trembled slightly. Satellite City No. 2. Issue a level 1 warning. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned to Lu Xin and said, "This isn't the only special pollution incident in Satellite City No. 2. There are also signs of serious, sudden, and large-scale pollution in other urban areas, due to the lack of warning and preparation. Most of them have already shown signs of spreading. The threat level is at C grade and above," she said nervously, but her voice suddenly lowered slightly. She noticed that Lu Xin's eyes had lost their focus. His expression was a little strange, as if he was lost. It was hard to tell if he was smiling or thinking about something. "Ayo, it's getting messy." Her mother chuckled and covered her mouth with her hand. However, her eyes were fixed on Lu Xin the entire time. With a half smile, she said, "What do you want to do?" "I'm also thinking about what I should do." Lu Xin raised his head and looked in the direction that Qin Ran had left in after getting the painting. Her mother said gently, "That person was very fierce. He stole your painting and almost killed you and your sister. He took what he wanted and left. I guess he was still laughing at you all for being fools in his heart. So, how do you want to deal with this?" Lu Xin stood there quietly, seemingly troubled by the same question. "Look at your sister. She's so scared." Her mother smiled. Lu Xin turned around and saw his sister staring at him with a look of wariness on her face. Her tiny body was tensed up. It seemed like he was about to escape at any moment. In fact, from the looks of it, it seemed more like she was afraid of him. But so what? Lu Xin didn't want to think about this question. He only felt a throbbing pain in his temple, making him a little upset. He was feeling anxious. Chapter 91 Chapter 91 Level 1 Alert 1. Chapter 91 Level 1 Alert 1. Lu Xin, did you hear what I just said? Lu Xin Chenjing shouted anxiously. She even wanted to go up and pull Lu Xin. However, even though Lu Xin was just standing there quietly, he was exuding an indescribable sense of danger. This made Chen Jing, who had experienced countless dangerous events, feel a deep fear. Subconsciously, she had a sense of danger, and she did not dare to touch Lu Xin. She didn't know if this was because Lu Xin had used up too much of his mental strength, or if there was some other reason, but she could sense that he was in a terrible state. Woo! It was also at this moment that a heavy and loud alarm suddenly rang out from the distance. This kind of sound had a heavy power and a terrifying texture. It suddenly came from all parts of Satellite City No. 2 like a tide. It quickly passed through all the buildings and streets in Satellite City No. 2 with a terrifying force, shocking every resident of Satellite City No. 2. It seemed that their souls were greatly shaken at this moment. This was the warning that she had just requested. Every time such an alarm sounded, it meant that Satellite City No. 2 had entered a level 1 alert state. Everyone immediately looked for the nearest cover to hide, or else their lives could be in danger at any time. In the past, such an alarm would only appear when there was a large-scale group of lunatics attacking the Highwall City. In the memory of the people in the city, this kind of alarm had not sounded for almost 10 years. Even Lu Xin raised his head slightly when he heard the alarm. The entire Satellite City No. 2 is under the threat of pollution. The entire city is in chaos. Shan Bing, do you still have the ability to carry out missions? It was also at this time that Chen Jing was speaking anxiously. She didn't know if her words would have any effect on Lu Xin, but she felt that something was wrong, so she kept talking to Lu Xin. This was one of the experiences she had concluded after facing many mental pollution incidents. The entire city is in chaos. Lu Xin suddenly frowned and turned to look at Chen Jing. His eyes were focused, and a human-like worried expression appeared on his face. Chen Jing's heart relaxed. She nodded quickly and said, "At least 4 large-scale mental pollution incidents have broken out, and all of them have spread. Everyone in Satellite City No. 2 is under threat. The first level emergency defense system has been activated. But I'll talk to you on the phone." Lu Xin's heart skipped a beat as he began to panic. Everyone in Satellite City No. 2 is under threat. This sentence seemed to have triggered him. The confusion on his face suddenly disappeared. He hurriedly said something to Chen Jing and rushed forward. He took a step and jumped onto the road. At this time, the road was in chaos. There were countless car accidents and people who were affected by the bullet just now. There were even more people who seemed to have gone crazy and were running into the distance. Lu Xin's eye swept across the area and saw a motorcycle lying on the ground. The owner of the motorcycle had been injured in the accident and was now lying on the ground in pain. Lu Xin stepped forward and helped the motorcycle up. Thank you, the owner of the car shouted. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Xin had already stepped onto the motorcycle and stepped on the accelerator. The car was driven out at a strange angle, and he was about to slip and fall. At this moment, Lu Xin suddenly turned around and looked at his sister. Lu Xin's sister, who had been staring at him warily, broke into a smile when she saw his expression. "Big brother," she cried out in joy as she quickly crawled on the ground to catch up to Lu Xin. She then jumped up high and hugged him from behind. The motorcycle, which was about to fall to the ground, turned around at an unbelievable angle. Black smoke spewed out of the rear barrel. Then, it went around a few cars at the speed of a rocket and drove toward the center of the city. Only the car owner was left behind. He is seeing Lu Xin's actions. Chen Jing was slightly taken aback. Then, she suddenly thought of something and felt relieved. She wiped her lips and strode back. 4 armed soldiers were already in front of her with guns in their hands. There were a total of 16 armed soldiers in the 4 cars in front and behind her who were responsible for security and protection. However, in the chaos and crazy firing of the revolving machine guns, 12 soldiers had been sacrificed. Now, only 4 were left alive to report to her. The pollution in Jiujiang Road is spreading. Chen Jing held the phone tightly in her hand and tried hard to recall every scene she had just seen. She said anxiously, "The corruption is suspected to be related to a girl who proposed to her. The target of the corruption seemed to have an unusual love for her lover and partner. accompanied by an extreme possessiveness, the kind that wants to eat each other. Give 2 orders to all the investigation teams. First, if you see anyone with abnormal behavior or mental abnormalities, immediately stop them and interrogate them. If the other party is eager to find a partners in various meanings, if they couldn't be persuaded, their means of transportation would be destroyed. Immediately. Killing is allowed. Second, immediately inform everyone to lock the doors and windows through radio, television, and all other media, and hide immediately. Be good and hide. Don't even think about looking for your family, especially a F-seeking couple. Same gender also counts. As she gave these orders, she kept walking forward. The wound on her abdomen was pulled and there was intense pain. But she didn't even frown. Ha. Without even looking, she raised her gun and killed 2 contaminated people who had already launched violent attacks on the opposite sex in the car next to her. Then, she passed through the surrounding chaotic area and came to the front of the chaos, where the girl who proposed to her boyfriend was. At this moment, the girl in the wedding dress was kneeling on a pile of debris. Her abdomen was protruding in a strange shape, and her wedding dress was almost completely red. She knelt there in a daze, her head raised and her eyes looked empty. Its mouth was wide open, and there was a blood-red substance inside. Her entire body was like a statue, and there was almost no sign of life on her. Shenjing took an electronic device from the armed soldier beside her, took a picture, and sent it out. Then, she whispered to the 4 warriors to guard her side. He slowly squatted down in front of the girl, slowly reached out, and pressed her shoulder. Her pupils had turned into scarlet red. You should have told me everything that happened. Your experience with him. The girl didn't move. Her eyes were dull, and her pupils seemed to be dissipating. Actually, you're not dead yet. The red in Chen Jing's eyes deepened. You can still feel me and hear what I say. Right, a dead man can't hear me. So you're still alive. You're still alive because you still have a secret in your heart. So, you wish to tell me this secret before you die, without holding anything back. Under her penetrating voice, the girl's already stiff body trembled imperceptibly. His already dilated pupils also showed signs of contracting. The armed soldiers who were standing guard around him couldn't help but shiver. They naturally knew about the legend of the headquarters. They recruited people with all kinds of strange abilities. Some of them would flirt with all the female colleagues who looked decent every time they went to the main city for a meeting. Some of them had looks that could make everyone fall in love with them. Some of them never allowed anyone to come within 3 meters of them. The one who left the deepest impression on them was a woman among them. It was said that she had the ability to wake up the dead and interrogate them. This city had always been protected by the mad scientist. Beside them, her mother, who had been quietly watching, suddenly smiled. Then, she turned around and walked into the chaotic crowd. Chapter 92 Chapter 92 Official Start of Work 1 Chapter 92 Official Start of Work 1 Woo-woo. Lu Xin sped through the city like a madman. In his hands, the motorcycle seemed to have become the most agile tool in the world. He didn't care about the road condition, whether it was the chaotic traffic or the blocked roads. He accelerated to his maximum speed. He flew past countless car roofs and jumped down from overpasses. And when the motorcycle really couldn't go around it, or needed to go around a long way, he even lifted the handle of the motorcycle. The motorcycle's wheels seemed to have magnetic forces, and they could run along the wall at a nearly vertical angle for a long distance. Before returning to the ground, he used this crazy speed to cross the chaotic city. He saw a lot of crazy scenes. Some people were crazily hugging their loved ones and kissing them desperately, as if they were trying to merge into one, completely ignoring the crashing cars around them and the panicked crowd. He saw a group of red-eyed young girls in cool clothes frantically chasing after a bald uncle. He saw someone standing in the chaotic crowd in confusion and panic, shouting a name loudly, but not knowing where to go to find it. At the same time, he also saw a middle-aged woman wearing a red armband holding a loudspeaker and shouting loudly, asking the panicked crowd to quickly hide behind the rolled-up curtain door. Fully armored fighters were moving all kinds of obstacles to block the traffic points on the main roads. Sometimes, those crazy vehicles had almost hit them. Even Lu Xin, who had rushed over on his motorcycle, was being investigated by a team of soldiers and pointed at him with countless. Lu Xin could have rushed over, but he still took out his identification from his pocket and raised it high. The soldier in charge looked at the identification and immediately became nervous. He saluted Lu Xin and shouted, "Where are you going?" "The guard station." "I'm going," Lu Xin replied hurriedly. Before the captain could get his men to move the obstacles away, Lu Xin had already stepped on the accelerator and jumped over. The captain shouted from behind, "Be careful at the intersection behind. There's a member of the special operations team in a black military suit and riding a motorcycle. The license plate of the motorcycle was seized on his way to the guard station. Let him in at all intersections and there's no need to check." The road behind them became smoother, and the few obstacles that Lu Xin had encountered were removed. However, with Lu Xin's speed, there were times when he had already rushed over before they could move. Lu Xin picked up his pace and finally arrived at the guard station. However, he did not enter the station. Instead, he ran as fast as he could toward an apartment building about 300 meters to the west. This was the new place that Red Moon Orphanage had moved to. From a distance, he could see a row of armed soldiers below the building. This made Lu Xin's heart jump to his throat. Was he still too late? The motorcycle sped up and slid forward. Lu Xin jumped down from the motorcycle and rushed upstairs. However, at this moment, 3 armed soldiers had already come forward. "Mr. Shanbing." Lu Xin was slightly taken aback. He immediately recognized the 3 people. They were the investigation team that he had previously worked with. The one walking in front was the bearded team leader, Shang Hui, and behind him were the other 2 members of the investigation team, the shy young man and another serious-looking, slightly chubby member. From their expressions, it seemed like they had been waiting for Lu Xin to arrive. Above he asked hurriedly, "Everyone's perfectly fine up there. The chaos in the city didn't affect them." Shang Hui immediately replied. Lu Xin heaved a sigh of relief, as if a huge rock had been lifted off his chest. Then, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. "You guys are. Senior Colonel Chen has ordered us to come and protect him if there's any trouble in the city. The reason I asked them to move here is because the headquarters of our investigation team is just next door." Shang Hui replied. Lu Xin's mind went blank for a moment before he suddenly understood many things. No wonder Chen Jing had ordered the orphanage to move. No wonder she was willing to collect rent from him. It was no wonder that she didn't even ask him where he was going when he rushed here just now. At the same time, a strange emotion welled up from the bottom of his heart. When he heard that the chaos had covered the entire satellite city, he became extremely anxious. This was what he was worried about. But now, his worry, or rather, his fear, was magnified in the chaos. This was why Lu Xin had rushed over to the city when he heard that the entire city was in chaos. However, at this time, he found that his worries had been taken into account by others in advance and that appropriate arrangements had been made. He felt a long-lost sense of peace and relaxation. It was an indescribable sense of security. Lu Xin's face remained calm despite his turbulent emotions. He subconsciously went to look for his sister. After walking around, he found his sister squatting across the road and rolling her eyes at him. "Mr. Shanbing, this is for you." At this moment, Cheng Hui had already passed a black box to Lu Xin. The box was opened, revealing a pair of headphones, a wireless micro camera, and a portable mental energy detector. Lu Xin understood that Chen Jing must have made this arrangement in advance. He nodded and put on his headphones. "The information analysis team is in position." "Mr. Shanbing." Hanbing's gentle but nervous voice was heard the moment she turned on her earphones. "Shanbing is in position," Lu Xin replied in a low voice as he turned around. "That's great. Mr. Shanbing, please report your situation." Hanbing's voice was filled with unconcealable joy and relaxation as she quickly spoke. "My condition. Am feeling at ease." Lu Xin's heart skipped. Beat. It's your physical condition. Are you injured? Can you carry out the cleaning mission? Han Bing interrupted him. Lu Xin's face turned slightly red as he hurriedly replied. There's a small wound on my left leg, but it's already healing. It won't affect me much. That's great. Han Bing's voice was immediately heard. We've received reports at the moment. At least 4 large-scale polluting sources have appeared at Satellite City No. 2 at the same time. There are also disturbances in other places. The situation is unknown. The other satellite cities No. 1 and No. 5 are also showing signs of outbreak of mental pollution. The headquarters has sent special forces to Satellite City No. 2, where the situation is the most serious. What we need to do is to do everything we can to stabilize the situation. Understood? What do you need me to do now? Lu Xin strode forward and secured the micro camera to his chest. He then placed the detector into his pocket and walked with ease. Hurry to Wanzhong Mall immediately and solve the spread of mental pollution there. Lu Xin agreed. At this time, the young soldier had already helped him pick up the motorcycle that had fallen to the ground. However, Lu Xin simply waved his hand and crossed the road. He took out a beautifully wrapped, precious candy that he had secretly hidden and generously threw it at his sister. The younger sister jumped over happily and reached out to grab the candy in the air. Lu Xin had already grabbed her other hand when she grabbed the candy. In the next moment, his figure became somewhat distorted. With a strange speed, he climbed up the building across the road, climbed up the roof, and disappeared into the darkness. Lu Xin was at ease. Since Chen Jing had helped him protect the people he wanted to protect, then he, of course, had to protect the people she wanted to protect. Chapter 93 Chapter 93 The Red Rose Incident 1 Chapter 93 The Red Rose Incident 1 In the dark of the night, Lu Xin climbed roofs and walls, his body like a giant spider. He crawled through the rows of buildings and apartments at an extremely fast speed, appearing in the chaotic city at night. Perhaps it was because he was more at ease to borrow his sister's power this time, so he was much faster than before. In the city that was shrouded in darkness, his figure was getting faster and faster under the uneven lights that were scattered everywhere, and at different angles. It was a strange feeling that he would sometimes merge into the darkness, and when he reappeared, he was already running under the street lights hundreds of meters away. What's the situation here? While he was rushing nervously, he maintained the calmness of his voice and asked Han Bing in the channel in a low voice. First, there was a murder case in Mass Mall because of feelings, and then it caused a group emotional disorder. In the channel, Han Bing's voice was fast and clear. A man saw his wife greeting a male friend and was suddenly agitated. He went crazy and pushed his wife down from the 3rd floor of a shopping mall. He regretted it too much and jumped down after her. After the onlookers witnessed the whole process, many people suddenly had strong emotional impulses and had abnormal mental symptoms. Judging from the signs of chaos at the scene, it can be confirmed that there has been a sudden mental pollution incident. Because his wife was talking to a male friend, he pushed his wife down and then jumped down. Lu Xin was a little confused as he listened to the conversation. He rushed to the opposite building while swinging the power line. He reached out his hands and landed on the floor steadily. He then climbed up and asked in a low voice, "Do you know what's going on?" After comparing the characteristics, we can confirm that this incident is the same type as the marriage proposal of the girl from Jiujiang Road reported by Team Leader Chen. Lu Xin's mind flashed back to the crazy scene he had seen on Jiujiang Road. He could only remember the crowd running around in a frenzy, but he did not see the existence of the mental monster. This was the most difficult problem for him to solve. Then how should we solve this? He asked subconsciously. At this moment, Han Bing's voice also showed a moment of hesitation in the channel, as if she was listening to the voice from another direction. After a few seconds, her voice was fast and clear. Team Leader Chen Jing has just submitted her preliminary investigation results on the sudden special pollution source incident at the intersection of Jiujiang Road and Satellite City No. It is suspected to be similar to the special pollution incident at Wanzhong Mall. Now, Reporting Team Leader Chen Jing's Preliminary Investigation Report. Temporary Name Special Pollution Matter 096. Threat Level High Pollution Level High Core Key Point Red Rose. Origin of pollution suspected to be man-made intervention. Promoting transmission. Red roses. A lot of information flashed through Lu Xin's mind in an instant. From the scene of the girl proposing to him and the young man being killed in the end. He was like a rose that had fallen into a pool of blood. Strangely, he was reminded of the drowsy little boy who was selling a bouquet of red wine at the entrance of the Red Moon Orphanage some time ago. Give the roses to the person you like. She will fall in love with you. He didn't even know why he would suddenly think of that matter. And he wasn't even sure if there was any connection between them. That boy, was he an ability user or a source of contamination? Was he in cahoots with Qin Ren? Then, when he had his eyes on her back then, was it an accidental encounter? Or was he heading towards her? After the routine report, Han Bing had already said anxiously, "This is the report that team leader Chen Jing obtained from the source of the pollution at Jiujiang's intersection after using her own power to interrogate it." She added her own speculations to the report. She believes that the special contamination source 096 has something to do with a strange rose. The source of the pollution at Jiujiang's intersection received a rose in the early stages of the contamination. After that, her emotions became abnormal, and she developed an abnormal adoration for the person who gave her the rose. In the process of contact with the person who gave her the rose, she was unable to completely satisfy her abnormal perfect possessiveness. So her emotions fluctuated and increased greatly. Finally, at the intersection of Jiujiang, these emotions accumulated to the extreme, and instantly formed a mental pollution incident. The logical chain of team leader Chen Jing's suggestion can be understood as this rose has already been planted when it passed through the hands of the donor and into the hands of the recipient. After that, the relationship between the donor and the contamination source produced various abnormal or normal emotions that nurtured the seed. And when these emotions reach an extreme, the recipient will have an outburst. The recipient is given a rose and has an abnormal love for the recipient. This is the first stage of contamination. The second stage of contamination is the emotional outburst of the recipient, which will cause a strong emotional impact on the surrounding people. There's not enough evidence to prove whether it will form a third stage of contamination. The third stage of contamination. Lu Xin couldn't help but feel a little shocked. He had witnessed the explosion of the special pollution at the junction of Jiujiang Road. It was the chaos that gave Qin Ran the sniper team the chance to take the painting and escape. The pollution that time was almost completed in an instant, and even the process in the middle seemed to be omitted. If the outbreak of the girl suddenly affected so many people, and these people could cause a third outbreak of the contamination, how terrifying would that be? Would such an explosive mental pollution spread to all the people in the satellite city in a very short time? He subconsciously asked in a low voice. Then, how can we stop it? Han Bing's answer was quick. The more sudden the pollution is, the faster and stronger the influence on the people around it is. The more unstable the logic chain is, and the influence will not last long. This is because the core key point is not supported by such a strong spiritual level. From the current data, we can infer that the reason for the second outbreak of contamination is that the rose has received enough spiritual energy from the girl. It borrowed the girl's own spiritual energy to cause such a rapid spread. The method of contamination is radiation effects transmission. As long as you're within a certain range of the red rose parasite that is erupting with the secondary pollution, you will be contaminated and develop fanatical love emotions. You will desperately search for a person you love. However, due to the limitation of the parasite's mental energy level, the degree of contamination formed in an instant by such a high explosive contamination method would most likely not be too deep. So, the people who have been contaminated for the second time have a strong reaction. But there should still be hope. Suggested Objectives 1. Eliminate the red rose parasite and cut off its contamination of the surroundings. Second, find the secondary polluters and stop them from spreading. By the time Lu Xin finished listening to Han Bing's report, he had already arrived at Mass Mall, which was a dozen streets away. He climbed up the wall of the building opposite and looked down. Wanchong Mall was a shopping center in the north of the city center. It had been transformed from an abandoned building before the disaster. It occupied a large area, and the building was tall with a wave-shaped dome. It was just that in the past 30 years, it had not been cleaned well, so it looked a little shabby. Mottled and moldy marks had appeared on the originally grayish-white surface of the building. Inside the mall, it was brightly lit. The glass door at the entrance had been smashed, and countless people were pouring out of the entrance like a flood of sewage. I'm afraid it's no longer so easy to stop them from spreading. Lu Xin let out a low sigh. With a kick of his legs, he bounced off the building and pounced toward the entrance of Mass Shopping Mall. It might not be easy, but he still had to complete it. After all, this was work. Chapter 94 Chapter 94 The Simplest Method 1 Chapter 94 The Simplest Method 1 At this moment, the entrance of the shopping mall was already in a mess. From the looks of it, the chaos had been going on for more than a while. At this moment, countless people were rushing out of the main entrance. Some were panicking, while others were fanatical. Everyone was trying their best to rush out of the mall, but they were all squeezed together and could not get out. Some even broke the glass windows from the second floor, pulling on ropes or curtains to climb out. In the face of such a chaotic situation and a huge stream of people, anyone would feel a deep sense of powerlessness. It is recommended to clean up the source of the contamination first, which is the red rose parasite. Han Bing's voice was crisp and clear in the channel. Lu Xin felt that they must have been trained to quickly analyze information and report a case in a tense situation. Lu Xin knew what he had to do. Like a nimble spider, he reached out and pulled on the stainless steel flagpole in front of the shopping mall. He turned around, retracted his leg, and stepped on the flagpole. Using the momentum, he jumped up again. He jumped 3 to 4 meters and landed in front of an open window on the second floor of the shopping mall. He bent over and crawled in. His movements were strange but agile. He didn't care if the window was only the size of a basketball hoop. After entering the mall, he ran quickly, as fast as a shadow. If an ordinary person were to run at this speed, it would definitely bring about a gust of wind. However, he did not. Instead, he was rather quiet. In less than 10 seconds, he had already passed through 3 doors, turned 2 intersections, and arrived at the center of the mall. He swept his gaze over the area, and his eyes fell on a middle-aged man who was holding a corpse in his arms under the circular well on the first floor. The man looks to be in his 40s and was covered in blood. His bones were shattered and broken bones were sticking out of his skin. From the looks of it, he must have fallen from the 3rd floor and landed on the hard marble floor of the mall. The impact of the fall had caused him to suffer serious injuries, but he was still holding a woman of the same age in his arms. From his posture, he must have struggled to hold the woman in his arms after jumping down from the 3rd floor. However, both he and the woman had been dead for a long time. He could feel the stiffness and eeriness of their bodies, which had begun to turn cold. He was kneeling on the ground, looking up at the sky with his mouth open, his expression twisted, and his eyes wide open. If this scene could be painted, it would be an abstract painting with strong emotions, filled with regret that was almost overflowing. There weren't many people left in the mall, but it was still a chaotic scene. Lu Xin saw people hugging and kissing each other wildly. He also saw a young girl standing outside the closed shop, smashing the fence door with force. In the shop, a burly man and 2 or 3 other shop assistants were hugging each other in fear and crying loudly. Lu Xin jumped down from the 2nd floor without making a sound. In the midst of the chaos, he just quietly looked at the dead man, looking very seriously. He saw a strange rose on the dead man who was still roaring. The flower grew out of his wide open mouth. It was more than a meter tall and 20 centimeters long. It was unusually bright and full. The petals stretched out with force, and each petal was soaked in blood like red. It was so strong that it could burn people's eyes. It seemed to have a strange magic that dyed the man's surroundings a strange red. This man should be the source of pollution in the mall. Suggestions on how to clean up the source of the pollution. 1. Use special storage bag. 2. Find way nearby and burn the body. Han Bing said softly in the comms channel as she observed the surrounding environment through the camera on Lu Xin's chest. No need. Lu Xin merely shook his head and walked toward the corpse. I can see, he said in a low voice. You can see? What does it look like? Han Bing's voice was filled with surprise. It's a rose that grew out of a human's body, Lu Xin replied. The color of the rose is like blood. As he spoke, he walked to the corpse and looked at the rose. He seemed to be able to feel the influence of the rose. As long as he saw it, it was like seeing the person he liked the most. He didn't know if this emotion appeared inexplicably or was hidden in the bottom of his heart. When it was hidden, it was so small that it was almost negligible. Now, it was growing. It was getting bigger and bigger, almost overwhelming all his rationality. Lu Xin could not help but think of one girl after another. Subconsciously, he wanted to find them and possess them at all costs. It's so strange. I clearly don't like that many. Lu Xin wasn't affected by the crazy emotions. He observed his own emotions like an outsider. He didn't even slow down his pace. He walked straight to the rose and reached out to grab it. As he plucked the rose, Lu Xin could feel the rose shrieking as if it was struggling. However, its struggle was still too weak, and it was easily pulled out. Lu Xin's sister was so excited that she wanted to grab it from him, but Lu Xin shook his head and did not give it to her. This rose is too indecent. Don't eat it. Okay. He held the microphone in his headset and said to his sister. His sister gave him a strange look, but she still reached out to grab the rose and tore it clean. Lu Xin shot his sister an apologetic look before shifting his gaze elsewhere. He saw that the middle-aged man's body suddenly collapsed after the rose was pulled out. He fell to the ground softly and hugged the woman in his arms. Even the ferocious and twisted expression on his face suddenly became much gentler. Only the pain remained on his face. Perhaps because the matter was already irreversible. Has it been resolved? Han Bing asked nervously in the channel. It's settled. Lu Xin nodded and scanned his surroundings. The strange and twisted atmosphere had completely disappeared the moment the rose was torn apart. It's easy to clean up a source of contamination like Thish said softly. Mr. Shan Bing, you did well. Han Bing's voice in the channel sounded a little relaxed, but she still said anxiously. The most important thing now is to stop the spread. Lu Xin looked around the mall and said, this is a little troublesome. To him, cleaning up the source of the contamination was a simple task. All he had to do was pull out the rose. However, the surroundings were already in such a mess. There were hundreds of people in his field of vision, and before he could rush over, he didn't know how many people had escaped. How could he and his sister stop these people from spreading? The city patrol army and the police department have already set up blockades at all the major intersections in the vicinity to block the area where the pollution outbreak occurred. What we can do now is to stop these contaminated people from colliding with them as soon as possible, Han Bing said in the channel. She paused for a moment and then said, Mr. Shan Bing, you should understand that their primary task is to prevent the pollution from spreading. So, when the blockade team is attacked by the polluters and feels that the pressure on the blockade line has reached its limit, what will they do? I know. Lu Xin took a deep breath. When the blockade team felt that the situation was getting out of control, they would shoot. Therefore, when he asked these questions, his expression became tense. As he rushed around, he asked, is there a better way to stop them? Although the reaction of the group that has been contaminated for the second time is strong, the degree of contamination should not be deep. So, there are two ways to stop them. 1. Exert a greater influence on the group that has been contaminated twice and force a change in their behavior. 2. Use any method to block their route of action. When the influence of the source of the red rose's contamination weakens and the situation is under control, the support team can enter the scene and treat the patients collectively. By the time Lu Xin finished listening to her story, He had already climbed up the pillar to the second floor. He pulled out a colorful flag that was inserted on the second floor as an advertisement for dog food. He stretched out his hand and shook it. The flag was wrapped around the flagpole, becoming a stick. Lu Xin dashed toward the girl who was smashing the iron gate and trying to break into the shop. He waved the flag in her hand. The girl's ankle was dislocated, and her body fell to the ground. The shop assistant, who was trembling in fear, and the burly boy raised their heads in shock at the same time. "Don't get close to her before the alarm is lifted," Lu Xin whispered into the shop before dashing off in another direction. Han Bing saw the camera flash and immediately heard a scream. She said nervously, "What method did you use? I don't have the ability to affect them in another way, so I'll use a simpler." Lu Xin was already waving his flag as he charged toward another group of fanatical people and raised it high. "I'll break their legs first," he said with a serious expression. Chapter 95 Chapter 95 Chapter 92 Third Phase 1 Chapter 95 Chapter 92 Third Phase 1 Lu Xin ran as fast as he could in the chaotic shopping mall. His feet stepped on the walls, railings, and slowly moving staircases. He leaped and dashed toward the crowd in the mall. Every time he hit the bar, he would accurately hit the leg joints of a man or woman who were running wildly, helping them to dislocate their joints. After they were dislocated, they could only climb up. Some of them could not care about anything else and could only hug their legs and cry out in pain, because the strength used was extremely precise. It should be easy to reattach it after the surgery, but it might be sore for a few days. When he met people who were probably already in love with each other shopping and were affected at the same time, he broke their legs and looked for the surrounding shops. One of them was sent into the shop, and then he quickly pulled down the gate, while the other was locked outside. Seeing one of them crying outside the iron fence and the other shouting inside, Lu Xin felt that his work was very meaningful. In this chaotic crowd, it was easy to distinguish who was affected and who was just panicking. At this time, those who were affected were all madly running to their loved ones, chasing each other or hugging each other tightly. Those who were not affected were clearly scared, either running wildly to find a way out or hiding. Crackling. Lu Xin had no idea how many legs he had broken in just a few minutes. She didn't know how many couples she had already broken up, hugging each other passionately, sweet to the point of emitting a stench. He didn't know why, but he was in a good mood when he was saving people. It was probably because he was saving their lives. Anyway, it was definitely not because he had never had a girlfriend since he could remember. With his extraordinary speed and accuracy, the shopping mall quickly stopped. Although there were a series of screams and cries of pain everywhere, the figures running around were suddenly gone, reducing the danger. After Lu Xin was done, he quickly rushed out of the mall and looked around. Currently, the entire satellite city No. 2 was shrouded in all kinds of sudden mental pollution incidents and was in chaos. He could see people hurrying on the streets with fanatical expressions, and he could also see people chasing or hugging around him. Without Han Bing's reminder, he rushed up and continued his work. Her job was to break the legs of all the couples. There were also some minor mistakes during the process. Most of the people who had their legs broken by Lu Xin could only lie on the ground and cry out in pain. It seemed that the intense pain from their legs had temporarily suppressed their fanatical desire to find their loved ones. Furthermore, in the absence of anyone to treat them, even if they wanted to crawl, they would be too slow and the pain would keep them awake. Under such circumstances, very few people questioned Lu Xin about what he was doing. Only when a fat man and a chubby girl hugged and kissed each other did Lu Xin go up to them and break one of their legs. He then pushed them into two shops on the side of the road. Just as he was about to lock the door, he heard the fat man shouting, "Why did you hit me?" "You're not contaminated," Lu Xin asked in surprise. "What pollution?" "It's the end of the world. Did my last kiss with my girlfriend get in your way?" Fatty cursed. Lu Xin didn't know how to answer, so he replied seriously, "Kiss, kiss, kiss. Why are you sticking your hand into my arms?" Then, he quickly climbed up the stairs and left. "Why do you care if I extend my hand or not?" Fatty cursed for a long time before he suddenly reacted. That person can climb walls, Spider-Man. Why does Spider-Man use a stick? Shaolin Spider-Man. The situation was chaotic, so Lu Xin had to be quick. However, he didn't have the time to completely clean up the area to make sure that no contaminated people were running around. He noticed that there was a sudden change in the crazy crowd around him. As this was a shopping mall and a crowded residential area, there were many couples and couples here. After they were affected, they had already hugged each other crazily and kissed each other with the greatest passion. This gave people an extremely fanatical look. However, all of a sudden, they stopped their crazy actions. This was because many people had stopped their fanatical actions at the same time, creating a strange scene. The fanaticism seemed to have suddenly faded from their bodies, and in its place was an unusual calmness. They separated a little, looked at each other seriously, and then smiled. After that, they seemed to have seen something in each other's eyes. They held hands and turned to leave. Their movements were gentle and joyful, and their faces were filled with determination and happiness. Some re-entered the mall, while others entered the building next to it. It looked like they were entering the Hall of Marriage. Lu Xin was still holding the flagpole in his hand, but he didn't know what to do in the face of such a change. Should he still fight Shan Bing? Report what you saw at the scene. Han Bing's voice sounded in the channel. Through the camera, she was able to observe some scenes. However, due to Lu Xin's speed and the rapid shaking of the camera, she couldn't see him clearly. Lu Xin came to his senses and hurriedly reported. They seemed to have suddenly stopped their madness and calmed down. It's an extraordinary calmness. I saw them walking in different directions, most of them entering the tall buildings. As he said this, his pupils suddenly shrank as he looked at a tall building in the northwest corner. Not good. Without waiting for Han Bing to ask, he had already rushed in that direction and said, "There's someone standing on the edge of the building." Han Bing's voice suddenly became unusually calm, as if this girl was using all her strength to separate her panic and dumbfounded emotions so that it would be easier for her to calmly analyze. 32 minutes have passed since the sudden outbreak of the source of pollution at Wanzhong Mall. Please confirm if the group of people who tried to jump off the building is the group that was previously contaminated. Lu Xin hurriedly rushed in that direction, but he only managed to take a few steps before coming to a stop, because he saw the young couple who looks to be in their early 20s standing on the edge of the building in front of him. The man was sunny and handsome, and the girl was very cute. They held each other's hands, looked at each other silently, and smiled. At the same time, they took a step out of the Lu Xin could only watch as they fell to the ground like kites. He noticed that they were still holding hands even though they had fallen. Shan Bing, please confirm if these groups of people who tried to jump off the building are the ones who were previously contaminated. Han Bing's anxious voice rang out in the channel, calling Lu Xin back to reality, so he could only force himself to look away from the bodies and hurriedly glance at a couple who was holding hands and entering the building not far away. He remembered that just now, they were standing on the roof of a car full of passion, hugging and kissing. Yes, he nodded. There's reason to suspect that the secondary contamination of Special Contamination Incident 096 has begun to mutate. Han Bing's voice was clearly trembling a little, but she tried her best to stabilize it. We don't have enough evidence to make a deduction, but it's very likely. After a pause, she said in a low voice, "Die of love. What's the meaning of this?" By the time Lu Xin heard her words, he had already rushed into the building next door. He pulled out the flagpole, and the couple who had already gone upstairs holding hands had their ankles dislocated. His voice was as calm as possible as he asked, "It's a kind of self-destruction tendency that subconsciously chooses after the emotions are distorted to the extreme." Han Bing's voice trembled slightly. Our previous guess was right, because the mental energy level of the core polluting source was not enough, and there was not enough time for the secondary polluting group to be deeply infected and assimilated. There was no problem with the third stage of contamination transmission, but the problem will still appear, and that is to create chaos through the large number of deaths of the secondary polluted groups. Lu Xin listened quietly, and after a while, he cursed under his breath. FCK. Chapter 96 Chapter 96 Chapter 93 Only Saving People New Book 1. Chapter 96 Chapter 93 Only Saving People New Book 1. The early stage logic chain of special pollution No. 096 has been determined. Through a gifted rose. The gifted will be contaminated and grow in the emotions of the gifted. When the emotions of the recipient reach a certain level, they will be triggered. We can't rule out the possibility that someone is secretly manipulating the activation of the source of pollution, which is why such a large number of pollution incidents would occur at the same time. After the outbreak, the recipient will become the main target of the secondary pollution. The pollution phenomenon is to stimulate the surrounding people and cause them to have strange fanatical emotions. A couple who has been contaminated for the second time will have the following symptoms. Magnify your desire and longing for your lover, and rush to meet them at all costs. Hug or kiss your lover to express your strong love for the other party. According to the analysis of the available data, the secondary contamination will mutate after certain period of time about 30 minutes from the current situation and display the same abnormal behavior. A collective suicide. When you're with a couple, you might have the thought of dying together to prove your love. Those who haven't found a partner may also have the urge to jump off a tall building to prove their love for each other. As Lu Xin rushed into the building and took away the couples who were walking up the stairs hand in hand, Han Bing had already sorted out the information in the comms channel and reported it to Lu Xin while submitting it to the higher-ups. She had tried her best to explain her analysis of the information as clearly as possible. It was obvious that she had already integrated the information submitted by the other operation teams and analyzed it after summarizing them. Now, Mass Mall was not the only place in the city that had been affected by sudden pollution incidents. There were a few other places as well, so the source of information was not limited to this place. The results of the investigations and discoveries in the other places would be summarized and sent to the information analysis team. How could it be so complicated? Lu Xin asked in a low voice as he waved the flagpole in his hand. His voice was already filled with anger and doubt. They were angry because of the large number of casualties caused by the pollution. They were all living people. They could eat, work, kiss, and grow vegetables. They could also help others. How could they die just like that? And the confusion was due to the complexity of the matter. He had dealt with many special pollution cases before, so he was no stranger to them. However, the logic chains that he had seen before were either extremely simple or too bizarre to be explained. However, in the special pollution incident that they encountered today, which actually came from the same origin, there was a mutation outside of the logical chain. Because this is man-made. In the face of Lu Xin's faint anger, Han Bing's voice in the channel was calm, but there was also a hint of heaviness. Even if ordinary sources of contamination do appear, they rarely cause such a sudden and uncontrollable large-scale chaos. What we're facing now is most likely related to the mysterious oil painting that was stolen by team leader Chen not long ago. It should be the ability users outside the city who deliberately arranged this series of special pollution incidents to create chaos, so that they can escape. Only through careful planning can the harm of the pollution source be exerted to the extreme. Or is it Qin Ren's doing? Lu Xin asked in a low voice, his heart sinking. We've already initiated an emergency investigation on the special contamination source No. 041, Han Bing said calmly in the communication channel. However, there are too few clues to confirm anything. What we can confirm now is that the aptitude users outside the city have caused chaos in satellite city No. 2. No matter what their purpose is, the pollution has been caused. What we can do now is to do our best to clean up before more people die. Hearing Han Bing's words, Lu Xin's heart sank and he pursed his lips tightly. He didn't say anything more. Instead, he ran up the stairs of the building and rushed to the top floor as fast as he could. Along the way, he had already deprived 5 people of their ability to move. When he reached the top of the building, he saw that 3 people had already reached the edge of the building. On the left side of the building, there was a middle-aged man who was pulling a chubby woman. The one on the right was a skinny youth. They were almost at the edge of the building. Lu Xun forced himself to be nervous as he turned to look at his sister. At this time, or in the process, his sister had been particularly obedient. She seemed to know that Lu Xun was very concerned about this, so not only did she cooperate with him, but she also didn't disturb him. At this moment, Lu Xun's gaze turned to her, and she immediately understood what he meant. The distance between the two sides was too great. It was impossible for them to save 3 people at the same time. Therefore, they had to separate temporarily. After exchanging a glance, Lu Xun stomped his feet and charged toward the young man on the right side of the building. After he rushed out, his sister had already jumped off his back and rushed to the middle-aged couple on the left. One of them rushed to the young man's side, suddenly grabbed his waist, and pushed him down less than 10 centimeters from the edge of the building. The other one strangely appeared next to the middle-aged couple on the left, and forcefully carried them back. "I like you. Nan Nan." The teenager's eyes were dazed as he shouted, trying to climb to the edge of the building. His face was filled with sorrow and despair. In his hand, he was holding a photo of a girl in denim. After Lu Xun carried him back, he still struggled to crawl to the edge of the building and cried, "I've told you many times that I really like you, but you never believe me. Now that I'm going to die for you, you should believe that I'm sincere, right?" Lu Xun didn't waste any more time. He picked up a flower pot from the side and smacked it on his head. Dang! The flower pot was smashed into pieces, and the person fainted. Whether she believes that you're true to her or not is a different matter from whether she's with you or not. Lu Xun took a look at the photo in his hand and let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, he turned to look at his sister. When he looked over, his eyes suddenly became slightly dazed. He saw that his sister had already tied up the middle-aged couple. He used a man to tie up a woman, and he also used a woman to tie up a man. The old couple had already been turned into fried dough twists. How did she do it? "Don't mess around," Lu Xun said in a low voice. His sister made a face at him, then unraveled them unhappily. After untying them, the old couple looked completely fine. Whether it was their arms or legs, they were still intact and in good condition. Lu Xun's curiosity was piqued. How did his sister do it? "Who are you talking to?" Han Bing's voice sounded a little nervous in the channel. "A boy who wants to jump off a building." Lu Xun heaved a sigh of relief as he explained. He looked up and was stunned. A chill ran up her spine. From the top of the building he was on, he could see several roofs in the distance. And now, on all the towers, there were vague figures. Some of them were holding hands, walking forward sweetly and happily. Some were silent alone, moving forward step by step. There was even one person who was walking woodenly, dragging a person who was crying and struggling for help. Now, they all walked to the edge of the tower with different expressions and jumped down in a line. Some were silent as they held hands and jumped down. Some of them were roaring in anger, their roars forming a long arc from the roof to the ground. There were also some who were crying, hugging each other, and falling. Lu Xun tensed up. He could see at least a few dozen people with a single glance, and even a few hundred if he looked further. However, they were too far away. The nearest roof was about 40 to 50 meters away from him, while the ones further away were about 100 meters away. He could see them clearly, but he couldn't reach them. Lu Xun suddenly felt extremely small and powerless in the vast space. Han Bing saw a certain image from the surveillance camera on Lu Xun's chest, but the distance was too far, so she asked subconsciously, "I saw that the surrounding roofs there are still many people." Lu Xun's voice sounded a little bitter, "But it's too late to go over." In the channel, Han Bing instantly understood the situation Lu Xun was facing. Her heart sank. She was stunned for a moment before she hurriedly said, "Limited by ability. You don't blame yourself." Even though she was comforting Lu Xun, she was clearly flustered. If he could save her, he would. If he couldn't, it was because it was beyond his ability. Lu Xun understood this logic because the old principal had said it before. However, even though he understood, when he saw the countless people around him standing on the edge of the building, a strange emotion appeared in her heart. He didn't know if he should describe it as a deep sense of powerlessness or a panic at the fact that so many people were about to lose their lives. This was the first time in a long time that Lu Xin had felt such intense emotions. At this moment, the rumbling sound of a helicopter's spinning propeller came from above. Chapter 97 Chapter 97 Chapter 94 The Floating Girl New Book. Chapter 97 Chapter 94 The Floating Girl New Book. When one's heart sank to the bottom, one would feel that the surroundings had become quiet. However, the loud sound of the helicopter's propeller pulled Lu Xin back to reality. Lu Xin looked up and saw a helicopter in the dark sky above them. The bright light of the helicopter pierced through the darkness and attracted the attention of some of the people who had already climbed to the roof. The door of the helicopter opened, and a figure suddenly landed. It was a slender young girl wearing a black dress with white patterns. She was holding an umbrella with the same complicated patterns and a few cartoon patterns. She looked very delicate, but she jumped down from the helicopter at least 200 meters above the ground. If not for her graceful posture, Lu Xin would have thought that she was pushed down. What was even stranger was that after she fell, her speed became faster and faster. It looked like it was about to become a pile of meat paste on the ground, but it suddenly stopped in midair. She held onto her dress and was lifted up by the wind. She flew in the air and slowly landed. The hem of her dress fluttered up and down, like the petals of a flower blooming and closing in an instant. It had a kind of soul-stirring beauty. After she was suspended in the air, she turned around and looked around. At this point, Lu Xin finally saw her face clearly. Her skin was very fair, and her eyes were big, giving people the feeling that she had just walked out of a comic. However, she did not really have a dissonant facial features like in the comics. Instead, she gave off an exquisite sense of perfection, as if she was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Only after seeing her with one's own eyes would one believe that there was such a beautiful feeling. This kind of temperament was too exquisite, so it gave people a feeling that it was close to unreal. Lu Xin's eyes were immediately drawn to her. It wasn't just him. The people around her who seemed to want to jump off the building were also attracted by her. The man's eyes were instantly filled with infatuation. Even the woman beside them revealed an intoxicated expression. They all stopped jumping off the building. They stood in place and looked up at the girl in a daze. At this moment, it was as if all the noise in the surroundings had disappeared, and it was extremely quiet. In everyone's eyes and heart, there was only this girl. It's so good. His sister's voice startled Lu Xin, who was in a daze. He looked down at his sister and saw that her eyes were bright. Under her messy, black hair, she seemed to be smiling innocently, which was rare. You like her too? Such a situation was very rare, and even Lu Xin was a little surprised. I really want to grab her and take off her clothes. The younger sister nodded her head hard. Lu Xin's eyes widened. Sew it up again and put it on me, his younger sister said in a serious tone. Lu Xin heaved a sigh of relief and spoke into the channel. Who is she? There was a moment of silence in the channel, followed by Han Bing's voice, which was full of joy. It's the doll. That's great, she must have solved the pollution problem in the main city and rushed over to help. So it's her. Lu Xin was slightly taken aback. He had heard about this person from Gecko. Shan Bing, please pay attention. In the channel, Han Bing seemed to have thought of something and nervously reminded. Don't stare at the doll, especially her eyes. Why? Lu Xin asked, surprised. Your mind will be affected by her, and there will be some irreversible changes. If you look at doll for more than a minute, you'll never be able to forget what she looks like, Han Bing said quickly. If you look at doll for more than 3 minutes or see her eyes, you will fall in love with her completely. Looking at doll for more than 5 minutes, or spending more than an hour with her in a 10-meter radius without any obstruction. She paused for a moment and continued. You will have a strong urge to destroy her. What he had just said was enough to shock Lu Xin. The last sentence made his heart skip a beat. He hurriedly said, why? Because when the time comes, you'll feel that the doll doesn't belong to this world. Han Bing's voice rang out in a low voice. This world is too dirty. I'm not worthy of her. She shouldn't be in this world. There's such an ability. When Lu Xun heard Han Bing's words, he felt a strange sense of horror and subconsciously averted his gaze. "This isn't Doll's ability," Han Bing said in a low voice. But at this time, her voice was already very low. Lu Xun's attention had been drawn to the people around him. After the girl appeared in the air, she just floated quietly in the air. It was unknown if it was the umbrella in her hand that carried her in the air, or if she could fly by herself and held an umbrella in her hand. However, her perfect appearance attracted everyone's attention. She didn't actually do anything. She just turned her body slightly in the air. Her eyes were big, but they seemed a little listless, which made her look at no one when she turned around. It also seemed like he was looking at everyone. Then, the expressions of everyone she saw gradually became fanatical. No one else wanted to jump down from the building. Even those who had half a foot out retracted their feet. They just stared at the girl with their eyes wide open, as if even if the sky collapsed, they would not be able to move for half a second. A strange expression appeared on everyone's face. Some of them were excited and fanatical, while others had an extremely vexed and remorseful expression. Some of them gritted their teeth and clenched their fists tightly. Some of them knelt down on the ground and cried in the direction of the girl. The girl only stayed in the air for about 10 seconds before she floated forward. However, everyone's eyes were on her, and their footsteps started to move. They seemed to be unable to bear the distance between them and her, and subconsciously wanted to follow her. However, as Doll was getting further and further away from them, they did not choose to jump down from the building. Instead, they seemed to have suddenly woken up and let go of the people around them. Whether they were single, couples holding hands, or couples dragging each other, they all hurriedly let go of each other and rushed to their respective staircases, fighting to be the first to go down the stairs. What's wrong with them? Lu Xun was bewildered by the reactions of these people. Doll has already saved them. Han Bing's voice seemed to be a little happy as she explained briskly. The easiest way to stop these people is to use an even stronger influence on top of the one they are under. That's what Doll is doing. When these people see Doll, whether it's their attention or the love in their hearts, they are all distorted. So, the thought of dying for love temporarily disappeared. They definitely don't want to die now. They just want to get closer to the doll and hear her voice. Lu Xun tried his best to understand this strange logic. Now, the crisis at Mass Mall has been temporarily lifted. He'll arrange for a support team to come in and clean up the mess as soon as possible. Han Bing quickly flipped through the information and said, "There are still 3 places in Tianshui Square, Qingji Bridge, and the old textile factory in the south of the city where pollution is erupting and spreading rapidly. You and Doll can rush over as soon as possible to help." Lu Xun agreed and picked up his pace. He rushed to the edge of the stairs and jumped down. He tapped on the wire in the air and rushed to the roof of a neighboring building. He ran along the edge of the building and quickly caught up with Doll, who was floating in front of him. In midair, he shouted, "You go to the Tianshui Square. I'm going to the Qingji Bridge, which is closer. After all, you can fly." The girl who was floating in the air slowly turned around and looked at Lu Xun. There seemed to be a little vitality in his big and listless eyes. He said softly, "All right," he said. Then, at the next street, she turned directly to the west, where Tianshui Square was. Her dress fluttered in the night wind. Lu Xun didn't think too much about it and started climbing toward the Green Street Bridge. However, in the channel, Han Bing was already extremely stunned. "Doll, you actually spoke to him." Chapter 98 Drunkard Uncle 1. Chapter 98 Drunkard Uncle 1. The Green Street Bridge is the only passage between the south and east of the city. It's located in the center of Wanjian Mall, between the 2 places where the special pollution broke out on Bailuo Street. Thus, by sealing off these 2 areas, we'll be able to control the spread of the contamination source within a certain area. 10 minutes ago, the guard department and 2 teams of city patrols arrived at the designated location and set up their defenses. But I've just received a report that more and more contaminated groups are swarming in. They are reaching their limit. The order they received was to try not to shoot But if they can't seal it? After hearing Han Bing's report, Lu Xun arrived at Qingji Bridge 7 kilometers away. From afar, he could see that countless people had already gathered at the bridgehead. Each of them moved slowly, swaying and hanging their arms. Step by step, they slowly moved forward. At the other end of the bridge, the armed men had already sealed off the bridgehead. Countless guns were pointed at the other side of the bridge. When Lu Xun was dealing with the source of the pollution inside, the ordinary soldiers did not go in. This was because they would not be able to protect themselves if they went in during such a large-scale pollution incident. Therefore, they were ordered to seal off the main entrance. In such a chaotic situation, only aptitude users and investigation teams could enter the contaminated area. However, the City Patrol Army and the Guard Bureau were also of great help at this time. By sealing off the bridge, they had confined the source of the pollution to a small area. It was also because this bridge was so important that when the people on the other side of the bridge felt that they could not control themselves, they would choose to shoot. It has already started to mutate. Lu Xun's heart sank as he looked at the people who were moving slowly. At this time, he was not afraid of those fanatical people. They ran around because it meant that those people were not as polluted. It was easy to stop these people. He only needed to temporarily deprive them of their mobility. However, when their reactions slowed down and they seemed to have calmed down, the problem would become very serious because they would all develop a kind of martyrdom emotion. In that case, regardless of whether they crossed the bridge or died for love, they would still die. Lu Xun took a deep breath and looked ahead. Even though there were many people gathered at the bridgehead, at least they were not as helpless as they were on the roofs previously. Although they had a large number of people, their movements were slow, so they could still be saved. Are you tired? He glanced at his sister and asked in a low voice. HMPH. His sister looked up at him and said, "Are you tired or not? I still have to help you with the work." In the channel, Han Bing also replied gently, "We're nothing. You're the ones who have worked the hardest." Lu Xun had no choice but to acknowledge the two answers. Then, he jumped down from the building and pulled down a rope in the air. From now on, he had to find a way to make this group of people lose their ability to move at the same time. However, just as he was running faster and faster and was about to rush into the crowd, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. As he ran, he slowed down. The surrounding buildings and streets were quickly fading away as if their colors had been washed away. Even the thick night sky and the pale lights were quickly disappearing. In their place was a strong contrast of black and white. He felt as if he had suddenly run from the real world into a dream while running. Lu Xun stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at his surroundings. He was shocked to find that he was in an anime world. Black and white lines could be seen everywhere, forming simple yet vivid images. They were clear yet complex. He could even see the people around him. The people that he had seen walking toward the bridge in a daze were completely different in this place. Their faces were filled with various expressions, as if they were treating this place as the real world. He looked around and saw that everyone was running, hugging, and jumping for joy. Some people were holding hands with one or several different members of the opposite sex. They were so happy that they were like 200 hound men running on the beach. Some people were holding a woman outlined in black and white, slowly walking up the stairs outlined by the same black blocks, and then standing on the platform at the top of the stairs, embracing the woman and then falling down together. Below the platform was a lake drawn in thick ink. The ink was thick, symbolizing that the lake was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. They jumped into the lake, splashing a string of ink, and then climbed back up in satisfaction. Continuing to climb the stairs, the intense black and white colors stung Lu Xun's eyes, making him feel a little dizzy. Lu Xun turned around to look, but his sister was no longer by his side. He didn't know what was going on, and he didn't know how he had come to such a strange world. His scalp was slightly numb. "Shan Bing, what happened?" Han Bing's voice came out of the channel, sounding a little anxious. "I've suddenly entered a very strange place. Can you see it?" Lu Xun asked subconsciously. Han Bing quickly said, "From what I can see, everything is normal." "What strange world?" Just as Lu Xin was about to describe the place, he heard a strange voice from not too far away. "Hey, you!" He raised his head and saw a bald uncle in a white tank top and big pants. He was walking towards him with a thermos cup in his hand. His expression was very strange. "Young man, you're not even contaminated. How did you get into my world?" "Pollution." Lu Xin didn't know if he was an enemy or a colleague, so he asked in a low voice. "One met a bald uncle. Uncle Balti. In the channel." Han Bing's voice was still there. She was slightly stunned before she reacted and said anxiously, "Could it be the drunkard?" Lu Xin turned to look at him and said, "LM Shanbing from Satellite City no. 2. Oh, we're in the same industry." When the uncle heard this, he immediately reacted and said, "I just came from Satellite City no. 4. The situation here is under control. As long as these people run in this direction, they will definitely enter the range of my ability. As long as they come in, they can't escape and they can't die. By the way, if you're an ability user, why did you suddenly run into my ability range? Shouldn't you be the one to tell me that?" Lu Xin asked. "If I knew, would I need to ask you?" The middle-aged man smacked his teeth and shook his head. "Strange. With the level of my technique, only ordinary people can enter." As he spoke, he reached out his hand to Lu Xin. Lu Xin reached out to shake his hand, and everything around them changed. The strange comic world quickly faded away, and he returned to the real world. He was among the crowd on the other side of the bridge. He could even see the people around him acting like they were in the manga world. In the manga world, those who were surrounded by countless members of the opposite sex had happy smiles on their faces. Those who jumped off buildings over and over again fell and got up again from time to time. There's actually such an ability. Lu Xin was slightly taken aback. He looked over and saw the person who shook his hand. He was suddenly taken aback. The person who shook his hand was not the bald uncle, but a girl in her school uniform who looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. She had a ponytail and looked very innocent. At this moment, she had retracted her hand and opened the thermos cup in her hand to take a sip. Lu Xin could only smell the pungent smell of alcohol, and only then did he realize that the thermos cup was filled with white wine. "All right, young man, hurry up and go do your work. I'm here. There won't be any problems." While speaking, she turned around and continued to dig her nose, casting her power on the people around her. Lu Xin was dumbfounded. It was only when he felt a sharp pain in his leg that he hurriedly looked down and saw his sister biting his leg. "What are you doing?" He lifted his sister up and asked silently. "I saw you in a daze just now. I'm helping you wake up." The younger sister crossed her arms in midair and looked at Lu Xin with displeasure. "Then you're too late," Lu Xin replied. Without further ado, he turned around and walked away. What's her situation? Drunkard is a 17-year-old girl who is studying at school. In the channel, Hanbing seemed to have expected Lu Xin's question and explained. However, she has an unexplainable self-awareness disorder. In her mind, she thinks of herself as a 60-year-old uncle. So, whenever the drunkard uses her ability to pull people around her into her illusion, we will see that she appears in the image of an uncle. Lu Xin heaved a sigh of relief. He was in disbelief. Whether it was the doll that was so beautiful that it didn't look like a real person, or the uncle with a ponytail, there seemed to be something wrong with these colleagues of his. Chapter 99 Chapter 99 10,000 People Wailing Wall 1 Chapter 99 10,000 People Wailing Wall 1 Since the drunkard has already arrived at the Green Street Bridge, there should be no problem here. As Han Bing spoke, various complicated sounds of information flipping and various other complicated sounds could be heard. After a while, she quickly said in the channel, Satellite City No. 2 has a total of 4 large-scale and special pollution source incidents. One of the high walls has been attacked by deeply contaminated people. The situation is still unknown. Currently, out of the 4 major pollution incidents, Team Leader Chen has already taken control of one. Mr. Shan Bing has also solved one. Just now, the drunkard who came in time should also be able to take control of a place. We have just been informed that Doll has already solved the third one, which is the special pollution incident at Tensui Square. Now, she is rushing to the fourth area and will arrive in 5 minutes. Now, there is only one place left in the city that has not been controlled. The geckos are at the south wall now, helping to resist the attack of the deep polluters. But the situation is very tense. Mr. Shanbing, if your physical strength can still support you, please hurry over to provide support. No problem, Lu Xin asked anxiously as he followed Han Bing's instructions and hurried toward the south wall. What's the problem with the south wall? Now, he could only feel that the second satellite city was in chaos. There seemed to be a nervous crowd running at every intersection. Some people were screaming, while others hid behind glass windows, shivering as they looked outside. From time to time, a fire would suddenly burst out somewhere in the city, or there would be a trembling that made people panic, causing the panic to spread even faster. Chaos and panic enveloped the entire city. Even the stray cats and dogs in the dark corners were in groups, like well-trained small teams running around. A normal person would not know where to go in such an environment. Even if they wanted to help others, they would only feel that they could see people in need everywhere in the city. They would only be tired and run around. Running in the city until they were exhausted could not reduce the panic in the city at all. Fortunately, Han Bing was guiding Lu Xin in the chat. She had already compiled all the information and chaos in Satellite City No. 2 and filtered them out. She told Lu Xin where the pollution had been controlled and where the place was still on the verge of collapse and needed Lu Xin's help. Someone's attacking the wall. Han Bing's answer was very simple and capable, but she tried her best to convey the matter clearly. Team leader Chen reported that, after the oil painting retrieved from Bengbu port was stolen, Satellite City No. 2 entered a state of martial law. About 20 minutes later, a large number of civilians attacked the city's southern high wall. Due to the suddenness of the incident and the lack of manpower, a considerable number of civilians took advantage of the chaos and escaped from the high wall. There are still many people gathering there. There's also an outbreak of mental corruption there. Lu Xin subconsciously felt a little nervous. The southern part of the city was where Teacher Lu's orphanage was located. It was the place that he would subconsciously care about. Temporarily unknown. Han Bing's reply in the channel surprised Lu Xin. It was the first time in a long time that he had encountered a situation where Han Bing did not give him any information. He didn't ask any more questions. He could only speed up and push a motorcycle from the ruins on the ground. With his sister's ability, he could be faster than a motorcycle in short distances. However, if the distance was far, it was faster to ride a bike, and it saved energy. Furthermore, after such a long period of chaos, Lu Xin was worried that his sister would also feel tired. Lu Xin pushed the throttle to the limit and the motorcycle let out a deafening roar. The two headlights of the car pierced through the darkest of the night. Lu Xin's motorcycle sped through the chaotic crowd and the disorderly vehicles with extraordinary speed and agility. Not far away, the sound of an explosion rose into the sky, casting a messy shadow on the ground. Soon, he arrived at the southern part of the city, but he found that it was different from the places he had just passed. There was no chaos, no noise, and even the lights in the surrounding residential buildings were well turned on. It was dark and silent all around. Could it be that the people around here have already gone to the high wall? Lu Xin's heart began to race. He had grown up in the high-walled city and naturally knew that it was a serious crime to break and climb over the high walls. The patrolling army had the right to kill anyone who approached the high wall at will. Moreover, in such a chaotic situation in the city, regardless of whether it was polluted or not, breaking the high wall could cause big trouble. Thinking of this, he stepped on the gas pedal and sped up toward the high wall. Very quickly, the blinding light from the front of the motorcycle pierced through the thick darkness and swept over the distance. Then, Lu Xin was stunned. The situation here was completely different from what he had imagined. It was not as chaotic and crazy as the city. Instead, it was unusually quiet. As the bright light of the motorcycle swept past, he saw at a glance that there were countless people gathered under the high wall. Some of them were wearing work clothes, and some were even wearing pajamas. They were standing in groups under the high wall. In the distance, he could see many people unconsciously, silently, and unsteadily, walking towards the high wall. On the high wall, there were two teams of patrolling soldiers holding weapons, aiming at the crowd below. Below the wall, there was a crowd of people. They didn't shout, nor did they rush to climb up the wall. They just gathered silently and raised their heads, looking up at the wall in silence, even deathly silence. Lu Xun jumped off the motorcycle in shock and allowed it to burrow into the debris. Then, he looked around and found an opening. He quickly passed through the gaps in the crowd on the other side. Then, using both his hands and feet, he quickly climbed up the wall. No one tried to stop him during this time. Lu Xun could even sense that none of the people under the high wall were even looking at him. The soldiers on the city wall were shocked when they saw someone appear on the high wall. They immediately shouted. A snow-white flashlight shone over. Im Shanbing, a member of the special operation team. I'm here to provide support. Lu Xun was experienced in this, so he held the documents in his hand and showed them. Brother, you're finally here. I thought I saw you just now. That motorcycle looks like an acrobatic. The light from the flashlight quickly dissipated. In the crowd, a gecko wearing a black military suit came up. It looks like he was also sweating, as if he had just gone through a big battle. He walked with a weak expression and said with a strange expression, Brother, I've seen other people cry. And I've also cried to others, especially when there were dozens of guns pointed at me in the guard hall. I cried so loudly. But did you? As he said that, he couldn't help but look down at the wall vigilantly, and it seemed to shake slightly. Lu Xun also looked down at the wall, and he couldn't help but tremble. Only then did he realize that the people who had gathered at the bottom of the wall were not just standing there and doing nothing. They looked at the people on the wall with blank eyes and slowly shed tears. Countless people, countless faces, did not cause trouble, nor did they speak. She just stood there quietly, crying silently. The lizard continued with some difficulty. Have you seen? Tens of thousands of people are crying at you. Chapter 100 Chapter 100 Quietly Watching 1 Chapter 100 Quietly Watching 1 What is going on? Lu Xun's voice grew deeper as he looked down at the terrifying scene. He had seen a lot of people crying. In his mind and dreams, there were often scenes of people crying, but this was the first time he had seen so many people crying. It was the kind of silent, dull crying, like a silent movie. It might not be as many as tens of thousands of people, but they were still densely packed and terrifying. Such a scene simply made people feel a sense of panic from an unreal feeling. I don't know either. The lizard's voice was anxious and weak. It spread its hands and said, I came over to provide support, thinking that we were going to deal with some troublesome contamination source. Who knew that after I came over, I would see such a scene? They were just standing there, not moving at all. I'm being stared at by them, and I'm about to cry with them. We've already tested it just now, and there's no source of contamination in the surroundings. Hearing the lizard's words, the soldiers on the high wall around them subconsciously turned their heads and glanced at them. It was obvious that they could not hide the shock and panic on their faces. Their numbers were too few compared to the people below the city. Most importantly, although they were all equipped with powerful weapons, no one showed any fear when facing their muzzles. They only looked at them silently and cried quietly. This filled their hearts with an indescribable sense of absurdity. It was a strange feeling. Facing the group of people below, the guns in his hands could not protect him. Logically speaking, with so many people attacking the high wall, a large number of patrolling soldiers should have rushed over to help. But now, there was chaos in Satellite City No. 2, and a large number of people were being held back, so they could only rely on a few people to guard here. The arrival of Lizard and Lu Xun had given them some hope, but when they saw how helpless the lizard was, they felt even more pressure. If the number of people who were gathering and crying silently below started to make a move, they would not know how to deal with it. I suggest that we don't act rashly. We need to first investigate the reason why these people are gathered here, whether they are contaminated or affected. Han Bing's voice was heard in the channel. Lu Xin had learned from his previous training that pollution and influence were the same concept. The influence was a light pollution. However, in the face of more complicated situations, the information analysis team would split up. Those who were affected by the source of contamination or the influence of a spiritual monster were collectively called polluters, while those whose will was distorted by an ability user were called influences. In reality, the contamination caused by a source of contamination to the people around it was the same as the distortion caused by an ability user. Even without Han Bing's reminder, Lu Xin would not have taken any risks. He asked in a low voice, "How much have you found so far?" "So far, we have only received a preliminary report from the investigation team stationed in Satellite City B3. Han Bing said softly in the channel. The people who have gathered at the south wall have the characteristics of rushing to the bottom of the high wall under the influence of some unknown will, confronting the guards on the high wall, and crying silently. The number was still increasing, and there was no fixed route. We haven't found any signs of attack yet, but we can't rule out the possibility of an attack at any time. So far, no obvious fluctuations of spiritual power have been detected from the gathered people, but the abnormalities are extremely obvious. It has been confirmed. There is no way to communicate, so there is no way to persuade or threaten. It hasn't reached the level of using weapons to stop or disperse." Lu Xin nodded in agreement. The B3 investigation team that Han Bing had mentioned was the team that specialized in investigating mental pollution incidents in this Satellite City. No. 2. There were not many aptitude users who were stable and willing to be recruited. However, there were several similar investigation teams in every satellite city. Sheng Hui and his 3 team members, who were currently protecting Red Moon Primary School, were part of Lu Xin's team. They were all selected from the army or the police department to investigate and analyze the special pollution sources. In the past, they were also the ones who dealt with the source of the pollution. However, people without abilities, no matter how experienced they were and how advanced their protective equipment was, were still very dangerous when faced with pollution and had a very high death rate. Therefore, as the number of aptitude users recruited by the headquarters increased, these investigation teams were often only responsible for auxiliary investigation work, such as providing information and so on. "What about the core key and logical chain?" Lu Xin asked in a low voice. Facing so many people under the wall, he subconsciously lowered his voice, afraid of alarming them. Han Bing's voice was silent for a moment, as if she was communicating with the people around her. Then, she replied, "No finding so far." Lu Xin fell silent. The origin of all abnormal phenomena had its core key and logic. Only by finding the core of the problem could he easily solve it. Only by discovering the logic of the other party could one predict the possible changes. But now, if they didn't find anything, it would be equivalent to facing a huge and unknown horror. Unknown meant that they didn't know how it would explode. Terrifying referred to the unknown consequences it could cause. This is going to be big problem. While Lu Xin was listening to Han Bing's words, the lizard tilted its head slightly as if it was listening to Taiqi's analysis of the information in the channel. Then, its face turned strange. "You don't know anything and just stand there. Can we use a large number of tranquilizer to knock them out?" It was unknown what Taiqi's answer was, but he continued, "I don't need to knock myself out. I've already been knocked out by you. Even if you have, child, I'll still accept it. You're a 300-pound chubby girl with a 20-year-old child by your side. I'll accept it." After hearing the report, Lu Xin frowned and looked down. As far as his eyes could see, there were only faces that were densely packed together, illuminated by the searchlights on the high wall. There were glistening tear stains on every face. Lu Xin realized that these people didn't even know how to blink. They were just standing there like blocks of wood, crying quietly. He could see the existence of the spiritual monster, but he could not see anything now. Nothing could be discovered, which meant that nothing could be done. They didn't dare to shoot or force them back, because any reaction could cause an unknown change. He had already made it very clear during the special contamination source training course. In such an obviously problematic situation, before figuring out its internal logic, no unnecessary means of intervention could be made. This was because without understanding their specific characteristics, a single sentence, action, no matter how normal it seemed, could immediately cause a strong change in the face of this group. This was also the reason why Lizard and the others were at a loss. Chapter 1 Month 1 Chapter 1 Month 1 Chapter 98 In-Depth Investigation 1 Chapter 101 Chapter 98 In-Depth Investigation 1 Shanbing, can you see anything? Hanbing's nervous question came through the channel. From the looks of it, it wasn't just people like Mr. Zhu who knew that Lu Xin could see mental monsters and specifically looked for him to deal with the problem. In the records of the headquarters, they had also tacitly acknowledged Lu Xin's ability and used it as a standard of reference. However, Lu Xin could only shake his head and say, "No, I didn't." Han Bing let out a small sigh imperceptibly, as if she had already guessed the answer. "I've already sent a request to the main cities A-class special forces for support," she said in a low voice after a slight pause. "Requests for reinforcements have been sent to satellite cities 1, 3, 4 and 5. But Mr. Shanbing, other satellite cities and even main cities have also been contaminated. So, their reinforcements may not be timely." Han Bing explained the current arrangements of the upper echelons of Qinggang City in a soft voice. But it was meaningless. She only told Lu Xin these things. Usually, she would even analyze the information she had and give Lu Xin suggestions for action. But this time, she did not say it because she did not know what to do. "Can you please ask that the little girl called Doll come over?" Lu Xin suddenly thought of a possibility and asked in a low voice. Not long ago, he had just witnessed Doll's terrifying influence on those who had been contaminated. She was probably the only one who could deal with such a large number of them. "We haven't received a report that Doll can come over to help. Also, before we figure out the logical chain of this mysterious event, I don't recommend letting Doll come over." Han Bing seemed to have guessed Lu Xin's thoughts and said in a low voice, "Doll has a strong and uncontrollable influence. If she comes to the scene and clashes with these people's unknown influence, it's very likely that there will be unexpected changes. So, for now, the most important thing for us is to investigate the logical chain of this mysterious event." Lu Xin understood what she meant, but this had led the situation back into the old alley. He didn't know how to investigate. Therefore, after thinking for a while, he suddenly made a decision and slowly walked forward. The lizard was slightly surprised when it saw his appearance. "Mr. Shan, do you have any plans?" Han Bing, who was on the channel, seemed to have heard the lizard's voice from her headphones and asked hurriedly, "You'll go and investigate?" Lu Xin said, stopping in his tracks. "Investigate?" Han Bing's voice seemed to be a little startled. "Yes. I can't just sit here and watch." Lu Xin replied softly. "Brother, it's very dangerous." The lizard behind Lu Xin couldn't help but take 2 steps forward when it saw Lu Xin walking down the stairs. Even for an aptitude user, going deep into a mysterious and unknown group of polluted people was an extremely dangerous thing. People with mental mutations had a higher level of mental energy than normal people, so they were more sensitive to mental pollution. Also, because they had abilities, they were easier to deal with when they encountered mental monsters or other mutations. Or rather, they could save their lives. However, aptitude users were also afraid of contamination. This was especially so when he was faced with a source of contamination that had a much higher level of mental energy than himself. The risk of causing him to lose control was even higher. According to the witnesses' estimates, there are close to 2,000 people under the high wall in the south of the city. This is an unprecedented amount of contamination. And it also means that if there really is a contamination source, the level of their spiritual energy might be higher than we imagined. Mr. Shanbing, we don't know how it is contaminated. So, if you go deep inside, You will also encounter unknown dangers. In the channel, Hanbing did not try to persuade or give any suggestions. However, some of her worry could be heard from her voice. It's fine. After all, I'm getting paid, Lu Xin replied in a low voice. Then, he slowly slid down the wall with a rope. As he was going down the wall, he glanced at the worried lizard and smiled at him. However, she was thinking in her heart, from her work attitude, I will definitely be promoted faster than the lizard in the future. Brother, you're going to be a fool again. As Lu Xin slid down the building, his sister was already crouching on the roof, looking down at him. Her back was against the light, so her face couldn't be seen clearly. He could only feel that under her long black hair, her two eyes seemed to be a little resentful. Lu Xin, on the other hand, merely smiled at her before taking out a black candy from his pocket. He now knew that it was chocolate. You're lying to me again, the younger sister grumbled in dissatisfaction. But she still jumped down from the wall and lay on Lu Xin's back. She wrapped her two little hands around his neck. Although they were cold, they made Lu Xin's body more agile and stronger, and his heart felt more at ease. Yeah, I'm so tired today. You have to carry me. Lu Xin turned around and replied in a low voice. All right, he said. Besides, I'm not someone who can be dismissed with a piece of chocolate now. You have to give me a toy. Sure, Lu Xin said with a smile. The younger sister said, don't scream like chicken. Lu Xin hesitated for a moment before trying to persuade her. The screeching chicken is very fun. You can keep it and play with it. Lu Xin's voice was so soft that only the two of them could hear each other as he made his way deeper into the crowd. He slowly looked at the people crying under the wall and found that they came from all ages. There were old men who looked retired, young girls who looked like they were still in school, young men from factories, waiters from restaurants, and some people wearing gold-rimmed glasses who looked gentle. There were also people with exquisite makeup who looked like they were going out on a date in the night. There were thousands of people with thousands of faces, but now there was only one expression on their faces, and that was crying. Quietly, he stood under the wall like a statue, looking up at the high wall and silently crying. Lu Xin got closer to them to see if he could see the mental monsters on them, just like Mr. X's daughter, Zhu Xiao. Initially, he couldn't see the mental monsters on her, but after he pressed her down, he saw them. It's very quiet. I can only hear their weak breathing. Some of them don't even seem to be breathing. I can feel that they are living things, but I can't see any unnecessary movements. Now, I'm going to reach out and touch one of them to observe his reaction. Lu Xin lowered his voice and explained his findings to Hanbing in the channel as he slowly extended his hand. Hanbing seemed a little nervous and only said two simple words. CC, be careful. Lu Xin nodded and said softly. All right, he said. Then, his hand had already reached out in front of an old man, and he waved it in front of his eyes. The old man didn't blink, but his eyes trembled slightly. He shifted his gaze from the wall to Lu Xin. She just looked straight at him from the corner of her eyes, not moving at all. Chapter 102 Chapter 102 Chapter 99 Integrate into them for Fatty loves hot pot. Chapter 102 Chapter 99 Integrate into them for Fatty loves hot pot. My current test subject is an old man who looks to be above 60 years old. He reacts to my close range movements. Now, you'll try to knock him down and see what his reaction is. Lu Xin said in a low voice. As he said this, he pressed his palm on the old man's shoulder, then stretched out his leg and hooked the old man's leg. The old man suddenly fell down. Because there were many people around him, he immediately bumped into the two people behind him. The two people retreated and bumped into a few other people. Thus, there was a small commotion in the crowd, like a splash of water, and then it became quiet. The people who were touched by him turned their eyes to Lu Xin. Very good, he said. They are all looking at me now, and the test results are ideal. Lu Xin said in a low voice. Hanbing, who was in the channel, saw a corner of the strange scene through the camera. She was silent for a while before she forced herself to say, all right, he said. The lizard on the high wall watched as Lu Xun strolled around twice after he went down. First, he waved his hand in front of an old man and observed him carefully for a while. Then, he actually knocked the old man to the ground. The lizard was so shocked that its eyes almost popped out. Is he going down to investigate? Or is the test going to be done to a certain extent before Sir System will slap him? Shut up, Tai Kui said coldly in the channel. Or you can go down. No, the lizard said. When special operation personnel encounter unknown danger, they have the right to request a temporary retreat. As a person with the same ability, I also need to apply for the right to retreat for him when I feel that he is in danger. But you shouldn't be making jokes while the others are investigating. Tai Kui said. Okay, the lizard said, lowering its head. I'm actually nervous. When I'm nervous, I want to talk. Tai Kui obviously knew this habit of his. She just kept silent and didn't continue to reprimand him. At the same time, Lu Xun was carefully examining the old man and found that there was nothing wrong with him. Not only was there no trace of a mental monster on him, but there were also no unusual wounds. Even his bones looked very strong. The old man didn't seem to have any objections to Lu Xun's decision to knock him down. After some thought, Lu Xun slowly pushed the old man to the side and took his place. Then, he raised his head and quietly looked at the high wall. After a long silence, Han Bing finally asked in a low voice in the channel, "What are you doing?" Even though Lu Xun was the one present, she seemed to be more nervous than him. Lu Xun maintained his posture and said in a low voice, "That old man didn't have any other reaction other than looking at me. He just looked at me. I think I can only kill him if I continue to experiment like this. However, the option to kill him will be delayed. Now, I'll try to merge with them, integrate." Han Bing thought that she had heard wrongly, and her tone was a little strange. "Since we can't find anything with our detection methods and external observations," Lu Xun lowered his voice. "Then, isn't it logical to integrate their feelings?" Han Bing suddenly did not know what to say. Even though Lu Xun's words didn't sound wrong to her, she still explained in all seriousness. "There are many reasons why we can't find the source of the contamination through the tests. It could be that the source of the contamination is hidden too well, or it could also be a contamination method that we have yet to discover. If the source of the contamination is only targeted at ordinary people, then it's possible that it will cause a situation that even aptitude users won't be able to detect. In that case, it will be useless even if you fuse with them. In other words, only ordinary people can sense it. I should be able to give it a try," Lu Xun replied softly. He recalled his experiences all this while, especially the abnormality that appeared when he met the drunkard just now. "Actually, I've always felt that I'm just an ordinary person," he added. Shan Bing said he was an ordinary person. Han Bing, who was on the other end of the channel, was silent for a long time. Meanwhile, Lu Xun stood in the middle of the crowd and looked up at the wall. After Lu Xun stood there for a while, the old man who had been knocked down by him stood up as well. He did not try to take back his position. Instead, he stood quietly behind Lu Xun and continued to look up at the high wall. Soon, tears began to flow from his face again. The silence around them was terrifying. After Lu Xun blended in with the crowd, he seemed to be no different from them. If so many people have the same reaction, it means that they are all affected by the same thing, Lu Xun thought to himself as he tried to get rid of his distracting thoughts. There must be a mysterious force affecting them. That's why they are like this. In that case, if we can't detect this force from the test of the affected individuals, we can only try to integrate into these affected individuals and feel the force directly until we find out how it affects these people. Discovering how it affects these people means finding the logical chain. Finding the source of the influence is the same as finding the core key. Lu Xun straightened his back and cleared his mind of all distractions as he stared at the tall wall. Lu Xun stood quietly by the tall wall, trying his best to feel the air around him. But the lizard on the wall was completely dumbfounded. Could it be that he felt that our chances of winning were too low and joined the other side? In the channel, Tai Kui suppressed her anger and said, Shut up. Don't affect your partner's investigation. To be honest, I've never seen this kind of investigation method before. Is it the standard training? In the channel, Taikui was silent. Hurry up, Lizard couldn't help but urge. He looked so professional. How much training did he do? Taikui, who had been silent for quite a while, couldn't keep silent anymore. She said in a low voice, I've just read his information. He's indeed undergoing training in special pollution and mental abilities, but he's only been through less than a week of the 3-month training. In other words, from the special pollution treatment training course that we helped to organize. Other than the initial general classification of special pollution sources and the respective remuneration subsidies between the different levels, he has basically not started the rest. The Lizard was dumbfounded. After a while, it said, from what I know about him, this might be enough. Chapter 103 Chapter 103 The Crying Little Boy 1 Chapter 103 The Crying Little Boy 1 No one spoke, but it was not quiet. In the distant urban area, one could still hear waves of sound and heat waves. From time to time, there were also explosions and cries of alarm. All of this spread far and wide, forming a sharp contrast with the oppressive and deathly silence of the empty space below the high wall. Lu Xun stood there quietly, taking in his surroundings. Quietly. Then, he almost fell asleep. There must be a problem somewhere. Lu Xun thought to himself that he must be a normal, healthy, and ordinary person. Therefore, he could definitely feel the influence that these people could feel. Just like before, when he entered the coffee shop, the waiter had tried to pollute him. Later on, when he was dealing with the source of contamination P72, he could also feel the same fear. Even when he was dealing with the rose pollution, he could feel the influence of the rose. But he could bear it. Hence, Lu Xun decided to use this method to find the source of the infection. Lu Xun wasn't just randomly saying that he was an ordinary person. He had been looking for evidence to prove it. This incident was also a proof. However, her legs were sore, but she did not feel anything. The reason was, Lu Xun suddenly realized something. He opened his eyes and looked to his side. His sister was squatting beside him, looking up at him as if she was looking at an idiot. Lu Xun clenched his earphones and whispered to his sister, Maybe it's because you're affecting me. Please leave me for a while. His sister looked at him as if he was an idiot. If I leave, aren't you afraid of being eaten? You can't stay too far away from me. If you see something wrong, you'll have to come over and help me, Lu Xun said after some thought. The younger sister's eyes suddenly became a little resentful. Lu Xun had no choice but to give his sister a fawning and loving look. Then you have to compensate me, the younger sister said angrily. I've given you all the chocolates that I've hidden away, Lu Xun said with a frown. You must have hidden some more. His sister looked at him suspiciously. No. Lu Xun shook his head. I've really given them all to you. Just candy isn't enough. His sister believed him, but she was not willing to give up. She thought for a while, and her eyes showed some pride. I'll also want a toy. As he spoke, he gestured. Huge ones. Ones that cry. Ones that scream. Living ones, a toy. After some serious consideration, Lu Xun decided that he couldn't continue coaxing his sister. So he nodded and said, 111, consider it. Really? His sister tilted her head and sized him up for a while. It's true, but you have to keep a close eye on him, Lu Xun said seriously. If you noticed anything amiss, come over immediately. Otherwise, no one will buy you toys. The younger sister nodded her head in satisfaction. Then, she turned back 3 times with each step and quietly crawled into the distance, quickly disappearing into the crying human forest. Lu Xun heaved a sigh of relief and reappeared in the crowd. She tried her best to empty her mind and feel everything around her quietly. At this moment, he could hear the sound of the night wind passing over his head, the cries from the distant urban area, the loud broadcast warning, the waist-high grass under his feet swaying slowly, or the occasional sound of a grass grain exploding, because there were people around him, and they were all crying quietly. Therefore, Lu Xun could feel a strong sense of sorrow enveloping the wasteland below the high wall. If this great sorrow was an ocean, he was a drop of water that slowly blended in and became one with it. Then, when he began to fall into this sad mood, he suddenly heard crying. The faint sound of a little boy crying could be heard. The cry was so soft that it was almost inaudible if one didn't listen carefully. It was like a soft silk thread that drilled into one's ears. When he heard the sound of crying, Lu Xun even thought he saw a little boy curled up in the corner. His body was small and thin, and he was facing the wall, crying softly. He didn't dare to speak loudly, as if he was afraid of startling something. He could only suppress his tears and carefully cry. The cry seemed to have some kind of influence, making people's hearts instantly surge with endless sadness. Lu Xun's heart seemed to have opened up as a strong sense of sorrow gushed out. He seemed to have experienced countless torments in an instant. Countless times. He had seen the silver-white surgery cut on his body while he was conscious. He had also sat in a dark room without any light for countless days. He had countless friends who had appeared briefly but were then pulled away. Behind the glass wall, there were countless adults who were observing him with strange smiles. He was afraid of loneliness, afraid of darkness, and hoped for people to appear. However, he also knew that whenever someone appeared, it would be the time to hurt him. Thus, he was shrouded in this fear and sadness all day long. She could only curl up in a corner by the wall, not daring to cry loudly. Softly, and softly. Ouch! Lu Xun suddenly opened his eyes and looked down to see his sister biting his thigh. Seeing that Lu Xun was looking at her, the younger sister let go of her mouth and smiled eerily. "Brother, you're crying." Lu Xun wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. "No, I didn't." He shook his head, took a deep breath, and looked into the distance. He now knew what the contamination was. This was a contamination transmitted through sound. Hearing this cry, one would become one of the crying members. This reminded him of the deceased who had been found alone in the mining area yesterday. Special contamination source No. 072. Wang Chu. I've already found traces of contamination. As he spoke into the channel, he strode forward and said in a serious voice, "Get ready." In the channel, Han Bing's voice suddenly became nervous. "What type?" "It's the sound of crying. It's a little boy's cry." Lu Xun whispered into the calm's channel. "It's very soft, so it's hard to notice. However, anyone who hears that cry will fall into a very sad mood. They'll even start hallucinating, suspecting that these people are all affected by it. I'm guessing that the source of the infection is a little boy who's hiding in the crowd." "Understood." Reporting to the investigation team, Han Bing replied, "Don't let the investigation team in first." Lu Xun explained in a low voice. They might not be able to resist it. Upon hearing the cry, Lu Xun immediately knew how the source of the infection had spread. Because the contamination was transmitted through these thin cries, it was difficult to detect with mental detection equipment. Moreover, the cry was extremely weak. In this chaotic city, it was originally drowned out by the noise from all around. Even the investigation team didn't dare to go too deep into the crowd when they came to investigate. In order to prevent contamination, they all wore thick protective clothing that affected their hearing. Therefore, the possibility of them discovering the source of the contamination was very low, and if they took off their helmets, they were more likely to be directly contaminated by the crying and become a weeper. Step by step, the arrangements were so meticulous and ingenious. Lu Xun had a feeling that the source of this pollution had been carefully planned. Chapter 14 Walking Human Spiritual Detector 1 Chapter 114 Walking Human Spiritual Detector 1 Even though Lu Xun had already woken up, he could still remember the soft sound of her crying. If one carefully distinguished it, one would be able to find it. The cry was like a faint thread, piercing through the countless people around. Lu Xun followed the sound of the crying and quickly walked forward. He planned to follow the thread, or rather, the net, that connected everyone, and then trace back from a certain point of the net, bit by bit, until he found the source of the net and the key core that affected everyone. The method of transmission was very similar to the special contamination source No. 072 that he had dealt with. Before 072 died, he felt an extreme fear. Since he had no self-consciousness, the fear began to spread uncontrollably, affecting the entire building and even the entire community. The source of the infection was spreading fear, and now, this kind of crying was spreading an emotion that made people fall into endless sorrow. Moreover, no matter how he looked at it, the cry was many times stronger than that of the source of contaminations of 72. It seemed to have gone through some kind of fine treatment, making it more difficult to find, and the intensity of the pollution was more serious. Is this a coincidence? Or is the special contamination source no? 072 a type of experiment? Lu Xun suddenly had this thought. The lizard on the high wall was also looking at them in a daze. But no one answered him. The soldiers on the high wall were looking at him expectantly, hoping for an explanation. On the other hand, although Linda could see part of the video through the camera on the lizard's chest, she could not see Lu Xun's actions clearly due to the distance and the unstable light. She could not give an explanation either. Shan Bing said he found traces of contamination in the channel. Tai Qui's voice sounded a little serious. According to Shan Bing's personal information manager, Shan Bing has already felt some kind of mental influence at this time. He is trying to track it down and find the source of the contamination. This works too. Is he a walking human spiritual detector? The lizard was a little dumbfounded. Linda turned into an iron jade and scolded. Be on alert immediately and help him guard against the dangers around him. Alright. I only have one question. Isn't the person in charge of Shan Bing's information network pretty? Asked Lizard curiously. Tai Kui was bewildered by his question. She said unhappily, she's the prettiest girl in our information analysis team. Don't you think she's pretty? Ayo. Gecko was a little surprised. Suddenly, he said worriedly, she doesn't have a child. Right. Tai Kui was speechless. After a while, she said coldly, to be precise, she's still a child. Tisk tisk. I feel much more balanced now. The lizard was still mumbling, but its movements were not delayed at all. It took out the rectangular box on its back and assembled it into a 1-meter long, cold, and precise sniper rifle. It then laid on the top of the rifle and aimed the muzzle at Lu Xun's surroundings. For safety's sake. It even put a scope on it. Following the faint trace of his perception, Lu Xun soon arrived in front of a concave land. He walked around in the middle of a few people standing there, then took a few steps back and stopped in front of one person. He was looking for the crying boy. But the strange thing was that the person was not a boy. It was a man who looks to be in his 30s. He had a long beard, and his expression was no different from the people around him. He also stood there quietly and raised his head to look at the high wall. There were faint traces of tears on his face and his skin had a plastic-like texture. Lu Xun stood in front of him and looked at him quietly. The man just looked at the high wall quietly, not moving. Lu Xun stared at him for a long time before finally confirming that this man was similar to someone he had met before. This was a long-bearded Qin Ran, who was thinner than the Qin Ran she had seen before. He did not look like he was angry. Lu Xun was certain that he had found the key. Standing at this distance, he could clearly feel that the crying he heard was coming from this man's body. It was strange. But no matter how you looked at him, Qin Ran looked like a strong man between 30 and 40 years old. He did not open his mouth at all, and he did not even move at all. However, the cry came from his body. He was an adult man, but a little boy's soft crying could be heard coming from his body. It was a strange feeling. I've already discovered the core key to this contamination. We're ready to clean up at any time, Lu Xun said in low voice. As he spoke, he had already adjusted the camera on his left shoulder so the Han Bing could see it more clearly, analyzing the target's information. Mr. Shan Bing, it is recommended to retreat for the time being and stay alert. Han Bing's nervous reminder rang out in the channel. At the same time, there was a sound of information being transmitted. Lu Xun took a deep breath and slowly took a step back. He kept his eyes on Qin Ran. However, before Han Bing could give a definite analysis, Lu Xun had not even made a move. The head of the kin ran in front of him suddenly made a soft mechanical sound, like countless tiny gears turning gently. Then, a gap suddenly appeared in the middle of Kin Ran's plastic-like head, from his left earlobe to his right earlobe, across the bridge of his nose. And his face was divided into two parts, one above and one below. After that, the upper half of his head suddenly popped open like a lid. Lu Xun saw that there was no brain matter or blood in the man's head. There was only a white ball that was shimmering with a light blue light inside, giving off a certain kind of extremely high-tech feeling. On both sides of the white ball, two thin, translucent wings popped out and quickly trembled. Then, they flew out of Kin Ran's cranial cavity and into the air. The faint crying sound was coming from the white ball. Lu Xun's brows furrowed as he looked at the ball with wings. It's not a little boy. It's just something that's playing crying. That crying sound was actually recorded. Lu Xun was a little surprised. He had thought of what the source of the pollution would be like, but he had not expected it to be so high tech. In the channel, Han Bing's voice suddenly paused. Her voice suddenly became nervous. Mr. Shan, be careful. That's a product of the Church of Technology. Diddy. It was also at this time that the white ball flew in the air and hovered slightly. The flashing blue light instantly elongated. At the same time, a faint electronic voice was heard from inside. An unusual target has been detected approaching. The second phase of the experiment will be initiated in advance. When the sound was heard, two black holes appeared around the white ball, and silver feelers extended out. The next moment, a strong and terrifying blue electric current suddenly extended out. In just an instant, the electric current had already engulfed the four people around him, including Lu Xun. Chapter 105 Chapter 105 Mental Pollution Balm 1 Chapter 105 Mental Pollution Balm 1 In an abandoned city about 30 li away from Qinggang, the red moon in the sky was exceptionally large, as if it had taken up half of the sky of the abandoned city, devouring half of the night. The dead city ruins were dyed with a light red, as if there was a blood stream flowing slowly. At the edge of the abandoned city, people were gathering on the roof of a third-story building. They didn't use any lighting equipment and only relied on the moonlight in the sky to see. 7 or 8 fully armed men with guns in their arms were standing guard around the building. In the middle of the building's roof, there was a box with some wine glasses, canned food, luncheon meat, and steamed buns. There were 3 people sitting beside the box. One of them was wearing a beret hat and a large pair of sunglasses. He had a unique valiant temperament, a kind of calmness and ease that could only be obtained after many years of fighting in the wilderness. The other one had the appearance of a boy with a big head, but a very thin body. His small eyes were somewhat evil. The other one was a man with long hair and a smile on his face. He was wearing a red suit. The 3 of them looked at each other, their eyes full of vigilance. In the midst of the tension, the man in sunglasses suddenly swung his hand and said in a low voice, 2 twos. Then, he picked up the remaining cards with a provocative expression on his face. The boy with a slightly bigger head looked at the deck of cards in his hand and showed a fierce expression. He suddenly made up his mind and took out 2 cards. Ghost explosion. The man in sunglasses suddenly looked a little embarrassed. Then, the big-headed boy drew another round of cards and put them down with a smile. 4 to the peak. Straight to the sky. He only had 1 card left in his hand. At this moment, the man in the red suit suddenly smiled and pulled out 4 cards. Explode. It was 4 threes. Then, the man in the red suit threw out a 5. The man in sunglasses laughed and played the last 9. No. Let's have another. The big-headed boy was not convinced and quickly gestured. Also robbed the landlord. No need. The man in sunglasses smiled, stood up, and said, one can already confirm that there are no problems. The man in the red suit got up with a smile. The big-headed boy didn't say anything, as this was a common practice in his night order. Every time they returned from a mission, everyone who entered the city would have to get together to play cards. The process of playing cards was also a process of observing each other. As long as there was an obvious logical problem, such as 2 farmers wanting to use their king to suppress the other's little king, or seeing the landlord play too but holding on to their little king and refusing to play, or eating 3 consecutive jazzis, including one of their companions, showing strange emotional fluctuations. It would be very difficult to understand. This meant that there was danger and that he needed to be temporarily imprisoned and observed. Basically, all-night regiments with ability users had their own set of testing methods. The man wearing sunglasses walked to the side of the building and looked in the direction of King City. He was holding a white display device in his hand, which was flashing with blue light. As it started, a man in a red suit came over and said, "LTS a little earlier than expected. Maybe they were discovered. After all, there should be a lot of ability users in King. However, the number of people gathered there should be enough for the experiment." The man in sunglasses said with a smile, "Then we've been quite successful this time." The boy with the big head leaned over. At this time, it could be seen that although he had the appearance of a boy, his skin was very rough. There was rough stubble on his upper lip and chin. He spoke like an old man. "The request for the painting under the crimson moon has been completed. This is the Church of Technology's latest product. It should be enough to help us cover our retreat. Most importantly, record the experimental data of this 10,000 magnitude crying little boy. Mental pollution bomb. It can also be considered a mission that we can complete. This way, we have completed 2 of the 3 missions. We came here this time. The only pity is the laboratory that escaped." As he spoke, he looked at the man in the red suit and said, "1T was destroyed by someone's carelessness." It seemed that he was still angry at the man in the red suit because of the explosion just now. "You can't blame me for this." The man in the red suit did not get angry. He smiled and said, "My puppets are all used to coordinate with boss mission. There's no need to force it. This painting is the most important one." The man with sunglasses said, "The rest are just secondary. Moreover, I've completed 2 out of the 3 missions and am able to escape unscathed. That's already not bad. King City isn't as simple as we thought. A pig who is too greedy and tries to snatch food will always be the first to be sent to the table." As he spoke, he sat down on a canvas chair by the side of the building and crossed his legs. Looking in the direction of King City, he softly ordered, "Pack up your things." After recording the explosion data, "Retreat immediately." Swish. Lu Xin was forced to retreat 3 meters in the face of the blue electric arc. Those electric arcs didn't touch him. However, the people next to the white ball were all caught in the blue lightning. They didn't even know how to dodge. Their bodies trembled violently, and a burnt smell came from their bodies. It was clear how powerful the lightning was. Lu Xin then saw human-shaped objects in pain crawl out of their bodies and rush toward the white ball. The human-shaped object was translucent. Only its face was intact. The rest of its body did not seem to have a physical body. They looked exactly the same as the people who were enveloped by the electric arcs. However, the people only had sorrowful expressions on their faces, while the human-shaped object looked like it was in pain and struggling. They howled silently and climbed up in the blue electric arc. Due to the close distance, their bodies inevitably came into contact. At the point of contact, they actually fused together, intertwined, and soon formed a monster with 7 or 8 hands, 7 or 8 feet, and 3 faces. Each face had a different expression. Some were in pain, some were confused, and some seemed to be screaming. They seemed to have formed a unique life form as they quickly climbed up the high wall. Not good. Abnormal mental fluctuations have been detected. I'm sure there's a spiritual monster. Everyone, be on alert. We've confirmed that a mental monster has appeared on the south wall of Satellite City No. 2. Repeat. A spiritual monster has appeared on the south wall of Satellite City No. 2. Suspected to be related to the creation of the Church of Technology. The same voice was heard in almost all the channels. All the soldiers on the high wall looked down subconsciously. Although they couldn't see it clearly, they could feel that there was a twisted thing there that seemed to be able to pull people's eyes in. With the faint light of the crimson moon falling from the sky, some of them could also vaguely distinguish that it was a monster composed of countless people with at least 4 faces. The main character has finally appeared. On the high wall, the lizard looked at the distorted spiritual power from a distance, and its face revealed an excited expression. As an ability user, he could see more clearly than the ordinary soldiers who could only barely distinguish with the help of the moonlight. To be more precise, he could clearly feel the existence of something there, and could even feel the wriggling and moving trajectory of that thing. I'm not afraid of you being fierce. I'm just afraid that you'll hide. As he spoke, he squatted down and put his eyes on the scope. Linda, can we use special bullets? You don't need to ask me if you want to use special bullets at a critical moment. I'm not asking for instructions. I'm just reminding you that I'm going to use the special bullets now, so you must take a closer look. It's very impressive. Chapter 16 Human Stitched Monster 1. Chapter 16 Human Stitched Monster 1. The spiritual monster has appeared. It is recommended to eliminate it immediately. Han Bing's voice came out of the channel. In fact, he still didn't know what kind of organization the Church of Technology was. And he didn't know why Han Bing was so nervous. When he saw this small white ball that was suspected to be a creation of the Church of Technology, however, this didn't stop him from doing his work. Under normal circumstances, it was necessary to find its logical chain and core key, and then eliminate the mental monster. Now that the spiritual monster had appeared, they only needed to get rid of it to ease the situation. As he thought of this, Lu Xen had already jumped high into the air. His sister was squatting on his shoulder, making him as agile as a spider. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached the mental monster's side, facing the ferocious faces on the monster's body. Lu Xen only frowned and pulled it off with both hands. He grabbed 2 of the faces and used the force to tear them apart. The muffled sound, which was like a thick paper being torn apart, should be a kind of hallucination. Under normal circumstances, no sound would be made when a spiritual monster was torn apart. However, the mental monster was clearly torn in half. It seemed to have felt fear and pain as it quickly fled in 2 directions. It was originally a monster, but now, it seemed to have been torn into 2 by Lu Xen. Lu Xen only hesitated for a moment before Lizard's voice rang out in the channel. Brother, I don't care about the one on the left. Tai Kui must have taken over the channel for the lizard. Lu Xen nodded and stepped on the shoulders of the people around him. He used the momentum to run forward. He reached the half of the monster on the right in a few steps and grabbed it with his palm. Spiritual monsters also had signs of life and a stable structure. As long as it was torn to a certain extent, it would dissipate. At the same time, a gunshot was heard in the distance. The monster that escaped to the left was hit by a bullet in an instant. The bullet looked very strange. It was about the length of a finger and was completely black. It didn't have a metallic texture, but more like a kind of ink. When the bullet hit the spiritual monster, it suddenly shattered. At the same time, powerful electric arcs intertwined and spread out, turning into a huge ball of electricity that wrapped most of the spiritual monster. The other half of the spiritual monster melted and disintegrated like ice and snow that had been poured into boiling water. Sigh. The plasma bullets developed by the Lunar Eclipse Research Institute are really useful. It's pity that can't apply for them. Lizard's laughter could be heard in the channel. Linda, when we go back, just tell them that I fired 2 shots. Okay. Linda's cold voice also had a trace of relief. Don't teach the newbies and underaged girls bad things. Who's an underaged girl? This question flashed through Lu Xen's mind. At the same time, he had already jumped on top of the spiritual monster in front of him and grabbed downward with both hands. Previously, the lizard had said that spider-type ability users should use guns. This made sense. For example, the speed at which he was clearing the monsters was obviously slower than the lizard. Even though he had not received much training, he had discovered some problems. Compared to Doll and Drunkard, the abilities of spider-type creatures like himself and the lizard were more focused on themselves, so it was difficult for them to deal with larger-scale situations. Of course, the spider-type had its own advantages. which was its powerful extension ability and the ability to use a variety of weapons. The only unfortunate thing was that his sister did not like to use guns. Kyla. As the thought flashed through Lu Xin's mind, he had already grabbed the mental monster and pulled it with all his might. This mental monster seemed to be weaker than the one he had encountered in the caf. Even the 41 humanoid fruit tree that was related to Qin Ren seemed to be weaker. It did not seem to have the desire to fight back. And it was not very strong either. Lu Xin caught it, as he wished, and pulled off half of its body. It seemed that there was only a small piece of the mental monster left. In terms of shape, it only had a complete human form, 3 hands, and 4 legs. It was incomplete and strange. To Lu Xin's surprise, the remaining half of the spiritual monster and the remaining half of its face suddenly opened their mouths wide and let out a painful cry. At the same time, it stepped on the human pile below and quickly crawled forward. Wherever it crawled, human faces with various expressions were brought out and integrated into its body. This caused its body to grow rapidly again. The people who had their human faces taken away by it began to fall to the ground and no longer made any sound. As a result, after it crawled over, people fell one by one, but it grew bigger and bigger. Something's wrong. Lu Xin was taken aback by the sight and asked in a low voice. What's the matter? Han Bing asked nervously in the channel. That's not right. Why did the monster grow bigger again? The lizard on the high wall seemed to have noticed the problem and cried out in surprise. The numbers on the detector are getting higher and higher. This spiritual monster seems to be able to devour the spiritual energy of the people around it. Lu Xin's face was filled with anxiety as he realized the problem. He sped up and charged toward the monster. Kai! He quickly rushed to the back of the monster and forcefully tore off its body. He tore off another piece of the monster, but the monster didn't look back. It just quickly rushed into the crowd. The dense crowd of people under the high wall seemed to have become a sea. It plunged into the sea, and wherever it passed, it pulled out the spiritual power from each person and turned it into a face. This also made its body larger and larger. There were more and more faces on its body, and with every piece that Lu Xin tore off, more would be added. Some of them even turned to look at Lu Xin with excitement or anger, and some even stuck their tongues out at him. Growth-type monster, if it can grow by fusing with the spiritual power of the people under the high wall, doesn't that mean? In the channel, the information analysis team's voice sounded a little surprised. Tai Kui was even shouting anxiously. That's impossible. No mental monster can fuse with other people's mental energy so quickly. The higher the level of contamination, the easier it is to fuse with other mental energy. But even if the contamination level is a class, it's impossible. After all, it's something related to the Church of Technology. It's normal for it to be a little strange. The lizard's voice also sounded anxiously. But yeah, better find out the reason soon. I have a bad feeling. At the same time, dull and terrifying gunshots were heard. More and more bullets flew out of the lizard's muzzle, hitting the mental monster one by one. With every bullet fired, the monster's body was enveloped in a ball of dazzling lightning, evaporating part of its body. Every time Lu Xin reached out to grab it, he would tear off another part of its body. However, with the combined strength of the two of them, the monster's body continued to grow. From the initial 4 or 5 faces, it became a dozen, dozens. In an extremely short time, the monster's body had grown to 3 to 4 meters tall and 7 to 8 meters long. It was a monster, pieced together by human faces. Each face had the same expression as it constantly twisted and struggled. Spiritual energy level 300, 500, 1000. At the edge of the barren land, there was a team that specialized in measuring the spiritual energy level. They looked at the dashboard in front of them as if they had seen a ghost. Even their voices sounded strange. This is bad. The spiritual monster's power level is almost over 2000. Oh my god, doesn't that mean he's a class C? At this rate, I suspect that it will grow to B class in 5 minutes. And a class in 20 minutes. Don't be suspicious. Send a level 1 warning to the headquarters. Chapter 107 Chapter 107 Chapter 104 You guys, quit new book seeking support. Chapter 107 Chapter 104 You guys, quit new book seeking support. The unexpected turn of events made everyone's heart sink. At first, this mental monster seemed to be relatively easy to deal with because it did not seem to be too aggressive or too infectious. However, when they saw its growth rate, it suddenly made them panic. Spiritual monsters all had the instinct to grow and protect themselves. In other words, if a spiritual monster was placed there and allowed to corrupt and assimilate other spiritual bodies, it would definitely grow. However, their growth rate would be different according to their level. It was as if this mental monster did not have such a level limit. Under the attacks of Lu Xun and the lizard, it quickly crawled through the crowd. Wherever it passed, countless human faces were attracted to it and merged into its body. The speed of its growth was far faster than the speed at which Lu Xun and the lizard killed it. It has already exceeded 2,000. Lu Xun's heart skipped a beat when he heard the report on the psychic monster's strength. During the training, he had already come into contact with the different classification levels, remuneration, and other aspects of different special contamination sources. He knew what a mental monster that exceeded 2,000 mental energy levels represented. Under normal circumstances, a spiritual energy level of over 2,000 would be considered a crank. A spiritual monster that was active and could attack and escape was usually a level higher in danger. More importantly, this spiritual monster had such a terrifying growth rate. If this spiritual monster can infinitely integrate with the spirits of the people under the high wall and achieve growth, then, in the channel, Han Bing's voice was slightly hoarse. This matter might lead to unimaginable and terrifying consequences. There were at least 2,000 people under the high wall, according to the calculation that every normal person had 10 points of mental energy. The total mental energy of more than 1,000 people could reach more than 10,000. And a level 10,000 spiritual monster will become. She paused for a moment, and her voice trembled. At least, it's also a B-class threat. Is there a way to solve this? Lu Xun didn't wait for Han Bing to continue. He had already come to a conclusion. In the beginning, Lizard had asked him if he had ever seen 10,000 people crying to him. Actually, there weren't that many people under the high wall. Han Bing's estimation was correct. There should be about 2,000 people. It didn't sound like a large number, but looking down from the high wall, it was a terrifying number of people. And if these 2,000 people were all devoured by the human-faced monster, what level of mental energy would they have? Lu Xun's brows were tightly knitted together as he asked the question. He continued to charge at the spiritual monster. With one exaggerated and twisted movement after another, he tore the spiritual monster's body off piece by piece. On the high wall in the distance, the lizard was also firing non-stop. His arm, which was holding the sniper rifle, was already trembling slightly. It was unknown whether it was the pressure or the vibration of the gunshot that made his arm sore. He panted heavily, and the black muzzle was slightly red from the continuous shooting of the special bullets, emitting a choking smell of rust. The two of them had already unleashed their abilities to the maximum, but in their hearts, they still felt a sense of powerlessness. The monster was growing too fast. Neither Lu Xun's speed of tearing nor the gecko's destruction could keep up with the monster's growth. It was like watching the tide come, leaving everything to fate. Lu Xun took a deep breath and straightened his back. He looked at the monster that had grown to the size of a human head. He realized that he was in vain. At the same time, Lizard's anxious voice came through the channel. The special bullets have been used up. You guys, have you found a way? Didi. At the same time, an alarm sounded. The spiritual monster's strength has already exceeded 4,000. I've already sent special alert to the headquarters to request for support. But Han Bing's voice was slightly anxious. In the channel, Tai Kui continued Han Bing's words. LTS not very useful. This monster can fuse with the minds of the contaminated people below without limit. In that case, if we want to stop its growth, we have to isolate it from the other contaminated people. It doesn't matter if we send reinforcements from the headquarters or deal with it ourselves. It's the same. Moreover, it might be too late by the time the headquarters reinforcements arrive. The lizard climbed up from the high wall and swung its arm a few times, shouting, "What's the most serious consequence?" Taiqui's voice was deep. This spiritual monster has not shown any strong aggression or contamination so far. It's just constantly devouring the food that has been prepared for it in advance. In addition, it is very likely to be related to the creation of the Church of Science and Technology. So I suspect that this spiritual monster has been modified to some extent. It was created, and everything that is created has its own purpose. It doesn't have any strong offensive or polluting properties, and its spiritual level is so high. The purpose is most likely self-destruction. When the spiritual monster self-destructed, it would release a powerful spiritual radiation. To a certain extent, it can be seen as it's a balm, and a spiritual monster that has reached the spiritual level of 10,000 releasing spiritual radiation. It will kill or distort all living things within a 10-kilometer radius. The final impact will even spread to the entire satellite city. Even the calm Taikui couldn't help but tremble at the last part of her speech. Lizard, Han Bing, and Lu Xin, who were on the same channel, fell silent. They had all guessed the same outcome. So Lu Xin said in low voice. In the channel, Taikui continued his words. So, we only have one way. She paused for a moment and gritted her teeth. Eliminate all the contaminated people in advance, she said. Lu Xin's heart skipped a beat. It was as if his heart had stopped beating for a moment. The logic of everything seemed to be very clear and natural. How could he cut off the growth path of a superlarge spiritual monster? Of course, it was to get rid of the source of its nutrients. This was because after this gigantic spiritual monster grew up, it was very likely to undergo a qualitative change and threaten Satellite City. No, too, which was already in an extremely chaotic state. Therefore, the first thing to do was to stop its growth. On one side was the crowd of nearly 1 million people in Satellite City. No, too. On the other hand, it was clear which of these 2,000 people was more important. But, directly exterminate these 2,000 people. Even though now, there were far less than 2,000 left. Lu Xin's head started to hurt. Whether it was the soldiers and geckos on the high wall, or Han Bing and Taikui in the channel, they all fell into a long silence. This kind of silence made people panic. Shan Bing, the headquarters hopes that you can withdraw from the mission at this time. Han Bing's voice rang out slowly after a long while. It seemed that the headquarters had taken into account their previous assessment of Lu Xin and decided that it was not appropriate for him to be present at the scene. Lu Xin was also well aware of what would happen after he quit the mission. On the high wall, the lizard stood there with a gun in its hand, looking a little dejected. On the other hand, the soldier's commander on the high wall was on the phone, and his face gradually became serious and panic. Lu Xin also stopped in his tracks. He looked up and saw a sea of human heads. Their faces were either in pain or twisted. Perhaps it was because the mental monster had grown so big that it had undergone some kind of transformation. Just looking at it was enough to create an invisible pressure on Lu Xin, making him subconsciously want to escape. Feeling the pressure and impulsiveness, Lu Xin fell silent. 1 second. 2 seconds. He could hear his own heart beating. Then, Lu Xin spoke in a hoarse voice. What quit? You guys quit. As he spoke, he seemed to be worried that he wouldn't be able to explain it clearly, so he answered carefully. AI of you. Leave this place. Lu Xin's reply shocked everyone in the channel. What kind of crazy words was this? Lu Xin seemed to be very determined as he said, all of you, leave this place now. The further the better. Don't come near me, and don't look at me in any way, not even the camera, because it will be very dangerous. Chapter 108 Chapter 108 Agreeal. Chapter 108 Agreeal. Lu Xin's answer was beyond everyone's expectations. For a moment, the channel and the high wall fell silent. They could not understand why Lu Xin would suddenly ask them to withdraw from the mission. He asked Lu Xin to back out because if he had to carry out a command later, it would affect Lu Xin, who already had a high risk of losing control. After all, in the headquarters, the priority of preventing individual soldiers from losing control was higher than many other missions. So, what was Lu Xin's purpose in asking them to withdraw? After the dead silence, Taiqi's voice came out of the channel. We need to report to the higher-ups first. Lu Xin's voice sounded with great difficulty, but it was calm. All right, as soon as possible. Reporting the latest progress of the mass Wailing Wall incident under the south wall of Satellite City No. 2. A larger-scale spiritual monster has appeared. Growth rate extremely fast. Threat level C addition has the possibility of rising to B class or even higher in a short time. Solution: the Research Institute's Super Plasma Bomb is ready. The A class Special Forces have assembled. The 3 heads of the Special Contamination Treatment Center have signed and confirmed that they can use large-scale destruction methods to eliminate the mental monsters at any time. Price: Special Operations Team stationed in Satellite City No. 2 Shanbing, a supernumerary personnel, makes a suggestion. The members of the Special Operations Team and the South Wall Patrolmen withdrew from the mission and were left to deal with it alone. Requirements: no peeking, no approaching, no recording. Please give your orders. Taiqi's report was quickly transmitted to many people through the radio network in Qingyang City. Right now, at the junction of 9 Rivers Road, Shenjing was using her ability to turn a large number of contaminated people into her puppets. She had also used them to seal off a large area of 9 Rivers Road. She was waiting for the reinforcement team to enter. When she heard these words, her face suddenly became unusually nervous. This was proposed by Shanbing. What does he want to do? In the headquarters of the Qingyang City, Minister Shen was woken up from his sleep. He was holding a walkie-talkie in his hand. He had planned to order the A-class special forces to bring the super plasma bombs to Satellite City No. 2. But he received this report in time. He tightened his grip on the walkie-talkie, and his veins popped out. He growled in a low voice. This lunatic, what is he doing? In the Research Institute, in a room sealed with various special glass, Professor Bai, who was wearing a white coat, was in front of an experimental table covered with transparent plastic. He was receiving a document. In front of him was the Special Contamination Source 0411, which was the body of Qin Ran that was excavated from the bottom of the lake. The body had been dissected, and various parts were placed on different plates. This is the latest information from our investigation of the explosion at Red Moon Orphanage 10 years ago. Due to the long passage of time, the information was lost severely, so our investigation was slow. But from the current information, we can already see some things. A man in the special uniform of the guard hall reported. Shanbing lied about what happened 10 years ago. Professor Bai flipped through the documents without any change in expression. At the same time, Taiqi's report and application were repeated in the walkie-talkie next to him. Do you want to listen to Shanbing's suggestion and withdraw from the mission? Please advise. Please advise if you wish to withdraw from the mission. Please give your instructions. Professor Bai was silent for a moment. She put the document aside and turned to look at the dissection table. I agree, he replied in a low voice. At the same time, Shenjing's reply came through the walkie-talkie. One believe in Shanbing. I agree. At the headquarters in Qingyang City, a secretary-like person said to Minister Shen, based on the current situation, no matter what the Special Operations Team member codenamed Shanbing wants to do, the situation won't be any worse than the plan we submitted. So, Director Shen snorted and looked at the clock. The numbers were changing rapidly. Every change in the number represents the death of countless people. Thus, he gritted his teeth slightly. His expression became dignified. His eyes revealed a fierce light, and he said loudly, also agree. However, the Special Task Force is also prepared to eliminate the threat at any time. We have received approval from the headquarters. We are now preparing to withdraw from the mission. Taiqi's voice sounded in the channel, including the Special Operations Team members and the garrison troops. Execute the order. Immediately. Huala. On top of the high wall, Lizard's expression became complicated. He looked at Lu Xin from afar. but he didn't know what to say. Beside him, the soldiers on the high wall were also obviously shocked. In their previous training, they had always followed one principle, which was that no matter what happened, they were not allowed to leave without permission and they must protect the high wall. But now, under the threat of the high wall, they had to retreat in advance. This was the first time, when they saw their captain shouting. They quickly got into action, looking extremely nervous. In this situation where everyone was highly nervous, only Hanbing whispered before the channel was cut off. "Shanbing, you must be careful." Lu Xun nodded in silence, not taking into account the fact that Hanbing wouldn't have noticed his nod. Then he took off his headphones and the camera on his chest and put it in his pocket. He looked at the spiritual monster and saw that it was expanding. It was now dozens of meters tall. The increase in size caused its speed to slow down, but it was still moving forward. With every movement, dozens of people would be covered by it. Then, the spiritual bodies of the people would be extracted and fused into a part of itself, becoming larger. The detector had been beeping for a long time, but Lu Xun didn't pay attention to it. At this moment, the number of mental monsters had exceeded 4,000 or 5,000. He just threw the detector to the ground and crushed it with his foot because he felt that the sound made him irritated. He looked up and saw the faint red moonlight all around him, above the heads of countless crying people. A human-faced monster that was more than 10 meters tall and 20 to 30 meters long was crawling into the distance. The person that the monster was crawling toward did not have any intention of resisting. He just waited quietly. The geckos, the patrol team, and even the investigation team had all withdrawn from the mission. Even Lu Xun stood quietly at the side. From Lu Xun's point of view, his sister was the only one still chasing after the mental monster. She stuck out her butt and dug hard at the back of the mental monster. However, the damage she could deal to the monster was not even worth mentioning. The reason why she was working so hard was because she wanted to take care of the monster herself, so that Lu Xun would not be angry. However, when Lu Xun looked at his sister, he could feel her helplessness. Thus, he still slowly walked forward. As he walked, a smile suddenly appeared on his face, as if he was in a better mood. His sister, who was digging at the monster, suddenly turned to look at him, her face showing a vigilant expression. Further away, Lu Xun could vaguely sense his father pacing back and forth anxiously, his eyes fixed on the door. However, Lu Xun didn't look at his sister. Instead, he continued to walk through the crowd. "What do you want to do?" But in this anxious and mind-blowing atmosphere, a gentle voice suddenly rang out. Lu Xun stopped in his tracks and turned around. He saw a white dress fluttering in the wind under the red moon. She stood about 3 meters away with a small bag in her hand and a colorful wide-brimmed hat on her head. She was wearing a black, knitted sweater and a milky white pearl necklace. She was dressed exquisitely and appropriately as she smiled gently at Lu Xun. Lu Xun was stunned for a moment. He turned to look at his mother quietly, the smile on his face still lingering. His mother was also smiling at him. The two of them looked at each other quietly across 7 or 8 corpses. "I want to finish off that monster." Lu Xun was silent for a moment before he slowly pointed at the giant human-faced monster. "I also want to find the person who designed this and ask them why they did it. After I'm done questioning them, I'll deal with them as well." As he said that, he looked at his mother seriously. "You won't stop me, will you?" Her mother's smile became even more delicate, and there seemed to be something hidden in her eyes. "Why would I? Silly child, I'm very supportive of you." Chapter 109 Chapter 109 I'll give you a big toy one. Chapter 109 I'll give you a big toy one. Above the crowd in the distance, a bloated and terrifying monster was squirming little by little. Its entire body was made up of human faces. As for those human faces, they were still alive. They showed all kinds of expressions from time to time, and their lips opened and closed wherever its body passed. Some of the broken vehicles were flattened by its weight. The people who were standing in a straight line began to lean to the sides in an orderly manner. The destruction of this world was silent. End to it. Devouring people's lives seemed to be silent. The mental monster had reached a terrifying level. It was also because of this level that the mental monster, which was originally easy to deal with, now gave people an indescribable sense of fear after its body had expanded to a certain extent. It was as if one would be devoured by it and become one of its countless swollen faces if they looked at it. Very good. Thank you. Lu Xin, who was standing opposite the monster, nodded his head in a serious manner after hearing his mother's answer. He walked forward with ease, his calm breathing exceptionally clear in the dead silence. On the ground around him, on the corpses that were scattered all over, there were pairs of dull eyes that looked around him, as if they were watching his lonely figure in the distance. Against the broken walls and ruins, he slowly walked toward the suffocating monster shadow. The light from the high wall behind her was stiffly cast in her direction. Compared to the monster in the distance, his figure under the high light seemed extremely ordinary. However, the way he walked towards the terrifying human-faced monster made his sister very wary. She didn't dare to get any closer to Lu Xin. Instead, she looked like she was about to cry and was ready to run away at any moment. Your idea is very reasonable. Of course, Mom supports it. Lu Xin's mother looked at Lu Xin with a strange expression. However, her face only revealed a smile of approval, and she even clapped her hands lightly. Then, she smiled and said, "However, who else do you want to get rid of other than this monster?" Lu Xin hesitated for a moment before turning to look at his mother. "There's nothing else." Her mother was still smiling as she shook her head. "There are." Lu Xin didn't say anything. He felt that his mother's attitude was a little strange. Just a dozen kilometers away, in a dilapidated apartment building, his father was pacing back and forth in his room, full of anger. Sometimes he would come to the window, staring out the window with his scarlet eyes. Sometimes he would walk to the door, pacing back and forth. The smile on her mother's face did not change. She was elegant and decent, as if she were discussing what to buy at night. The mother pointed to the people who were still standing and smiled. "I know you've always wanted him to come out, but after he comes out, he might take care of more people than you can imagine. For example, these people who are still alive. For example, everyone in this satellite town." Lu Xin was taken aback. His mother was smiling very happily, as if she was gloating. "Of course. If you're trying to clean up the mess, he'll still support you. Good luck," she said, clenching her fists. Lu Xin had been clenching his teeth and maintaining a calm expression on his face. But now, he was a little hesitant. "If we follow your suggestion, what should we do now?" he asked after some hesitation. "Do you trust your family?" The smile on her mother's face did not fade. Lu Xin fell silent. His family was not his real family. They had taken him in after the orphanage was destroyed. Now, she couldn't even remember the process of them taking her in. She only felt that they had suddenly appeared and seemed to have accompanied her for a long time. These family members all had their own bad habits. Sometimes, they would even encourage her to do some bad things. They seemed to have their own secrets that they were only hiding from her. All of them seemed to be very powerful, but he was just an ordinary person. How could he trust such a family member? As he thought about it, he nodded his head and said, "One believe you." His mother smiled happily. Her eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. But she had no intention of exposing Lu Xin. "Since you trust your family, of course you should find your family to help you." The mother smiled and turned her eyes to where her sister was. Lu Xin also looked over and saw his sister looking at him and his mother with a wary expression. She seemed to be worried that she would be tricked by the two. She arched her body like a little black cat and bared her sharp fangs at Lu. "You've been borrowing your sister's power, but have you really believed in her?" The mother seemed to be mediating between two disobedient children. "Although my sister is a little mischievous, a little ugly, and a little awkward, she still sticks to you very much. You're worried that my sister will turn bad, so you've been guarding against her. But have you ever thought about really trusting her?" Lu Xin suddenly understood his mother's words, and his heart trembled. Of course, he didn't believe it. His sister was a person who liked different toys from others. If he didn't keep a close eye on her, there would be problems. However, His sister had indeed helped him deal with so many things. "Can I trust you?" Lu Xun asked after a long while. "Do you choose to believe me?" his mother asked with a smile. This question seemed to have stumped Lu Xun. "What do you want to tell me?" he asked softly after a while. "What I want to tell you is..." The smile on her mother's face suddenly became mysterious. "You've been borrowing your sister's ability. But have you ever thought of lending your powers to your sister?" Lu Xun suddenly had a strange thought. He could only feel the blood vessels beside his temples throbbing slightly. And there seemed to be some kind of emotion surging in his heart. "Do you really think you're very ordinary?" The smile on her mother's face became even more mysterious as she turned to Lu Xun. "You can enter the area of influence of other people's abilities like an ordinary person. However, don't tell me you didn't notice that you were always conscious when you were in the area of influence. You can hear the voice that only ordinary people can hear. But do you think it's because your mental energy level is as low as an ordinary person's? Or because you're higher than other ability users?" Lu Xun finally understood what his mother meant. In fact, he had always known about these things. He had discovered them long ago. The situation was urgent, and every second of hesitation meant the death of many. Thus, Lu Xun only needed 2 seconds to think before he made his decision. "I believe you," he said to his mother. Then, he slowly raised his head and looked at his sister. "I'll also believe in my sister." His gaze was a little strange at this moment, so much so that his sister subconsciously took a few steps back. Full of vigilance, Lu Xun looked at his sister and suddenly smiled. He pointed at the huge human-faced monster in the distance and said, "Sister, haven't you always wanted a toy? I'll give you this one." "Okay." The younger sister was stunned. Her little face was filled with shock and disbelief. However, her expression quickly turned into one of excitement and joy. She straightened her back and ran toward Lu Xun. She jumped into the air and opened her small arms under the crimson moon. Lu Xun stood there quietly, allowing his sister to jump onto his back and wrap her arms around his neck. Her mother smiled happily as she looked at the two happy children. In the apartment building more than 10 kilometers away, his father suddenly let out a monstrous roar. The sound seemed to shake the entire apartment building and even seemed to travel underground. However, no one could hear such a strong roar. In this city, all the people who were in a panic and in fear had no idea what had happened. It was also at this moment that Lu Xun lowered his body, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Then, he suddenly began to run. He charged forward like a twisted and strange monster. The more he charged, the faster the light in his eyes grew. "Thank you, brother." In the strong wind that swept past him, he seemed to be able to hear his sister's cheerful laughter. "Giving me this big toy." Chapter 110 Chapter 110 His Sister's Ability 1 Chapter 110 His Sister's Ability 1 The moment Lu Xun charged toward the monster, the atmosphere became tense and dangerous. No matter how powerful the attack was, the Bandlevel 2 spiritual monster that only knew how to crawl forward and integrate a larger spiritual body to strengthen itself seemed to have sensed an unusual alarm, and its huge body trembled. It was unable to turn its bloated body around, but the human faces that were facing Lu Xun's direction had their eyes wide open at the same time. All of the faces on the body that seemed to have hundreds of faces were horrified and their mouths were wide open. They weren't shouting, but the noise made by incandescent lights when the voltage was unstable. The moment these sounds came out, the surrounding space seemed to distort like ripples. There were ring-shaped shock waves that spread out layer by layer. Within the range of the shock wave, the spiritual bodies on the ground that had been devoured became unconscious corpses. Their bodies, hands, and feet curled up like pieces of springs. "What is that?" The patrolling soldiers who had already retreated from the battlefield, not even daring to look back, suddenly felt their hearts tremble. They looked back in shock and felt that there was some kind of terrifying power under the deep night mind distortion field. The lizard muttered to itself, its face solemn, completely unlike its usual cheeky smile. As an aptitude user, he could clearly feel a huge mass of psychic energy spreading from the south wall. This made him apprehensive and he said nervously, Although that spiritual monster doesn't seem to have any powerful corrupting ability, and is just a piece of spiritual stitching. When its spiritual level reaches a certain level, it is extremely terrifying. It only needs to release its spiritual power to form telekinesis. And wherever it is filled with telekinesis, it will be a distortive force field that destroys everything. He said this not to explain, but because he was nervous. When he was nervous, he couldn't help but want to speak. However, Tai Kui and Han Bing didn't have the mood to talk to him. They just became nervous. Mind distortion field is the most terrifying. Affectability. Ordinary people will immediately go crazy or turn into idiots when they are enveloped by the mind distortion field. As for ability users, if the difference in their mental strength is too great, they will also be affected by the other party in an instant and lose control. He better not lose control. I don't want to deal with my out-of-control teammates anymore, the lizard said in a low voice. When you recruited me, you said that you wanted me to save people and take care of the little sister's business without being caught. But it's not to deal with teammates. No one reacted to the truth that he subconsciously revealed. Hoppa. After the invisible and distorted spiritual energy was released, the two searchlights were instantly shattered, and the surroundings fell into darkness. The light disappeared, but the crimson moon's light became brighter. It had just rained, so the night sky was surprisingly clear. The crimson moon seemed to be closer to the ground than ever. Under the glow of the crimson moon, Lu Xun pounced toward the twisted spiritual force field. Then he directly rushed over, his face seemingly revealing a contemptuous expression. In the middle of this force field that seemed to be able to bend steel and twist a person's every thought, he seemed to become even more twisted than this force field. This made the spiritual radiation released by the spiritual monster unable to affect him at all. Even his speed of charging forward was not affected. His figure went against the current and strangely rushed to the front of the human-faced monster. Then, he stretched out his hands and aimed at the back of the human-faced monster. When Lu Xun tried to kill the monster, he had torn off many parts of it. But it was useless. This monster could immediately devour more spiritual bodies to make up for its lack of spiritual energy. This time, Lu Xun didn't try to tear it apart. Instead, he moved closer to it. He reached out his hands to stroke it. The human face on the monster's body began to open its mouth wide, one after another, to the extent that the strange sound of a cow's tendons tightening could be heard. The mouth, which was like a black hole, seemed to be biting Lu Xun's hand. However, Lu Xun's speed was clearly faster than these human faces. His hands quickly moved up and down, sliding from one face to the other. Then, the positions of the faces changed. Some of the faces had changed positions. Some of them had the same face, but their nose and mouth had switched places. This caused the already twisted and crazy monster to become disharmonious, at least at the part where Lu Xun had touched. It was as if a complete entity had suddenly become chaotic on a certain level. The giant human-faced monster began to wriggle, and the human faces rolled forward, making it crawl forward like a snake. When it was injured, it would subconsciously devour more spiritual bodies to replenish itself. It didn't care about the part that was injured by Lu Xun. It could even give up on that part. After all, its biggest advantage was that it could devour so many spiritual bodies, which made it unafraid of harm. No matter how much damage it suffered, it could quickly or even make up for it. In the end, the ones who died were the people from the satellite city, not it. However, the moment it was still moving, it suddenly felt that something was wrong. All the human faces that Lu Xun touched began to twist and disalign. Originally, the twisted area was only a small part compared to the size of the spiritual monster. However, as the monster began to crawl forward, he realized that the twisted feeling began to spread from the small twisted area. One face affected another, and then it affected even more. The distorted part was getting bigger, and as the area of distortion grew larger and larger, the surface it touched became wider and wider, and the speed of the distortion also increased. It was like a conspicuous ball of oil, spreading on the surface of the water. This huge spiritual monster's crawling speed suddenly slowed. Its instinct made it sense some terrible consequences. Brother Shanbing doesn't seem like a person who likes to brag. At the same time, outside the battlefield, on the roof of a building where they could rush to the south wall to provide support at any time, the lizard was dismantling and reassembling the sniper rifle in its hand while mumbling, "But I still can't figure out what method he has to deal with that mental monster. It's too big, and we can't even kill it. He's a spider. How can he deal with it?" In the channel, Taikui and Han Bing were also silent because they did not understand either. As members of the information analysis team, they had a deep understanding of the contamination source and the aptitude users. This was because this was the only way they could come up with targeted suggestions to deal with various complicated situations so that the aptitude users could be more effective. But the more it was so, the more unclear they were. The spider-type ability was more of a self-reflection ability, so the angle at which it could be used was very small, other than being equipped with the corresponding standard weapons. The spider-type had no way to deal with this kind of mental, so that's how it is. Lu Xin, who was standing behind the tall wall, finally understood what was going on after seeing his sister's actions. His mother said that his sister could deal with this monster, but he didn't understand at first. Now he understood. It was so simple. His sister was corrupting this mental monster. From the perspective of its contamination ability, this mental monster was really just a toy in front of his sister. Large ones, moving ones, screaming ones, living ones. A toy. Chapter 111 Chapter 111 Twisted Monster 1 Chapter 111 Twisted Monster 1 Lu Xin had already learned this in the previous training. Contamination sources and ability users were essentially the same. The only difference was that the aptitude user could control their own abilities, while the source of contamination would be released uncontrollably. As a result, there were some changes. Compared to the contamination source, ability users were usually suppressing, or, rather, limiting their own abilities. For example, spider-type ability users could easily distort their bodies and do many things that they could not. But now, Lu Xin had witnessed his sister using her power to distort the mind monster. This wasn't the ability of a spirit mutant. This was a form of contamination. Crack, crack, crack. As more and more parts of the spiritual monster were distorted, its movements were also affected. It seemed to be panicking as it started to wriggle its body. On both sides of the fat body, there were countless human faces extending out, then forming a thick pillar. The pillar continued to extend outwards, growing 5 fingers, and becoming an arm about 5 meters long. It folded its arms and tried to grab Lu Xin. However, despite its massive size, its movements were extremely slow in Lu Xin's eyes. Using both his hands and feet, Lu Xin stepped on the faces one by one and quickly climbed over the monster's body. His body twisted or hung upside down in a way that violated the laws of physics and the limits of the human body. Thus, he dodged the mental monster's capture and counterattack. During this process, because he couldn't stay on a certain area of the monster's body for more than a certain amount of time, he couldn't continue to distort the other parts of the monster's body. However, the part that was distorted by his sister continued to spread. The distorted part grew larger and larger, gradually covering half of the spiritual monster's body, which also caused it to be affected more and more. His movements were extremely uncoordinated, and his movements were slowed down as if he was nailed to the ground. This change seemed to have caused some kind of panic to appear in the monster. All the faces on its body that could still move and were not distorted showed a painful and panicked expression at the same time. Its mouth opened randomly, as if it was crying. The cries were noisy and chaotic, distorting the air around them, like traces of electric currents rolling back and forth. Lu Xin felt as if countless steel needles were being jabbed into his brain, and he was being jerked around by the electric current. However, he had a happy expression on his face, as if he was about to clap. At the same time, as more and more dissonant parts of the contaminated and twisted monster's body began to affect its movements, the monster suddenly made an unexpected decision. It stretched its body and rushed forward with all its might. The twisted part of his body was forcefully torn off by this struggle. Its speed suddenly increased. And like a pale and strange human-shaped worm, it quickly wriggled forward. In front of it was the crowd of people whose spiritual bodies had not been devoured by it. Now, those whose spiritual energy had been devoured and those whose spiritual energy had not been devoured were divided into two distinct groups. Those whose spiritual energy had been devoured had already fallen limply to the ground. They were breathless and their faces were stiff. As for those whose spirit energy wasn't devoured, they were still in a daze. They stood quietly, facing the high wall, and quietly shed tears, as if they were straws waiting to be harvested. This spiritual monster had actually abandoned its corrupted part just to devour these people faster. But in the direction it was crawling, a woman in an exquisite white dress appeared. Its mother smiled at it, as gentle as if she was entertaining a welcome guest. Even though half of its body had been abandoned, all of the faces on the bloated human-faced monster showed fear at the same time. As it faced the delicate woman, it turned around without a second thought and charged toward Lu Xun. However, when it turned around, it saw Lu Xun standing on the head of a huge monster, smiling at it. That was the half of its body that it had abandoned, and the whole body looked similar to it. However, the mental monster beneath Lu Xun's feet was strangely twisted and terrifying. It was also made up of countless faces, but each face was so strange that it could drive people crazy. It was like an abstract painting. Where the eyes should be, it must be the nose. Where the nose should be, it had a mouth. Countless abstract human faces formed this huge, abstract monster. All the eyes looked at it at the same time. Hee, this monster is so stupid. Lu Xun could hear his sister's laughter in his ears. In fact, it was only then that he realized that his sister had not only contaminated the mental monster, but she had also voluntarily abandoned the part of the mental monster that had been contaminated by her ability and become distorted, turning it into her own toy. The two monsters roared at each other under the red moonlight. A smile appeared on Lu Xun's face as he raised his hands, as if he was playing a non-existent piano. The twisted spiritual monster under his feet suddenly seemed to have gone crazy. Countless faces roared at the same time and quickly crawled forward. Hiss, hiss, hiss. It was like the sound of countless electric currents intertwining and colliding. The two spiritual monsters crashed into each other and bit each other. In the eyes of outsiders, it was as if an invisible bomb had suddenly exploded in the air. The air twisted as if there was a fire burning, causing the uneven thickness of the air to refract one's line of sight. A deep pit would suddenly appear on the empty ground. It was a deep ravine that had been whipped out by an invisible force. The soil was like boiling water, and soft and swollen lumps would appear from time to time. There was a faint but clear trembling feeling, which spread far away like water ripples. The light of the crimson moon shone down, occasionally drawing out the huge and twisted figures of two monsters. Their battle was brutal and quiet, and it was a strange sight. Something's not right. On a building far away from Kinghang, a man with a full beard and a beret on his head, or Qin ran. He looked at the lines on the meter that were starting to become messy and slowly frowned. It shouldn't have reached the predetermined spiritual level yet, and it's already becoming unstable. I'm just testing a bomb. Boss, you're too nervous. The man in the red suit said with a smile. Do you need me to take a look through the puppet? Qin Ran gave it some serious thought and said, let's take a look. But just one look will cut off the connection forever. You're really worrying too much. I don't think there's any superpower that can stop the explosion of a mental bomb. The man in the red suit smiled and turned to look at the direction of Kinghang City. He raised his left hand and curled his little finger. Green Harbor, Satellite City No. 2. South Wall. Suddenly, one of the pinkies of the people who were standing quietly like straw moved. Then, the man blinked. He stood in the middle of the quiet crowd and turned his head stiffly toward Lu Xun. On this battlefield, the geckos and the city patrol army had withdrawn. Even Chen Jing had ordered to turn off the monitoring equipment. However, there were still many people who were secretly observing the battlefield and recording all the changes. There was a man hiding behind a secret door under the high wall, holding a camera. There was a woman who was observing the battlefield from a high-rise building 1,000 meters away. There was also a person in a sealed room in Satellite City No. 2, sitting quietly on the sofa, his eyes unfocused. He sat on the sofa, but his view seemed to appear in the air above the high wall. Lu Xun had already told the others to retreat from the battlefield. You can't peep, get close, or record. However, now that Lu Xun was going all out to deal with this mental monster, there were still many eyes that did not permit it. Lu Xun's mother smiled as she watched Lu Xun deal with the mental monster. She took out a pair of scissors from her exquisite little satchel. A crisp catch of sound suddenly rang in the ears of everyone who looked over. It was the sound of cutting something. Chapter 112 Chapter 112 Do Not Peep Part 2-1 Chapter 112 Do Not Peep Part 2-1 On the roof of a tall building outside the satellite town, a man in a red suit suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. The big-headed boy next to him suddenly asked nervously, "What's wrong?" The man in the red suit was a little pale, and he had an inexplicable doubt. He raised his left hand and curled his pinky, then his index finger. Then, he curled his 5 fingers. He clenched his fists tightly. The expression on his face became more and more confused, as if he was at a loss. After a pause, he said softly, "I can't even contact the puppets I left there. It's as if the connection between me and them has been completely cut off." The big-headed boy was stunned for a moment, and his face was full of surprise. "Which one?" Qin Ran asked calmly. The man in the red suit's voice was a little dry. He was silent for a moment before he said, "Every single one of them." Qin Ran didn't say anything. He looked in the direction of King Gang City. In his hand, the circuit on the instrument had already fluctuated greatly, drawing sharp corners. The big-headed boy tilted his head and sized up the man in the white suit. He said in surprise, "What you said is a little strange. You can throw away puppets at will. Could it be that the distance is too far and it's beyond your control?" The man in the red suit shook his head and said, "LVE tested it many times." "Did you see anything before you were cut?" Qin Ran asked quietly. The man in the red suit thought for a while and said, "Before I enter the puppet's body, due to the different brain structure of each puppet, and the different degree of modification, I will first create a certain amount of confusion before I can truly control it. Therefore, before my vision is cleared, there will be a certain degree of noise, illusions, and a large flashing blank, etc." At this point, he paused for a moment and continued, "Don't know if it's an illusion. This time, when I opened my eyes, I seemed to see a woman, and she was smiling at me." The big-headed boy was stunned for a moment and whispered, "You've gone crazy thinking about women." The man in the red suit didn't answer. He just looked at Qin Ran quietly. "Then let's not wait any longer." Qin Ran quietly looked in the direction of King Gang City, as if he was thinking about something. After a long while, he suddenly looked at the electronic remote control in his hand. There was a red button on it and he said, "Prepare to retreat." The big-headed boy was a little surprised and said, "Boss, this level of data record doesn't necessarily mean we can get money. The task of recording the experimental data of the mental pollution bomb has been declared a failure." Qin Ran spoke very calmly. At the same time, he turned around and made a retreating gesture to the guards. However, the decision he made surprised the big-headed boy and the man in the red suit. He didn't expect his boss to give up on a mission so easily. "Do you know why I can live for so long?" Qin Ran seemed to know what they were thinking. He smiled at them and said, "The reason is that although I have the ability, I still maintain the caution of an ordinary person. When it's time to retreat, I will never indulge my greed." As he spoke, he didn't hesitate at all and gently pressed the button. When the sound of the scissors was heard, people in several places were frightened. Under the high wall, the person holding the camera was hiding behind a secret door. He was carefully pointing the camera at the young man who was standing on a blurry distorted force field. At first glance, he looked like he was flying in the air. He was a senior investigator and knew that it was impossible to record the existence of mental monsters. Therefore, he only wanted to record the young man's every move. During this process, the other party's distorted figure, extremely fast speed, and even the excited and contemptuous expression on his face when he faced the spiritual monster made him extremely shocked. He didn't know what he was filming, but he knew that it must be very valuable. He was so nervous that he held his breath and continued to film in silence. But suddenly, the direction his camera was aimed at became a little blurry, and the picture was no longer real. This made him think that something was affecting the camera. He was shocked and subconsciously looked up. Then, he realized that he could not see anything. In his shock, he couldn't help but scream in fear. A calm voice came out of the earpiece. "Mole, what's the problem?" He wanted to answer, but his throat only made a gurgling sound, and he couldn't make any sound. It was as if his vocal cords had been broken. He stretched out his hand, trying to touch the camera beside him. However, before his fingertips could touch the camera, he found that the body of the camera had begun to slowly twist and crack, as if it was slowly being crushed into pieces by an invisible force. On a tall building 1,000 meters away, the woman who was observing the battlefield with a telescope took a step back vigilantly when she heard the sound of the scissors. At the same time, he squatted down and held a black dagger in his hand. Then, he vigilantly looked towards the direction of the sound. However, he realized that there was nothing there. Everything seemed to be an illusion. Even the mental detection alarm on her waist didn't sound. "Am I too nervous?" The woman squatted on the ground for a long time before she slowly got up. She felt the wind blowing in from the open window, and her whole body was cold. She subconsciously lowered her head and realized that the clothes in front of her chest had been pulled apart. It looked as if someone had carefully cut it in the middle with a pair of scissors. She was shocked and quickly jumped back. At the same time, she took out her pistol and pointed it in front of her, then quickly behind her. Still nothing. It was only then that she reacted and looked down. He saw a thin line of blood under the clothes that were separated in two. It extended from his lower abdomen to his throat. She suddenly realized that it wasn't just her clothes that had been cut. In the sealed room, the person sitting quietly on the sofa was reporting to an encrypted channel. Saw Shan Bing fighting with a spiritual monster. The spiritual monster was of a very high level, so I didn't dare to get too close. However, what I find strange is that the current Shan Bing doesn't seem like a human. There seems to be a twisted spirit around him. His voice suddenly stopped. "Continue," the voice in the channel said softly. "What is distorted?" However, after shouting for a long time, there was no sound from this side. The people on the other side of the channel reacted and suddenly cut off the channel. In the dead silence, the person sitting on the sofa continued to sit quietly. However, his head was slightly tilted to one side. Chapter 13 A Little Sister's Nug 1. Chapter 113 A Little Sister's Nug 1. Can it be cleaned up like this? Lu Xun didn't have time to think about anything else. He just wanted to take care of this spiritual monster before it devoured everyone under the wall. After agreeing to lend his sister his power, or rather, trusting her completely and letting her lead the cleanup, Lu Xun felt a strange sense of relief. He could sense his sister's happiness, and to a certain extent, he had to admit that he felt very relaxed, as if he had lost some kind of chain. It had been a long time since he had felt this way. In this state, he was like a bystander, completely leaving the battlefield to watch the battle. The feeling of the two monsters fighting against each other was like watching a show for him. It was a very strange scene. The two monsters were stitched together by human faces. The human faces on one of the monsters looked like normal people, but they were densely packed with different expressions. On the other hand, the face of the monster that his sister had contaminated was distorted and evil. Its attack power was also stronger than that of the normal spiritual monster. Lu Xun found the idea amusing. In the face of a huge and terrifying spiritual monster, he actually felt that it was more normal. The two monsters were stuck together, using their arms made of human faces to tear each other apart, and using their faces to bite each other's faces. They were like two wild beasts. but it was obvious that the monster on the younger sister's side was smaller in size, but more ferocious. It was like a twisted chihuahua. The other party was just a fat and clumsy golden retriever. Therefore, the younger sister's one quickly pressed down on the other, as if to completely drown it. Countless twisted faces were struggling and gnawing at each other. The spiritual monster that was pressed down almost completely lost its ability to resist. "Sister, you're really amazing." Lu Xun couldn't help but sigh in his heart. At the same time, he realized that he could help his sister in this way. It seemed that he had a lot of secrets. When he had the chance, he should get to know him better. Although it sounded strange to say that he had many secrets and wanted to study himself. Buzz buzz buzz. Just as Lu Xun was starting to relax, and even started to think about his own matters, it was as if some sort of ethereal signal had been transmitted from afar. Lu Xun saw that the chubby spiritual monster had suddenly stopped moving. It allowed the twisted spirit monster controlled by its sister to bite it, but it did not move. The face that formed its huge body revealed a dazed and confused expression. Then, its body suddenly began to release a strong signal, as if an invisible force began to spread to the surrounding, and it made a trembling sound that was unknown if it was an illusion. Each face began to turn blurry and turbid like pieces of ice sculptures that were melting and then gathering together before collapsing. An unimaginably terrifying power was brewing within. Lu Xun frowned as he watched from afar. Not good. Outside the barren land under the south wall, the people who had already retreated did not spy on Lu Xun. However, be it the members of the Special Operation Team, the soldiers of the City Patrol, or the investigation team, everyone was equipped with a special spiritual detection device. Therefore, they all felt the strong and rapid spiritual wave signal. This made them realize a problem: the spiritual monster is releasing its last radiation. The information analysis team had already predicted the final reaction of the mental monster. The release of spiritual radiation was no different from a bomb. It wasn't just the people under the high wall, but everyone affected by the radiation within a 10-kilometer radius would be in trouble. Lu Xun's purpose for staying here was to deal with the mental pollution bomb. But now, the signs of radiation had already appeared. Could it be? "What's wrong?" Lu Xun called out in his heart when he realized something was wrong with the mental monster. He felt a little nervous, and then he had already pounced toward the mental monster. But when he calmed down, he realized that he didn't rush out. It was his sister who rushed out. His sister, who was wearing a messy and dirty white dress, rushed out of her body. She looked at the human-faced spiritual monster that seemed to be about to explode and giggled. Then, she stretched her body. Her body seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force and was being stretched. However, her small body was only this big to begin with. So when she was stretched, she naturally couldn't bear it. In the next moment, her body was split into many pieces. Whether it was her 4 small legs or her body, they all scattered and floated in the air. It was like a complete building block that had been disassembled into pieces. However, his sister's happy laughter could still be heard in the surrounding air. "Brother, look, there are so many of me." As she laughed, the monster with the distorted face that was contaminated by her also extended its huge body and began to tear from the middle. It actively split itself into many pieces, but it did not dissipate because of the splitting between the different parts. There seemed to be an invisible but strong connection. After it was broken down, the surface area would become larger. Then, the twisted spiritual monster flew out piece by piece and wrapped around the spiritual monster that was about to explode. A huge radiation was released in his sister's arms. Lu Xun's heart ached at the sight. It was as if a steel needle had been inserted into his brain and then stirred violently. He watched his sister happily hug the monster that was about to release a powerful spiritual radiation, preventing its power from spreading to the surroundings. He knew that this was one of his sister's abilities, but for some reason, he did not want to see this scene. "It's over." At the same time, Qin Ran and the other aptitude users were ready to retreat. The thick hook was fixed to the edge of the third-story building, and then they slid down in a very professional posture. Qin Ran was the last one to go downstairs. He waited 2 seconds longer than the others. After pressing the button, he kept staring at the surface of the instrument in his hand. After waiting for a long time, he did not see any changes in the data. The water in Kinging City is very deep. This discovery made him take a deep breath. Without any hesitation, he went straight to the building. The moment he turned his head, he suddenly looked back. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he also had a faint feeling that he was just looked at by a woman. Chapter 114 Very Simple 1. Chapter 114 Very Simple 1. What was that just now? At the same time, the human-faced spiritual monster began to blur and seemed to be about to dissipate. The lizard, which had left the battlefield but was unwilling to go too far away, suddenly jumped up in surprise and turned to look at the high wall. After carefully sensing it, he whispered, "I felt the collapse of my spiritual power. That human-faced monster. It's about to explode." It was unknown what he was thinking, but when he said these words, his expression even became somewhat distorted. "What's the level of the spiritual monsters now?" Taikui asked in the channel. The lizard took out the detector in its hand, glanced at it, and whispered, "I can detect nearly 100 residual spiritual power from a position 3,000 meters away. I can speculate that the spiritual monster under the high wall has at least 2,000 spiritual power. That's already very little. When we left just now, its spiritual energy level was constantly increasing, close to 4,000. In other words, Shanbing has already weakened its mental strength by half in such a short time. It's only a mental energy level of 2,000, but it can still cause extremely terrifying consequences." In the channel, Taikui quickly calculated and continued, "If a mental energy level of 2,000 is used, even if the mental monster doesn't have any other polluting characteristics and is just a twisted mental force field, if it explodes in an instant, it's almost equivalent to 10 kilograms of TNT explosives," she whispered. "And the most terrifying thing is that the outbreak will form a mental plague that will distort the mind. The radiation area will exceed a radius of 3,000 meters. Within this radiation area, all ordinary people will die instantly or be distorted, turning into a contamination source." What? The lizard jumped up in shock. "Should we invite the special task force? They won't make it even if they enter now," Taikui said in low voice. In their channel, Han Bing's voice suddenly sounded. It was very stable. "Why?" Taikui asked unconsciously. "Because I've been waiting on the Calms channel. Even now, Mr. Shan has not asked me for help." Mr. Shan Bing is a very reliable person. He didn't ask for help, which means he can handle it. Han Bing's voice was soft and gentle. For a moment, Lizard didn't know what to say. It was also at this moment that he felt an unusually clear tremor. The ground and the building he was on began to shake visibly. This time, the tremor did not come from his mind, but from the real ground. The lizard was stunned for a moment before it suddenly climbed up the building. It climbed to the top of the building in one breath and looked nervously at the south wall. At the south wall, there was no fire, but a large amount of dust. The lizard couldn't see anything at first, so it nervously looked at its palm. The instrument in his palm was already sweating, and it seemed that the residual mental power was rapidly decreasing. The lizard was slightly stunned. Report mentality level is dropping rapidly near the south wall of Satellite City No. 2. The spiritual radiation is disappearing. It's close to zero. Please give your instructions. Do you want to enter the scene? For a time, similar reports were heard everywhere in Kingking. What followed was the process of waiting, which left countless people in a dilemma. There must be many people in many places who were conflicted at this time, not knowing what to do next. The first to receive an order was the lizard. The higher-ups have approved it. Geckos can enter the scene for inspection. Yes, Lizard agreed and was about to go over when Taiqui's hesitant voice sounded in the channel. Be careful. The lizard was stunned for a moment before it suddenly laughed loudly. Okay, Linda. As soon as the voice fell, the lizard was already like a black shadow, quickly rushing toward the high wall. He climbed over many high walls and dilapidated buildings along the way, like a ghost under the red moon. 5 minutes later, He finally arrived at the wasteland under the high wall. He observed for a while to make sure that there were no traces of the mental monsters. Then, he sped up again and rushed into the wasteland to search. He saw that under the high wall, there were already countless people lying on the ground, quietly and chaotically. On the other side, there were still quite a number of people standing there. However, unlike the people who had just stood there quietly and cried while looking at the high wall, some of them had already woken up and were looking at everything around them in confusion. There were also people who were so shocked by the corpses that they fainted. There were even people who cried out in fear, pushing and shoving, rustling and rustling, trying to escape to the surrounding area. Fear and confusion shrouded everyone like dark clouds. The lizard couldn't care less about these people. It quickly made its way through the crowd and saw Lu Xun sitting on a large rock that had been lifted from the ground with his head lowered. Under his feet was an extremely terrifying large pit. On both sides of the pit were dirt and gravel that had been blown up by a huge force. It was a shocking sight. "Brother, are you all right?" The lizard approached Lu Xun carefully, picked up a stick from the ground, and gently hit him. Lu Xun, who had been lost in thought, jerked his head up, causing the lizard to jump back in shock. "You've come." Seeing that it was a lizard, Lu Xun was relieved. It should have been settled. "Please send the support team in." The lizard hesitantly agreed. When it saw him lower his head again, it couldn't help but swallow its saliva and said, "What are you doing?" Lu Xun slowly turned around and saw a broken earpiece and a broken detector in his hands. He tried to connect them together, but, unfortunately, both the earpiece and the detector were broken and could not be put back together. "The headphones are broken, and the detector was also broken by me," Lu Xun said in a low voice, seemingly worried. After a while, he raised his head worriedly and said, "The headquarters won't ask me to pay, right?" Facing this unexpected question, Lizard didn't know how to answer, so he could only subconsciously answer honestly. "If you didn't, honestly report to the higher-ups that you stepped on it and broke it. They probably wouldn't ask you to pay." Lu Xun was slightly relieved, and he finally gave up on the idea of piecing them together. The confused lizard had already circled the pit once. He silently estimated the amount of energy needed to blast the hole open, and then looked at the crowd behind Lu Xun, who was running away in fear. He squatted down beside the pit and said, "Brother, what caused this?" "It's the mental monster," Lu Xun answered. "It exploded like a bomb." "It does seem like it." The lizard nodded seriously and then raised its head again. Its eyes were full of fear. "Then, how did you manage to concentrate its explosive power in this small area?" Lu Xun looked up at the lizard. He also recalled the shocking scene just now. It was his sister. When the spiritual monster was about to explode and emit a distorted and terrifying force field, she separated her small body. Then, the distorted spiritual monster that she had corrupted also separated. Using the split body, he wrapped the human-faced spiritual monster in the middle so that the power of its explosion didn't spread, but concentrated in one point. How powerful was this? In fact, at this moment, he also felt very strange in his heart. However, he looked at his little sister, who was smiling and holding his arm as if she was asking for credit. Lu Xun didn't answer directly. "I just need to gather the power of the explosion together and wrap it up. Then, it will be solved," Lu Xun replied softly as he looked up at the lizard. "You guys can't do it." The lizard was serious, but it slowly shook its head. "Then this must be," Lu Xun said. "Brother, I know the rules." The lizard reached out to stop Lu Xun and continued, This must be our problem, right?" Lu Xun nodded with a smile. Chapter 112 Who's going to be responsible? Chapter 115 Chapter 112 Who's going to be responsible? Support team. Enter. After confirming that the gigantic human-faced monster had been destroyed, Han Bing's voice was heard in the channel. It was obvious that the most important thing was to deal with the chaotic battlefield under the south wall. Now, more and more people had woken up. They looked at the dense bodies lying around them, and then at their inexplicable appearance here. They were shrouded in greater panic. Some were crying, and some were running around. At this time, letting them run around was naturally a very dangerous thing to do. Even though the mental monsters had been dealt with, they had to prevent other potential risks from being hidden on them. After all, they had all been controlled by the little boy's cry sound before, and now they had suffered a lot of damage. Therefore, according to the regulations of the Special Pollution Cleaning Department of Kingang City, everyone had to be gathered, observed, and isolated until they were sure that there were no problems. Such a matter was extremely rigorous and meticulous, and there could not be a single mistake. Fortunately, Lu Xun didn't have to deal with this on his own. Everyone, don't panic. You just experienced a large-scale food poisoning incident. The main city is now mobilizing medical staff to rush over. Everyone, control your emotions and stay where you are. Don't run around. If you run around and the medical staff can't find you when they come for treatment, you can only bear the consequences yourself. Friendly reminder: if you go to the hospital for treatment, the consultation fee will be at least few hundred yuan. The sound of a big horn rang out in the surroundings. It was the sound of 2 squads of patrolling soldiers rushing over. With their numbers, it would be difficult to control such a large crowd at the scene. Fortunately, they had already received orders. The effect of shouting through the loudspeaker was surprisingly good. There were still people crying and asking the people around them anxiously, but there were very few people running around. Who thought of this method? Lu Xun sat down on a rock beside the crater. Even he felt that this method was too vicious. He looked around and saw that the order was much better after the 2 patrol teams entered. Soon, they saw a vehicle slowly approaching from the distance. It was right above them. The sound of propellers was deafening, and the bright light fell from the sky. 3 helicopters landed nearby, and the support team in thick protective clothing rushed down from them. Now, there were too many pollution incidents in Satellite City. No. 2. So the support team was seriously short of manpower. It could be seen that the members of these support teams should have rushed over from other satellite cities, and there were not many of them. However, in terms of equipment and mobility, they were also very professional. Every time Lu Xun saw the reinforcement team enter the field, he would feel a strange sense of security. This time was no exception. Her tightly-strung heart was finally at ease. He took out a crumpled cigarette and held it in his hand, trying to straighten it. Then, he took out the Zippo lighter that the fat manager Liu, from the main city's consulting company, had given him. He slowly lit it up and slowly blew out a mouthful of smoke. Now, have the problems been solved? Lu Xun's earphones had been stepped on, and he was currently using a satellite phone to talk to Han Bing. Han Bing's voice also seemed to be much more relaxed than before. She said gently, "Almost there." According to the information from other places, the 4 large specially contaminated areas in Satellite City No. 2 have been well controlled, and the support team is entering them to set up the control. In addition, the investigation teams in the satellite cities have also been mobilized to carry out in-depth investigations. Although such a large-scale pollution incident is very rare, we've already done many drills. With the addition of the other 4 satellite cities, and even the main city, we'll allocate a certain amount of manpower to support them. So, the aftermath is very easy to deal with. Lu Xun nodded and put out the cigarette before placing it back into the box. He turned around and saw that after the members of the support team entered the field, they had already pulled up a long cordon to separate the panicked survivors from the dead bodies on the other side. On the side of the survivors, there were people holding a megaphone and talking to them, deliberately attracting the attention of the crowd in another direction. On the side of the dead bodies, there were people who went deep into the area to test if there were any living people while shouting into the walkie-talkie. Lu Xun could hear the words truck and car shovel in their voices. This made his heart tremble slightly. He didn't even want to look at the dead bodies on the ground, because he couldn't even estimate the number of people. This could be considered a success. After all, he had saved more than half of the people. However, what about the half that died? They were lying there quietly without any signs of life, like a pile of human-shaped waste. Lu Xin's eyes were instantly stung by the scene before him. There were only so many people who had died under the high wall. What about the other areas where the pollution had suddenly erupted? Those who had died because of the influence of the roses, those who had died because of the chaos, and even those who had died because of Qin Ran and his men who had been caught in the heavy fire when they were snatching the painting. How many people were there? So, do you have any clues now? Lu Xin took a deep breath and asked Han Bing in a low voice. How did all this chaos come about? There are people investigating these things, but the report hasn't been submitted yet. Han Bing's voice also sank slightly as she said, but from the information we have so far, this matter must be related to the Church of Technology and the knights outside the city. Other than snatching the mysterious oil painting, we still don't know what their other goal is. But we can be sure that other than snatching the oil painting, they must have some other purpose. And they might have already achieved their goal. For the sake of your own goal, you killed so many people. Lu Xin rubbed his face and said, what will the headquarters do about this? The main task of our special pollution cleaning department is to clean up the pollution. We've already completed our work, Han Bing said softly. As for the follow-up countermeasures against that night regiment, it's the city defense department's matter. At present, I only know that they have sent professional tracking personnel. It is said that they have already set their eyes on them. There should be a follow-up report coming soon. Don't worry, Mr. Shan Bing. I'll let you know as soon as I get any news. We're all very serious about this. After all, Han Bing's voice paused for a moment, emitting a rare solemnness. Someone has to be responsible for the lives of those who have lost their lives in this chaos. That's right. Lu Xin turned to look outside the city with a peculiar expression on his face. Beside him, his sister was also looking out of the city. Her eyes were shining, and he didn't know what she was thinking. Her mother was nowhere to be found. Lu Xin's voice rang out after a while. So many people have died. They must pay the price. He looked out of the city with a strange calmness. It didn't seem like she was chiming in with the conversation, but rather, she was narrating a fact. It doesn't matter who they are, where they come from, or where they fled. Han Bing fell silent. Lu Xin's calmness made her worry. Well said. However, the sound of soft clapping could be heard from Lu Xin's side. His mother's smile was exquisite and charming. But this time, after you finish your work, you have to go home early. Your father is in a rage right now. She chuckled and turned to Lu Xin. I think we should consider having a family meeting this time. Chapter 116. Chapter 116. He's very nervous. 1. Chapter 116. He's very nervous. 1. Mr. Shan Bing, we have received a notice that the pollution sources in Satellite City No. 2 have been brought under control. During the preliminary investigation, no hidden threats have been found. You can go back and rest now. I will inform you if there are any problems. About an hour later, Han Bing gave Lu Xin a call. At this time, the survivors under the south wall had left the wasteland under the guidance of the support team. They went to a temporarily divided quarantine area nearby to receive treatment and observation. The bodies under the high walls had been isolated by a black tent that had been temporarily set up with excellent sealing ability. More and more members of the support team had arrived to transport various supplies. Lu Xin noticed that a row of more than 10 trucks had arrived near the scene. There was also a car that carried out stacks of thick black glass fiber bags. It was a corpse bag. Let's go, brother. Let's take a rest. The lizard must have been notified by now, and it came to Lu Xin after helping the support team deal with some matters. Not far away, a jeep was already parked by the side of the road. Lu Xin nodded and spoke to Han Bing through the satellite phone. No, thank you. Han Bing's voice stopped for a moment before she said softly, Mr. Shan Bing, I should be the one thanking you on behalf of the people of King Gang City. You're the one who protected ordinary people like us. If it wasn't for you, I really don't know how far this matter would have gone. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to do all this. Lu Xin said softly. No, I can only help a little. Han Bing quickly said. Mr. Shan Bing is the real amazing one. You're also very powerful. No. No, no. I feel so stupid. I can't help Mr. Shan being much. Lizard, who was listening to Lu Xin's words, was a little stunned. He leaned against the jeep and finished a cigarette. He saw that Lu Xin had finally hung up the phone. He looked at Lu Xin with a strange expression. Do you guys talk like this every time? Of course. What's wrong with that? Lu Xin asked curiously. Of course. Look at me and Linda. We're so close when we're talking. That's how we should be. Lu Xin carefully recalled what happened and thought to himself. That's intimate. You can't chat like this. The lizard looked like an experienced person and said, You've always been so polite. When are you going to turn her into one of us? Why did you turn her into one of us? Lu Xin asked. Yes. The lizard looked at Lu Xin and said, You'll have to wait at least half a year before I can talk to you in detail about this. As the two of them spoke, they got into the jeep and started driving to the guard hall. Lu Xin was still thinking about what it was that would take half a year to tell him in detail. But the lizard couldn't hold it in any longer. It suddenly became happy and sneakily said to Lu Xin, But, brother, I can tell you in advance that I found out the background of your special line secretary for you. She's very beautiful and is a flower in the information analysis team. Lu Xin took a moment to realize that he was referring to Han Bing. She's not my secretary. She might be of a higher rank than me. How did you find out? He asked subconsciously. I got it from Linda. Linda hides her own things very well, but she's quite generous when it comes to others. Lizard said. Lu Xin thought to himself. Linda has already told you how old her child is, so she didn't hide it very well. On the other hand, Lizard seemed a little excited. I've helped you, so shouldn't you do me a favor? He chuckled. What? Lu Xin asked. Help me find out about Linda from little Han Bing. The lizard said. For example, the question I'm most concerned about. Does she have a child? Lu Xin asked, finally understanding the situation. I'm more concerned about whether she really weighs 150 kilograms. The lizard said, shaking its head. Lu Xin was silent for a moment before he replied. All right, I'll try my best. When the jeep arrived at the guard hall, it was empty with only 2 people on duty. It could be guessed that all the guards had been transferred to other places to maintain order. Although the special pollution incidents had been controlled, some places were probably in chaos at this time. The order in the city was under more pressure. Lu Xin and Gecko arrived at the meeting room on the 4th floor, where coffee and candy were already prepared. Lu Xin glanced at the huge, eye-catching plate of various types of candy and felt that it was probably Chen Jing's order. The two of you have worked hard tonight. A staff member in a white protective suit walked in with 2 documents. As usual, please complete the test report. He smiled as he handed the 2 documents to Lu Xin and Gecko. Then you can rest here. If you need, there's a room for you to wash up and rest next to the guard hall. If he wanted to eat, he would be prepared. However, in case there are other missions that require your help, I hope that you can stay here temporarily until we receive the notice. Okay. Prepare some food for us first. I want wine, instant noodles, the kind that hasn't expired, and a big steak, the lizard said generously before turning to Lu Xin. What do you want? We can even order dishes. Lu Xin was a little surprised. He had always been the one to eat whatever was given to him. Seeing that Lu Xin didn't reply, the lizard waved its hand and made the decision for him. Give him a whole portion of meat that's more expensive. Lu Xin felt that Lizard was a good brother. After carefully explaining the requirements, Lizard sat down and asked, Where are the others? The special operations team members from the other satellite cities and main cities have returned after the situation has stabilized. This incident has caused a lot of panic, the staff said. The administrative offices in each city also want capable people to take charge. All right, I know. Go and prepare some food. Gecko smiled and waved his hand. Then, he sat down on a special chair in the conference room. He placed his long legs on the conference table and began to randomly select the options on the test documents. These were obviously some of the practices that he was familiar with. Lu Xin had already done it once, so he knew how to handle it. He slowly filled in the form. This thing is easy to fill. The lizard drew a few strokes and said to Lu Xin, "But how are you going to write the rest of the report? Didn't I already tell you what happened? Just write it as I said before." Lu Xin glanced at the lizard and replied nonchalantly. He noticed that the lizard frowned slightly, but then smiled and said, "I support you." Lu Xin gave him a relaxed smile and said, "Thank you," she said. He could tell that the lizard was actually very vigilant now. He had been talking non-stop along the way, and he tried his best to tell jokes to liven up the atmosphere. He also knew why the lizard was so alert. When he was dealing with the human-faced monster, he had lent his power to his sister. As a result, his sister was able to exert more terrifying strength than before, especially when she was able to corrupt the mental monster. Even Lu Xin himself was surprised by this. He believed that there were even more people who were more surprised than him. While carrying out that mission, they quickly agreed to his conditions and left the scene without spying on him. However, this did not mean that they did not pay attention to it. Now, they must also be eager to know how he had dealt with the mental monster. However, due to certain reasons, or perhaps they were worried about his emotions, they were not in a hurry to touch this problem. The more normal things were, the more it meant that many people were nervous. Perhaps, the reason why the lizard was accompanying him now was because someone had asked it to watch over him. Lu Xin could understand these things, but he didn't intend to tell them all. First, he felt that it was good for everyone to maintain a tacit understanding. Moreover, he had a lot of questions in his heart at the moment. He wanted to figure them out first before considering anything else. "Brother, when do you plan to go home?" A cool breeze blew in through the open window of the meeting room. Lu Xin saw his sister hanging on a wire outside the window with a bitter expression on her face. Lu Xin turned to look at his sister with a confused expression. He thought that his sister had already gone back with her mother. "That old monster is throwing a tantrum. I don't dare to go back now." The younger sister was hanging upside down on the wire, slowly swinging left and right with the wind. "You also have times when you're afraid," Lu Xin thought to himself. But his heart still ached for his sister. So he nodded and pointed at the lizard. "I'll take you back later." As he spoke, he grabbed a large handful of candy in front of his sister and stuffed it into his pocket, smiling at her. His sister had helped him a lot this time, so he wanted a reward. Chapter 113 Chapter 113 For Your Safety 1 Chapter 117 For Your Safety 1 The supper prepared by the guard hall was very sumptuous. There was a fat and juicy steak, a whole chicken roasted golden and soft, and large slices of sausages. In addition, there were 2 small bowls of wonton wrapped in small pieces, as well as a few side dishes that were marinated very well. At the special request of the lizard, they also prepared a few bottles of beer for each of them. Due to the short shelf life of beer, after the catastrophe, beer had become rarer than white wine. Most of the drunkards in the satellite cities could only rely on the low-quality white wine brought back by the wasteland reclaimers or produced in small workshops to survive. Fortunately, the beer and liquor production line in Qinggang had been restored in the main city. Some good white spirits could already be produced, and beer was supplied to the market in large quantities. Some were even traded to some forces outside the city. Of course, even so, being able to drink fresh beer in the satellite town was considered a luxury. "I have to go home today," Lu Xin said to the lizard after they had finished their supper. Before his mother left, she told him that she wanted to have a family meeting. Lu Xin had already agreed to it, and he felt that this meeting was very important. Moreover, he actually had some things he wanted to say. Hearing Lu Xin's suggestion, the lizard's expression changed slightly. It seemed that it didn't want Lu Xin to leave. Lu Xin guessed that Gecko had received an order from someone to stay in the guard station. However, facing Lu Xin's calm gaze, the lizard did not stop him. Instead, it changed its tone and said, "If you want to go back, then go back. We've made such a great contribution this time. Do you think we'll be tied down here? How about I go back with you?" As he spoke, he laughed heartily and said, "I've wanted to visit your house since last time." Lu Xin looked at the lizard helplessly and said seriously, "What's wrong with being alive? The lizard was stunned. Lu Xun saw his stiff expression and quickly apologized. I'm just joking with you. Ha ha ha. The lizard chuckled perfunctorily before turning to Lu Xun with a serious expression. Don't make such jokes in the future. It's quite scary. You know, I'm the most serious person, and I never joke with anyone. All right, he said. Lu Xun nodded and said, but I won't invite you to my house this time. You can help me with my duty here. If there's anything, you can call me. It shouldn't take too long for me to rush back to take your place. In that case, hearing this, the lizard could only nod and say, sure, you can go. Lu Xun packed up his things and left the guard station. He had planned to take the subway, but it was already so late, so the subway must have stopped. He also saw that the jeep that sent him and the lizard was still parked at the door, so he went straight out, opened the door, and got in. After his sister sat down next to him, he said to the driver in the driver's seat, send me to the moon platform. The driver was a man of few words, around 40 years of age. He was the one who had picked up Lizard and Lu Xun after the last mission. It was clear that his duty was to serve aptitude users during critical moments like this. The driver didn't say much. He just nodded and started the engine. After the jeep started moving, Lu Xun noticed a few police officers rushing out of the guard station. One of them was the staff member in the thick protective suit. They looked at the jeep anxiously, but they did not stop it. However, as the jeep drove to the next intersection, the lights of a few cars behind it quickly lit up. It was late at night, close to dawn, and because of the chaos in the city, there were very few cars on the road. That was why the cars were so eye-catching. Regardless of whether they tried to hide it or not, he could tell at a glance that they were following him. Even in the depths of the surrounding dark buildings, there seemed to be a few pairs of eyes looking at him. Lu Xun sat quietly in the back seat with his head lowered. The younger sister was lying next to Lu Xun, her face pressed against the glass window as she stared into the darkness. If someone was looking at him through a telescope or some other device, Lu Xun felt that they would not know that there was a strange girl looking at them. From beside him, he sighed. He could understand some people's curiosity and wariness of him at this time, but he didn't like to be stared at. Furthermore, Lu Xun was planning to have a family meeting at home. He had no idea how far these people would be following or monitoring him. If he crossed the line, would it anger his father, who was already in a bad mood? So, after thinking for a while, he took out his satellite phone and made a call. Shen Jing quickly picked it up, and her voice was as usual, very capable and experienced. What is it? The things in the satellite town are almost settled. I'm planning to make a trip home, Lu Xun said slowly. Then well, just go back. Shen Jing said, you don't have to report this kind of thing to me, but there are a lot of people following me. I don't like it. Lu Xun replied after a moment of silence. Shen Jing was obviously silent for a while before she said, I understand. Let me make the arrangements. After the call ended, Lu Xun sat quietly in the back seat and waited. The chauffeur glanced at Lu Xun through the rearview mirror, not expecting him to use such a method to solve the problem of being followed. He did not know what kind of arrangement Shen Jing had made, but the few cars behind the jeep quickly turned around. The feeling of being watched by a few hidden gazes had disappeared. This made Lu Xun believe that the people who had been sent to follow him had indeed been withdrawn. The satellite phone rang. After the call was connected, Shen Jing calmly said, the people following you weren't arranged by the headquarters, but I've already asked them to withdraw. You don't have to worry about these things for the time being. And you can even steady your hand. Haven't you seen a woman's intestines before? Just as Lu Xun was about to agree, he was interrupted by Shen Jing's sudden question. He asked, what are you doing? I'm in the middle of a surgery. I was injured during the attack. Shen Jing said, I only have the time now to treat it. Are you all right? Lu Xun asked, stunned. I'm fine. Shen Jing's tone seemed to have a feeling of indifference. It's just that there's an opening in the abdomen and the internal organs are injured. It'll be fine after I suture it. I've already used my ability to hypnotize myself, so I won't feel any pain. Your matter is more important. I've heard that you dealt with the mental monster this time. You did a good job, but because you handled it well, you scared some people. But it's not just you. When we recruited Doll, the drunkard, the gecko, and even when they first met me, they all had this reaction. We, the Special Pollution Cleaning Department, have our own rules and regulations. We don't have to care about these annoying things. Alright, you focus on the surgery. Lu Xin answered the phone and hung up. It was only then that he remembered that he was also injured. He looked down and saw that his wound had already formed a scab and seemed to be recovering soon. He thought silently in his heart that Chen Jing was his leader and she was undergoing surgery. Should I buy some fruits and send them over? After half an hour of driving, the jeep stopped in front of an old building. Lu Xin alighted from the car and walked to the driver's seat. Don't wait for me. I'll go back myself. The driver nodded expressionlessly and said in a low voice. No. Lu Xin nodded at him before turning around and heading upstairs. The moment he entered the door, a room on the left of the 4th floor suddenly lit up with warm lights. The driver silently drove the car to the guard station. After driving for a long time, his hands holding the steering wheel suddenly trembled. Visibly, his expressionless face relaxed a little, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He took a headset with his slightly trembling hands and put it on. Someone was calling him on the channel. There's an order from above to stop monitoring Shanbing. B3. Did you hear that the higher-ups have ordered us to stop monitoring Shan? Bing! I heard it, the driver said in a hoarse voice. He was in my car just now. Why did he do that? It was Chen Jing from the Special Operations team, who vouched for him. But didn't they say that his current threat level has reached A? The voice in the channel was silent for a moment before saying, this is also for your safety. The higher-ups have just received a report. When he was carrying out the mission to clear out the level 2 spiritual monsters in Satellite City No. 2, a few people who were ordered to investigate him have paid the price. Among them, there's a senior investigator, an A-rank elite agent, and even an ability user. Cause of death unknown. The driver turned around subconsciously and looked at the area where the old building was. After a long time, he suddenly had goosebumps all over his body. He stepped on the accelerator and sped away from the area. Chapter 108 Chapter 108 Family Meeting Part 1 Chapter 118 Family Meeting Part 1 The moment he stepped into the old building, Lu Xin felt a strange sense of oppression. The entire corridor was silent, without a single sound. Only some light from outside came in through the gaps between the people in the concrete building, allowing him to vaguely distinguish the layout of the building. The empty rooms were lined up neatly on both sides of the corridor, like silent guards or a prison. The closed doors and cobweb-covered corridors made the old building look lifeless. From time to time, he could see some stray cats and mice rushing out from the stairs or the holes under the doors. Some of them were fighting each other, while others turned around to look at Lu Xin quietly before quickly running into some unknown corner. The younger sister followed behind Lu Xin as they climbed up the stairs. She sang softly and seemed to be in a good mood. Little doll. Why? Looking for mommy with bare feet. Mommy is hiding under the bed. Let's not tell him. Little kid. You're hungry. Lie on the bed and don't say anything. Daddy is preparing to cook. He laughed when he saw the doll. Lu Xin couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Little sister. You don't have to sing anymore. The younger sister hung upside down and straightened her body, her black hair hanging down. She giggled and said, Brother, you don't like it. You're way out of tune. Lu Xin said with a nod. The younger sister was hanging upside down. She swayed and did not know how to answer. Slowly, they reached the 4th floor. Looking ahead, there was a gap of light that squeezed through the gap of the door. In this cold and empty old building, only the house had warm lights. The younger sister had stopped singing and jumped down from the corridor, landing on Lu Xin's back. Don't be afraid. Lu Xin knew that his sister didn't want to enter the house at this time, which meant that his father must be very angry. He comforted his sister and walked to the door. Then, he slowly pushed the door open. More light shone on her face. but it was not as warm as before. It was a little depressing and glaring. Lu Xun squinted his eyes to get used to the light in the room. Then, he saw that the room was in shambles, as if it had just been through a war. Cracks could be seen everywhere in the furniture and even the floor. Even the ceiling had an eye-catching and huge scratch. There was not a single piece of complete furniture in the entire house, and there were traces of destruction everywhere. In the middle of the room, Lu Xun's father, who was wearing an apron, was sitting silently at the dining table, the only chair that was still intact. When he saw Lu Xun enter, the blood vessels in his eyes became even more obvious. Her mother was leaning against the wall, talking on the phone and smiling. "Miss Chen, what are you worried about? It's fine. It's just a few robbers who came into the city. It's been solved. My son is working in the relevant department. Just trust me. Don't worry. Have a good rest." His father suddenly raised his hand and slammed it on the table that had already cracked and half collapsed. The loud noise stimulated everyone's nerves in the room. "Trash. They are all a bunch of trash. They deserve to be used and killed by others." His father stood up angrily. His eyes were scarlet red and blue veins appeared on his forehead. It was as if a few snakes were slithering under his skin. As he shouted in anger, the row of knives hanging in the kitchen trembled slightly. The light bulb hanging in the living room also trembled slightly. The room also began to shake. In the end, Lu Xun felt the old building shake slightly. Hiss! Lu Xun's sister peeked her head out from behind him and growled at her father. "Tell me, are you a good-for-nothing?" Lu Xun's father yelled as he made his way toward Lu Xun, his fingers almost poking Lu Xun's face. He seemed to be extremely dissatisfied with Lu Xun as he yelled. "You've been out all night. But what did you do? You've let all those people go. You've been deceived by others. You've run until your legs are broken, but you've never done anything good." Lu Xun looked at his father in silence. Even though his fingers were almost on her face, she didn't move or even blink. All right. You've been throwing a tantrum for the whole day and you're still not stopping. Isn't the child back already?" Behind her, her mother hung up the phone and walked over with a light smile. "Everyone's here now. Shouldn't we also have a family meeting?" Out of the 4 people in the room, the anger on the father's face had not subsided. He turned his head and looked at his mother fiercely. "Haven't you had enough fighting?" His mother just smiled at him. His father's breathing suddenly became much heavier. He gritted his teeth and there seemed to be an earthworm crawling on his forehead. What mother said makes sense. At this moment, Lu Xun slowly opened his mouth. He looked at them quietly and said, "LTS, indeed time to have a good talk." His father heard his words and immediately turned to look at him. "That's right. We're a family. What can't we sit down and talk about?" Lu Xun's mother was all smiles as she walked gracefully to the sofa and sat down. Lu Xun, on the other hand, glanced at his father before sitting down on the other side of the sofa with his sister in his arms. They all waited quietly for their father to sit down. His father seemed to have been angered by their contemptuous attitude and was even angrier. "Huala." He pulled the chair beside the dining table over and sat down heavily, looking down at the person on the sofa. The atmosphere in the room started to become stiff and heavy. There was an invisible force that seemed to have been accumulating, and no one knew when it would reach the point of explosion. "I think I did nothing wrong." After Lu Xun sat down, he fell silent for a moment before saying, "Since I'm getting this salary, I should help others solve some problems. Just like the old principal said, everyone should do their job well so that society can operate normally. Also, she helped me protect the people in the orphanage, so I have to protect the people in the satellite town for her first." His father's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye when he heard this. A fierce look almost shot out from his eyes. "You're still saying this now? If you protect others, who will protect us? Whatever job, whatever position, they are just using you. They are just using you as an excuse. Do you think they will be grateful to you? They can't wait for you to die. You've helped them do so many things, but their first reaction was to guard against you and follow you. So, you should let them die otherwise. Everyone in this family, everyone will be killed by you." His words were like steel needles, piercing into Lu Xun's mind and stirring it up. giving Lu Xun a headache. Chapter 1 Night Chapter 1 Night A friendly discussion. Chapter 1 Night A friendly discussion. His eardrums were buzzing, and even the scenery in front of him seemed to be distorted. Lu Xun felt as if he had been swept into a chaotic tide as his father held in anger. He felt an inexplicable sense of oppression, and this feeling made him feel like opening everything with a loud roar. His father stared at him as if waiting for his answer. However, Lu Xun only frowned and did not answer, as if he could not hear anything. If they all die, who's going to pay the children? Her mother said with a smile. Under the light, she looked charming and elegant as she sat on the sofa with her legs crossed. As she spoke, Lu Xun finally felt a sense of calmness, and her voice was still slowly ringing out. If everyone is dead, who will maintain the operation of this city? Would an empty city be interesting? His father couldn't answer the question, but his breathing became obviously heavy. Her mother's voice was gentle and rational. She looked at her father with her beautiful eyes. Actually, we should be reasonable. Since we've done something that others can't do, how can we take away the power that others are afraid of? Not everyone doesn't like to go out like you. It's better to be more lively in this world. Giggle. His father glared at his mother. His fists clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. His arms seemed to be getting thicker. His mother just looked at him with a smile. She didn't avoid his gaze at all, and there was even a hint of provocation in her eyes. Seeing that they were about to start fighting again, Lu Xun felt a headache coming on. Her mother actually couldn't beat her father, but she would provoke him every time. Sometimes, she could obviously scare her father, but she rarely used such a method. If she thought about it carefully, she would only use it when her father had his eyes on her. However, they might be discussing something officially this time, or perhaps it was because they had already gotten into a fierce fight before Lu Xun returned. This time, his father was only angry, but not to the extent that he would attack. The mother looked at her father provocatively for a while before her gentle and delicate eyes fell on Lu Xun again. Of course, I'll be honest with you. I'm a very reasonable person, but you did act a little weak. When those people escaped, you chose to save them first. I can understand that, but what about now? Lu Xun understood what his mother was trying to say. No wonder they didn't fight again this time. It turned out that their attitude was actually the same now. This made him fall into deep thought. He subconsciously looked at his father, mother, and his sister who was curled up beside him. They were so real, so vivid, and had their own personalities. They were also using their own ways to think for each other. If you don't want to be killed by others, you have to attack them before they harm you. You have to let them understand that they should not have provoked you. Lu Xun's father gritted his teeth as he glared at Lu Xun with bloodshot eyes. He's already a big kid who has been working for many years. His mother also smiled gently at him. Sometimes, being too soft-hearted is not a good habit. One of their voices was angry, while the other was gentle. However, they seemed to be trying their best to convey something to Lu Xun. This made him subconsciously lose himself in thought, and a strange emotion grew in his heart. Brother is right. As her father's anger did not subside and her mother gently pointed out the problem, her sister suddenly popped her head out and shouted. Her voice was very loud as she shouted at her father and mother. She wrapped her arms tightly around Lu Xun's arm, as if he would suddenly run away. The mother looked at her sister and seemed a little surprised. Then, she covered her mouth and laughed. As she laughed, her gaze quietly swept across her sister's face, appearing somewhat subtle. However, the younger sister did not notice her mother's expression. She stretched out half of her body and made a fierce expression at her father. Stupid girl, you don't know anything. Faced with his sister's rebuttal, the father suddenly flew into a rage. He shouted fiercely and stood up all of a sudden. His figure became unusually tall and big. Behind him, the only chandelier in the living room hung about 2 meters from the ground. His body blocked the light and cast a huge shadow. A shadow loomed over Lu Xun and his sister. And as the light bulb flickered, the shadow rippled. What Big Brother did was right. The younger sister was a little scared and hid behind Lu Xun, but she still mumbled softly. His father cursed fiercely. his anger growing. As he got closer, the shadow he cast became bigger and bigger. With his back to the light, all she could see was a pair of bloodred eyes. "Don't scare your little sister," Lu Xin said to his father with furrowed brows as he hugged his sister, who was curled up into a ball, tightly. The veins on his father's face bulged and rolled under his skin. However, he did not vent his anger as he listened to Lu Xin's words. Instead, he turned to look at Lu Xin, who was sitting on the sofa and blocking his sister. "Even if you want to work, don't you care about yourself?" he said in a fierce and angry voice. "Those people were so close to tearing you apart and turning you into meat paste with bullets. Then, they left without saying a word. Do you plan to be as uncaring as before? Do you plan to let them go so easily?" The atmosphere in the room suddenly became a little strange. When her mother heard about this, she just sat quietly together and smiled elegantly. The younger sister seemed to be on her guard as she tilted her head and looked at Lu Xin. Seeing her sister like this, Mother also smiled and said, "Of course your brother is not wrong. He did the right thing. But what we need to discuss now is what will happen next. Those people have already done something bad and snatched the painting. Although others think that these people from outside the city came in to snatch the painting. When you think about it carefully, is it really that simple? If they were only here to steal the painting, why would a psyche-modified person come to you in the first place? Why did the bomb detonate in the south of the city? Wouldn't it be more convenient if it was arranged somewhere closer to the port? So, what should we do?" When his sister heard these words, it was unknown if she understood, but she was subconsciously a little lost in thought. Her mother smiled. "Besides, it's fun outside the city. We haven't been out of the city yet." His sister's eyes also brightened up a little. While his family members were happily discussing the matter, Lu Xin sat quietly on the sofa. He thought of something and a strange smile appeared on his face. He raised his head and saw his father's bloodred eyes and his mother's elegant smile. His sister's heart was moved with curiosity. "You all have a point." He nodded his head lightly and said with some emotion, "You agree this time?" His father was silent for a moment before he looked straight into his eyes and asked in a low voice. From that angry face, a trace of excitement, even anticipation, could be detected. "I should say." After a while, Lu Xin nodded and spoke in a low voice. It seemed that because the building was too old and had not been maintained for a long time, the voltage had become unstable, and he could hear the obvious sound of chaotic current. The light bulb hanging in the living room also started to flicker. This caused Lu Xin's face to be filled with the shadow cast by his father, and then complete darkness. Even his expression could not be seen clearly. He seemed to be smiling, but also seemed very calm. His voice, however, slowly rang out. "LVE already decided before I went home this time. I came to find you just to confirm if you will support me." Upon hearing this, his father, who had been looking forward to it, suddenly had a strange expression. Then, he slowly stared at Lu Xin, and the corners of his mouth began to pull up, slowly turning into a smile. At this moment, his smile was very similar to Lu Xin's. After an unknown amount of time, his mother stood up lightly. At the same time, the voltage in the room stabilized. The light was stable and evenly scattered in the small living room. It was bright and warm. "You see, if there's anything to discuss, it's good." Her mother stood up lightly and began to conclude the meeting with a smile. "It's a happy decision then. Let's go find them." After hearing her words, her father nodded coldly and silently. The younger sister hugged Lu Xin's arm as if she was waiting for his opinion. Lu Xin nodded his head calmly. He liked to use such a friendly and pleasant way to communicate and reach a common conclusion. Chapter 120 Chapter 120 The Escaped Laboratory Part 1 Chapter 120 The Escaped Laboratory Part 1 Senior Colonel Chen. Rows of incandescent lamps were embedded in the walls, making the passage bright and not glaring. Shenjing, who had just finished her operation, had changed into a well-fitting casual suit. Her hair was combed neatly and she had even put on a pair of high heels that were more than 10 centimeters in height. She carried a stack of documents as she walked through the cold and hard corridor. She walked towards the end of the corridor, to the office. The two security guards at the door saluted her in. Chen Jing nodded to them. And then the guard on the left opened the office door for her. In the spacious office, Professor Bai, who was wearing a white coat, was bending over. He was holding a magnifying glass and carefully reading an old document on the table. There were many photos on the writing board beside him. Some of the photos were Qin Ran's anatomy, and some were analysis reports. Professor Bai, Chen Jing closed the door behind her and placed the documents in her hands on the table. The Zhu father and daughter's statements, as well as the location where they collected the art pieces, and the information on the search team, are all here. I have reason to suspect that those people have been searching for the painting in the city for a long time, and they have been here for quite some time. Yes, she said, pausing for a moment. When I asked Zhu Zixiao about it, she mentioned that she had deliberately concealed the existence of the painting because of her selfishness after seeing it. She also secretly transferred it to another container. She did this very carefully. Even her father didn't know about it. So naturally, no one else was able to find out about it, so I guess. She frowned slightly. Although she was just guessing, her tone was very certain. Actually, those aptitude users outside the city already knew that the painting was in her hands. They might have even found the batch of art pieces that the father and daughter had placed in Bangbu port. However, they didn't find this painting among the batch of art pieces. That's why they've been lying low until now. It was only when Zhu Zixiao left the main city and exposed the painting that they had the chance to make a move. As she spoke, she placed a stack of materials that seemed to have been printed out at the last minute in front of Professor Bai and said, "Through this, we can also analyze some factors. Those aptitude users outside the city should not be able to enter the main city directly to find Zhu Zixiao, so they need to wait for an opportunity outside. However, they might have their own spies in the main city. Otherwise, they won't be able to know the exact time when Zhu Zixiao will come out and even prepare to ambush us in advance." As she spoke, she told him her plan. "Before I came here, I had already arranged for someone to investigate the consulting company that hired Shan Bing to help the Zhu father and daughter deal with the problem. After all, they are the most likely ones to leak the information." Professor Bai listened to Chen Jing's words and slowly straightened up. She said, "How are your injuries?" "No problem." Chen Jing was stunned. "You still need to rest." Professor Bai said, "You can use your ability to make yourself feel no pain and not affect your work. But that doesn't mean that the wound doesn't exist. It will still cause a great burden on you. An aptitude user is still a human. You can't order him around like a robot." "I can't rest now." Chen Jing was silent for a moment. "This matter is very serious. If I don't get to the bottom of it, I can't stay here. Actually, the matter is already very clear." Professor Bai pulled a chair for Chen Jing and motioned for her to sit down and talk. Then he said, "Special contamination source no. 041. After all, this is the only thing we know about him. He should be a very powerful ability user. From his proficiency in using his ability, he has at least reached the end of the first stage. And there is a possibility that he is in the second stage." As he spoke, he looked at the pictures of Qin Ran on the chopping board. He seemed to be admiring the one that was dissected. This person is very bold, but also very cautious. He knows the defense work of the satellite city very well. Perhaps this is because he has a lot of experience living in the high wall city. Or perhaps he entered the city to snatch this painting. However, whether it is to break down our defense system, make it easier for himself to move, cause chaos, restrain our energy, or to prevent tracking, the work he left behind is very dangerous for ordinary people. We can even be glad that even though the impact this time was great, the casualties were already much lower than expected." Chen Jing's brows were tightly knitted together and she suddenly said, "It's fine if they are just bandits. But the Church of Technology. I don't think this is the will of the Church of Technology." Professor Bai shook his head and said, "Judging from the Church of Technology's style, if they were the ones who arranged all this, then there must be more than one mental bomb in the city. What's more in line with my understanding is that this group of knights that entered the city bought such a weapon from the Church of Technology and used it to restrain our energy and prevent us from tracking them. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that the Church of Technology incited them to detonate the bomb, observe the experimental data of the bomb, and use it as an advertisement to send a signal to other high-wall cities and group forces. After all, from the observed data, if that bomb really exploded, the consequences would be very serious. It's Shan Bing's credit. Shenjing was silent for a while before she whispered, and Department Head Shen even arranged for someone to monitor Shan Bing. You know how old Shen thinks. It's normal for him. Professor Bai smiled and said, Actually, I agreed to come here because I wanted to talk to you about this. He pointed at the information on the board and said, Let's talk about this mysterious night order. Based on the previous information, many of the things they did were logical. But there's one thing that seems a little abrupt. Previously, they had arranged for a psyche-modified person to appear in Satellite City No. 2 and tried to contact Shanbing. He was only scared away by Shanbing. In any case, after the test of the residual samples, I can confirm that this modified human is of the same nature as the one that was left behind to attack you in Jiuyang Road. It is very likely that they were created by the same puppeteer. In other words, the people in this night regiment have already started to contact Shan Bing. At this point, he paused and looked at Chen Jing. Do you know why? Chen Jing listened to these words and carefully recalled. When Lu Xin informed her about the appearance of a modified human, she had already suspected his motives. However, he had to deal with the pollution in Satellite City No. 2 and go to the operating table, so he had not had time to analyze all the information. Therefore, in the face of Professor Bai's question, she could only shake her head slowly. I don't have a clue. Yao know after reading this document. Professor Bai pushed the old document on the table in front of Chenjing. As Chenjing lowered her head to read the contents of the document, Professor Bai said softly, Due to the previous turmoil, the order of the security department was incomplete, so we didn't have clear records of many things. Fortunately, we started investigating the explosion at the Red Moon Orphanage early. We haven't found a clear explanation for this mysterious explosion. However, we did discover something else. Shen Jing had been carefully looking at the document. Her eyes gradually became a little surprised, and she suddenly looked up at Professor Bai. You suspect that he's 20 years ago, when the Lunar Eclipse Research Institute was first established, there was a disagreement. Those differences led to a laboratory director of the Research Institute leaving with some important materials and experimental subjects. Professor Bai said calmly. Many people know that the Lunar Eclipse Research Institute has been searching for him for many years. The code name is the Escaped Laboratory. As he spoke slowly, he straightened his body and said, One have reason to suspect that this is one of the goals of the Knights. Chapter 121 Chapter 121 What Happened in the Past 1 Chapter 121 What Happened in the Past 1 For a moment, Chen Jing's attention was successfully diverted. She looked at the report in front of her, and the expression on her face changed greatly. After a long while, she said in a low voice, There's too little information. It doesn't prove anything. Indeed. Professor Bai nodded and said, It's been too long. Some things seem to have been deliberately covered up. It's difficult to find any strong evidence. We're only guessing at the possibilities for now. However, if the orphanage is really related to the lab that escaped, then there should be at least one person who knows the truth. Zhang Xiaolu Chenjing suddenly raised her head and asked. Professor Bai nodded and said, So, if you really have to deal with work now, I suggest you do this. Regarding how the aptitude users from outside the city smuggled in the weapons, and how they found ways to get information about the Su family's father and daughter, Old Shen is better at handling it than you, and he's also more ruthless than you, so you don't have to worry about this. Just leave it to them. As for the orphanage, it has to be handled by you. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't be able to feel at ease. Shen Jing listened to Professor Bale's words and was silent for a moment. Then she said, What's your principle or bottom line? Professor Bai also seemed to have thought about it seriously for a while before she smiled and said, when you start to consider setting a bottom line for your principles, it often shows that you are already panicking, and you will not be able to do things comprehensively. So, I don't intend to set a bottom line for you. Just do what you should do. This is the principle or bottom line you should abide by. Chenjing listened carefully and pondered for a moment before she nodded. I understand. Because of the sudden chaos, everyone in Satellite City too was more or less affected. However, the orphanage that was closer to the guard station avoided the disaster very well. When Chenjing's car stopped below the orphanage, she could even faintly hear the sound of children reading from above. Chenjing got out of the car and nodded to the soldiers on duty next to the orphanage. She went straight up the narrow stairs. It had only been a few days, but there were already many children's doodles on the walls. However, the graffiti seemed to have been modified by someone else. It was originally crooked, but now it had become a lovely painting. Chenjing was also good at sketching, so she naturally had a certain eye. It could be seen that this person who had changed the graffiti should be a very gentle person. She was very curious about the dean of the orphanage, who had a very important position in Shanbing's file. At the same time, she was glad that she had ordered the orphanage to move here for protection. At that time, she had only thought that Shanbing would not have to worry about anything and could cooperate with satellite towns' investigation of hidden sources of pollution. However, after linking everything together, she realized that her decision had helped him a lot. If they had not moved the orphanage over, there might have been an accident. After all, Professor Bale's words proved that the knights from outside the city knew about the existence of the orphanage. When they came to the third floor, they saw an old man in a light blue security uniform sitting on a stool at the corner of the stairs. He was reading a newspaper in his hand. When he saw Chenjing coming over, he looked at her through his presbyopic glasses. Chenjing was dressed in casual clothes, but she was tall and slender. Her casual suit was well-fitted, and she had short hair. With a sharp temperament, it was obvious that she was not supposed to be here. I'm from the security department. I'm here to see Director Zheng. Chenjing knew that this man was the security guard of the orphanage. When the orphanage moved here, he also followed. However, although this place was better than Red Moon Primary School, he did not have a security booth. He could only watch from the corner of the stairs. The old security guard only glanced at Chenjing and said, "The class hasn't ended yet." Wait a moment. Chenjing also glanced at the old man and said, "All right," he said. After that, neither of them spoke. One of them continued to read the newspaper while the other waited quietly at the stairs. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, he heard the sound of children suddenly becoming playful. Chenjing ascended the stairs and arrived at the 4th floor. She saw a girl with a stack of textbooks on her knees. She was slowly sliding out of the wheelchair surrounded by children. She looked about the same age as Lu Xin. She had a ponytail and looked very pure. She was the kind of girl who made people think that she was very quiet and trustworthy. She was even cuter than in the photo. With a smile on her face, Chenjing gently greeted, "Hello, I'm Chenjing, Lu, Xin's colleagues." Teacher Lu was a little surprised. She looked up at the woman who was about 1.75 meters tall and was wearing high heels. She was stunned for a moment before she blurted out, "You're the one who gave him that much money." Chenjing did not expect her focus to be here. She chuckled and said, "The work he's doing is worthy of this reward." Teacher Lu nodded her head and said nervously, "All right, what are you here to ask this time?" "There are some things from the past that I would like to find you to understand," Chenjing said frankly. Teacher Xiaolu was silent for a moment. She pointed to the office diagonally across and said, "Then can you wait for me for a moment? I have to put down my book." "It's fine. I'm not in a hurry." Chenjing agreed softly and went straight to the office diagonally opposite. The room was about 20 square meters in size. Although it was called an office, there was only a desk and an office chair. In the corner, there were some toys, footballs, and the like. It was more like a lounge. She was not in a hurry. She sat down in the office and casually picked up a child's homework to read. She saw that the writing was childish, but the writing was very serious. When I grew up, I became a scientist. I invented a kind of chicken with 10 legs and let people eat chicken legs every day. I'm going to build a spaceship in the future, fly into the sky, and blow up the moon. I want to marry Teacher Lu in the future. There was a comment at the end. The teacher did not agree. After looking at it for a while, Shenjing's mouth could not help but curve into a smile. Are the children here also ambitious? I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Teacher Lu pushed the door open and the wheelchair came in slowly. She smiled apologetically at Shenjing. Do you want some tea? There's no need to trouble yourself. Shenjing put down her homework and leaned against the desk. She smiled and said, "I'm just here to have a casual chat with you." Teacher Xiaolu closed the door and nodded. Her face was solemn as she said, "One wonder what you want to ask. It's about Lu Xin. You two must have grown up in the same orphanage." Right, Shenjing said frankly. Teacher Lu nodded. "Yes. He left when he was 13, but he often comes back to help me." After thinking for a while, she smiled and said, "This person is so silly. He always gives me his salary. Sometimes I see that he can't even bear to wear thick clothes in winter. Instead, he gives me his safe salary and asks me to buy clothes for the children and carbon, but, to be honest, if it wasn't for him, this orphanage might not have been able to continue running. Or perhaps he's already starved to death. He is indeed a very good person, but this time, I'm here to find out more about what happened in the orphanage," Shenjing said with a smile. Teacher Xiaolu lowered her voice. After a while, she said, "Back in the orphanage, he was also a very good child." After a slight pause, she raised her head slightly and looked at Shenjing. "What's there to ask?" Shenjing quietly looked at her and whispered, "Something happened to the orphanage back then." "Right." Teacher Xiaolu fell silent. After a long time, she suddenly said softly, "What do you want to ask?" "I just want to know what happened in the orphanage that year." Shenjing slowed down her speech and said, "For example, what was Lu Zhen like at the time? Also, at the time of the explosion, who were you and Lu Zhen?" Suddenly, Shenjing's eyes narrowed and she did not continue, because she saw that Teacher Lu had suddenly taken out a gun from the clothes that she had rolled up. She pointed the gun at her chin and looked up at Shenjing, tears slowly welling up in her eyes. Shenjing was shocked, but she did not rush to speak. She only showed a questioning look. "I don't know what you're asking. I don't know anything about what happened back then." Teacher Xiaolu's voice trembled and tears welled up in her eyes. However, her attitude was surprisingly firm. "But I know I can't let you hurt Lu Xin. Our lives now are very good. He's such a good person. He deserves this peace. So, don't even think about cheating me of anything. I won't allow you to hurt him." Then, she gritted her teeth and held the gun tightly. "I know you have a lot of strange ways to make me speak, but if you force me, I'd rather beat yourself to death." Shenjing looked at Teacher Lu quietly. Her hands were trembling, but her slender fingers were firmly on the trigger. Guns were banned in the entire satellite town. Where did this orphanage teacher in a wheelchair get a gun from? Looking at the rust, it was already very old. It turned out that when she said she was going to put down the book, she was actually going to get this gun. After a long while, Shenjing slowly shook her head and said, "This gun has not been maintained, so it can't be fired." Then, she slowly got up and wrote down a number on the exercise book beside her. "I don't know what's making you so wary of everything, but I want to tell you that not everyone in this world is like that. You cherish this peaceful life and hope that he can continue to live this peaceful life. What I want to do is to protect this peaceful life. I've already achieved my goal today." She tore off the page and turned to look at Teacher Lu. "My main purpose was to ensure Lu Xin's safety. Only then would I be able to trust him more. You, on the other hand, have at least used this method to tell me that he is a trustworthy person. At the very least, he's someone you can trust with your life." As he spoke, he placed the number on the table. "This is my number. You can call me directly if you need anything in the future." Teacher Lu listened to Shenjing's words and was a little stunned. She did not say anything for a while. Chen Jing passed by her directly and walked to the door. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly turned around and smiled. Also, I saw the bill posted downstairs. It's time to pay for the water and electricity bill. For Lu Xin's sake, I can help you cover up the fact that you're hiding a gun, but you still have to pay for the water, electricity, and rent on your own. Chapter 122 Chapter 122 Application for a Business Trip New Book 1 Chapter 122 Application for a Business Trip New Book 1 Lu Xin received a call from Han Bing the next afternoon. He had already returned to the guard station. There were still very few people in the guard hall today, and almost every police officer was running around outside. On the way back to the guard station, Lu Xin could see that the food poisoning incident that had caused a huge impact on the satellite town was being broadcasted on the speakers, the display screens on the buildings, and some publicity vehicles that were driving back and forth. It was said that it was because someone had violated the rules by collecting poisonous mushrooms that had been contaminated in the wilderness. Currently, the administrative office had opened up 4 medical areas to provide free treatment and quarantine for the poisoned. In the news, the broadcaster said with a serious face, "We still have a long way to go to improve the quality of life of the people in Gang City. Some people ignore the rules and don't work seriously. They just want to get free supplies from the wilderness." It is reported that the administrative office will carry out severe punishment and trial for the involved personnel. There were also aunties with red armbands who were shouting through loudspeakers. Those who grow vegetables on the roof. "Hey, attention, clean it up in a group. You'll be fined if you catch it." Lu Xin had been thinking about how the administrative office would deal with such a serious mental pollution outbreak. He wondered if they would really reveal the truth to the public since it would not be easy to hide it. However, he realized that he had been too naive. The way the administrative office dealt with the matter was surprisingly simple. And most importantly, it was very effective. There was still a lot of work to be done, but it was clear that the atmosphere was gradually stabilizing. The City Defense Department and the Special Pollution Treatment Department are very experienced in dealing with such things. Over the phone, Han Bing explained to Lu Xin, when the Church of Technology visited Satellite City No. 4 before, we already had similar experiences. This time, whether it's the scale or the losses, it's much smaller than that time. I'm reporting to you now. It's mainly about the aftermath of this special pollution incident. The attack by the aptitude users outside the city was named the attack on August 18th. The 2 types of pollution sources that broke out in this incident are named Special Pollution Incident 093, codenamed Red Rose, and Special Pollution Incident 094, codenamed Crying People. It was now certain that these 2 things were driven by an aptitude user and not naturally formed. However, from the current test data, the 2 special contamination incidents have been resolved. And then Lu Xin asked, "After that, I will deal with the aptitude users outside the city." Han Bing replied softly, "When those people took the painting and broke out of the high wall city, some scouts who were patrolling outside the city chased after them. However, because the city was in chaos at that time, too many people's energy was distracted, so they could not send more people to help in time. At present, we have lost contact with the 2 scouts who were tracking them. We suspect that they have already encountered the enemy's vicious hands. As of now, the headquarters has already sent out 3 B-class special forces to track them. But, because too much time has passed, and the other party has shown extremely professional anti-tracking methods." So, Lu Xin understood what she was referring to, so he did not interrupt her and listened quietly. "Whether or not we can successfully track down these people, the City Defense Department has already decided to put them on the wanted list." Han Bing was quiet as she got to the main point. Attacking the High Wall City is unacceptable to King Gang and the Alliance. So, the City Defense Department has prepared the portrait of the aptitude user named Qin Ran and a description of his abilities. They have also put a high bounty on his head within the Alliance's territory. They hope that all the aptitude users in the Alliance can capture him. Lu Xun fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, "How much is the bounty?" The specific reward hasn't been announced yet, but preliminary estimates put it at more than 3 million. Han Bing said, slightly stunned. 3 million? Lu Xun was a little surprised, and the surprise was real. Han Bing replied in a clear and gentle voice. This is a comprehensive assessment of their ability level, the power behind them, and the damage they have caused to Satellite City. No. 2. There are many similar bounties in the Alliance. Usually, this number doesn't mean much. It just represents an attitude. Less than 10,000 may only be a small crime, which means that the wanted person has violated the laws of our High Wall City. If it's higher than 10,000 and lower than 100,000, it means that the High Wall City doesn't welcome them. Higher than 100,000 and lower than 1 million means that the High Wall City is very angry about this matter, and their attitude is very serious. More than 1 million. It means they've already reached the bottom line of the high-walled city. Well, definitely take their lives. As Han Bing spoke, she paused for a moment and continued. Of course, the reward can't be too high by law, because there has been an incident before where someone was attracted by the high reward, so he deliberately manipulated some people to make a big mistake and then sent them over in exchange for the reward. Something like this can't be considered a business. So there are so many things to pay attention to. Lu Xun fell silent for a moment as he thought to himself. However, 1 million is indeed quite high. After Han Bing had explained, she added, the other issue is the subsidy for Mr. Shan. In the previous large-scale pollution incident, Mr. Shan resolved the incident at Wanzhong Mall. The reward will be calculated based on the treatment of the secondary pollution source. As for the treatment of the special contamination source codenamed 094, it will be calculated according to the treatment of a grade 3 contamination source, in addition to other rewards and so on. She seemed to know Lu Xun's personality, so she went into more detail when she spoke, and his tone was more relaxed. That's not important. However, Lu Xun suddenly interrupted her. Then, Han Bing seemed to be a little surprised. To Mr. Shan Bing, these things were not important. Even his voice sounded a little nervous. Mr. Shan, if you have any other opinions, you can tell me. It's because I'm in a hurry to do something else. Lu Xun explained. I don't have the time to check the accounts carefully. In order to avoid any omissions, I think it's better to wait for me to come back and do the calculations together. Anything else? Han Bing relaxed a little and was a little curious. What? It's a small matter. As you've just said, it's not easy for the city defense department to track those people. Lu Xun said softly. However, they've committed so many crimes in the city that we can't let them off so easily. So, I'd like to make a request to the headquarters. A business trip. You're going to? Han Bing was little surprised. Go find those people and bring them back, or make them pay the price. After all, they've caused such a huge problem and killed so many people. They have to pay the price. Right? Lu Xun chuckled. Han Bing, who was on the other end of the phone, suddenly fell silent. It was as if he could feel her shock and nervousness through the phone, especially when Lu Xun said it in such a simple tone. It made her feel even more surreal. Mr. Shan. When the voice rang out again, Han Bing's voice was already stammering. Right, tracking these nights was a very complicated task, and it was usually the city defense department's responsibility. Moreover, there are many dangers in the wilderness. It will be difficult for our technical support and reinforcements within the High Wall City to keep up. Mr. Shan Bing, the difficulty of this matter is a bit. It's fine. Lu Xun could tell that Han Bing was in a difficult position. He explained softly, I don't need any support. As long as the higher-ups agree. Han Bing was even more surprised when she heard this. You want to track them alone? That's not it. Lu Xun shook his head and chuckled. I'm not the only one. Chapter 123 Chapter 123 Chapter 120 Inexplicable. Chapter 123 Chapter 120 Inexplicable. He's going out alone to track down those aptitude users. Green Harbor City. Main City. Advanced Administrative Hall. Meeting Room. A meeting was being held to conclude and deal with the attack by the aptitude users outside the city. To King Gang. This time, the pollution had caused a lot of damage and there were many things to consider. For example, he had to deal with the impact of this incident on the public, stabilize the public's emotions, and carry out the aftermath and cleanup. There was also news that the tracking of the knights who had entered the city to steal the painting had failed. Therefore, there were many follow-up problems that King Gang City had to face. Not only did they have to find out the true background and identity of the Knight Order, but they also had to investigate whether there were other forces behind them. They also had to reflect on the flaws in the defense of King Gang's main city and satellite cities. It was supposed to be a long and heavy meeting, but something unexpected happened. Everyone's attention was drawn to another matter. It was a job application report. The report came from a special operation member of the King Gang Special Pollution Cleaning Department stationed in Satellite City No. 2. Shanbang. The other party had made this request to obtain permission from the headquarters to leave the city and pursue the aptitude user who launched the attack in the city. After the knights had caused chaos and escaped, the upper echelons of King Gang were shocked. This application, it seemed very reasonable. Is this nonsense? Minister Shen of the City Defense Department read the application report in silence. Suddenly, he slammed the report on the table and said in a deep voice, "In this special pollution attack, he revealed many secrets that we didn't know about before. Now, we're about to start investigating and questioning him. But he suddenly wants to leave the city. There must be a problem," he said after a pause. Buzz, 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 buzz. Many people in the meeting room looked at him. Among them were 4 bald professors, a female doctor with black-rimmed glasses, 3 major-level officers in high-ranking military uniforms, a slightly plump middle-aged man, and an old man in a white suit with a calm and wise gaze. Director Shen's face turned red. After a slight pause, he added, "I know that he has made a great contribution in this incident and saved many people. But one has to do one, two has to do two. I have no objection to his commendation, but his concealment of his ability has always been the most important issue for the Special Pollution Cleaning Department of High Wall City. This represents a hidden threat, so I propose to question him, whether it was intentional or not." He even emphasized the word question. When the others heard this, their expressions softened. "So it's not an interrogation." A bald professor with glasses smiled and said, "Wouldn't it be better if you said it clearly? I thought you wanted to kill the donkey when the grinding is done. It's just..." The bald professor with the big belly chimed in, "Strictly speaking, it hasn't stopped grinding yet." Chief Shen snorted heavily and turned his face away, not willing to talk to them. "I also find it a little strange." At this moment, a round-faced, slightly plump middle-aged man sitting in the middle of the conference table smiled and said, "We can ask, if it's necessary. After all, our most important purpose from the beginning is to maintain the safety and order within the high wall. Shan Bing is a member of our King Gang Special Forces. If something happens to him, it will undoubtedly be a disaster for King Gang. So, I want to know, what is his real purpose in leaving the city?" After a slight pause, he tapped the table and looked at the crowd. "To avoid the upcoming inquiry, or you're leaving." He mentioned a few possibilities, and they all struck a chord in everyone's hearts. Many people nodded in agreement. "Also, is there any result from the research on his ability?" The middle-aged man turned to look at the bald men's area and smiled humbly and calmly. "I'm not an energy user, nor am I a relevant researcher. So, I don't know how he performed during the cleaning of Special Contamination Source V94. What I'm more concerned about is whether we can explain the ability he displayed this time." His words made the atmosphere in the meeting room a little depressing. Many people lowered their heads and looked at the documents in their hands. "I can't explain it." A fat man with a wee was the first to respond. He answered seriously, "We've also received the information that was submitted to us, as well as the oral reports from the patrolmen and other aptitude users. They almost restored what happened at that time and sorted it out. It's very strange. It happened at the most critical time. In the end, all of our people retreated. We didn't witness Shanbing's specific performance when he dealt with the super level 2 spiritual monster. After the investigation of the scene, we didn't find any other specific traces. It was cleaned up very well. We only know that there was a spiritual explosion of nearly 3,000 magnitude. The others. As he spoke, he flipped through the documents and pushed them away regretfully. There's nothing left. Oh, Shanbing was the one who suggested for the others to leave the battlefield. The middle-aged man muttered. Does that mean Shanbing did it on purpose? There are many reasons that can be speculated. At this time, the bespectacled, gentlemanly, and bald professor spoke softly. It's possible that Shanbing knows what he's going to do, but he doesn't want anyone to see it. So he suggested for the others to withdraw. This proves that he's indeed hiding something. After hearing his words, the stern-looking director Shen immediately wanted to speak. However, the bald professor with glasses raised his hand and stopped him. He continued, but there's another reason. Shanbing thinks that what he's about to do is very dangerous. He doesn't want to hurt his colleagues, so he suggested for everyone to leave. In other words, he wasn't confident that he could deal with the mental monster at that time, but in order to save those contaminated people, he slowly raised his head and tapped the table with his knuckles. He still took a gamble. In the conference room, many people nodded secretly. Even Director Shen suddenly calmed down and didn't say anything. The two different statements gave people two different feelings. The middle-aged man in the middle smiled and said, what we can be sure of is really very little, to be honest. Yes. A bald professor in a tang suit sighed and said, it's not difficult to deal with a mental monster with a mental power level of nearly 3,000. It's possible to deal with it with the special weapons we prepared or with doll. However, to be able to deal with this mental monster and save more than 1,000 people at the scene without letting the mental monster release its final radiation, I can't make a guess, he said, shaking his head slightly. It could be seen that there was great regret on his face as he sighed. There is too little information for us to analyze. We are not gods. And we are not even aptitude users. When we encounter something that we cannot be sure of, we can't just rely on our guesses. Right. After a pause, he said in a self-deprecating manner, although we often rely on guessing to advance our research, it is little strange. At this time, a middle-aged woman with permed hair and glasses, who had a gentle temperament, but the people around her subconsciously sat far away from her, pushed up her glasses and smiled. Director Shen, why are you so obedient this time? I told you to withdraw your people and you did it. As he spoke, he revealed an expression of anticipation. If we leave a few people behind to observe quietly. When the professors heard this, they immediately nodded and said, that's right. Old Shen's personality has changed. Didn't you used to be suspicious of this and that and follow everyone? That's right. He used to send people to follow old Chen. I'm so angry just talking about it. Didn't I just take a few defective plasma bombs home for my grandson to set off like fireworks when you mentioned this? I remember him stealing our funding. Don't be so mean. Old Shen was just being nice. Besides, she's learned it now, isn't she? Listening to their chattering, Director Shen's face fell, but he remained silent. Chapter 124 Chapter 124 Imperfectly Normal, Even Though I Should Be Abnormal 1. Chapter 124 Imperfectly Normal, Even Though I Should Be Abnormal 1. I can answer a few of Mr. Su's questions. In the midst of all the ridicule and discussion, Shen Jing, who was sitting opposite to Minister Shen, looked up at the round-faced middle-aged man. Her face was pale, and she did not look too good. Under Professor Bale's suggestion, she had removed the influence on herself, so the burden of the surgery was now fully on her. Before she spoke, she gently pressed her lower abdomen to make her voice sound more powerful. The purpose of the solo soldier leaving the city shouldn't be to escape. I'm very confident about this. It's even more impossible to delay the upcoming inquiry. He was very rational and knew that there was no use in delaying. Therefore, he can only respond in two ways to our questions. One, he won't tell us if he doesn't want to. The other is to tell us the truth. As she said this, she subconsciously glanced at Professor Bai. There were some things that she didn't want to say in this meeting, like the problem that Professor Bai had discovered. Therefore, she only paused for a moment before she gave her suggestion. Have always trusted Shanbang. I can understand Minister Shen's worries, but I don't think that we should be too wary of an aptitude user who is dedicated to the High Wall City, or even show distrust towards him. It will help us maintain the order of the High Wall City. On the contrary, I think it's a very dangerous thing. Before the attack, Shanbing and I were dealing with an unusual incident. You should know the specific situation. It was Mr. Zhu, who likes to collect things in the inner city, who caused this. When I arrived, Mr. Zhu asked me to give him an explanation. Usually, this kind of thing is very difficult to deal with. As you know, the uniqueness of ability users will always cause some unnecessary trouble. Sometimes, we even need to give the green light or hidden clauses to solve these problems. But I handled this matter very easily. She paused for a moment and said in a serious tone, because when Shanbing handled this matter, he didn't break any rules at all. After saying this, she stopped and looked up at everyone. At this time, everyone's eyes were on Chen Jing, including Minister Shen and Mr. Su. Under the gaze of so many people, Shen Jing straightened up slightly, not letting the pain in her abdomen affect her. Her voice was calm and powerful. So, my opinion is, why can't we treat this application report as a real application? Chen Jing's words made the meeting room fall into a strange silence. There were many speculations in the discussion, but only the one proposed by Chen Jing sounded a little absurd. Such an ability user, at such a time, had made such an application. Was it really just an application? In addition, with the example she gave, it seemed that a person who did everything according to the rules should be trustworthy. Right. But why did it make the people present feel even more uncomfortable? Director Shen was the first to frown and was about to speak. Right. I have something to add. Shen Jing rushed to speak again before he could and whispered. If Shanbing tries to force his way out of the city, we probably won't be able to stop him. The meeting room fell into a dead silence. Lu Xin was sitting in the meeting room, enjoying the sun and candy while reading the training materials on the classification and level of special pollution. When he heard the satellite phone ring, he immediately sat up straight. It was from Chen Jing. Lu Xin had always been aware of the basic respect he had to show to his superior. Hello. Shen Jing's clear and powerful voice came from the phone. One saw your application report. You want to leave the city? Yes. Lu Xin nodded. He lowered his voice subconsciously and looked up. He saw only himself and Lizard in the empty meeting room. However, the Lizard didn't leave even though it heard him on the phone. Perhaps it didn't realize that it was on an important phone call. It was lying by the window on the 4th floor, looking at the pedestrians on the street with bright eyes. He would even whistle from time to time, and then make haha or tisk 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 sounds. Over the phone, Shen Jing's voice sank slightly. Suggest you don't go. Why? Lu Xin asked. Slightly taken aback, Shen Jing was silent for a moment. There are many dangers and accidents in the wilderness. As someone who grew up in a high-walled city, no one knows if you will be able to adapt to it after going out. Perhaps you will encounter some unknown trouble and changes. In addition, the group of knights you're pursuing isn't easy to deal with. The sound of paper flipping came from the other end of the phone. It seemed that Chen Jing was reading some information. After a while, she said, We've done a preliminary investigation on this order of knights. Although we don't know their background, origin, or even the specific number of people from the traces they left in the city, we can already know that there are at least 3 aptitude users among them. The first one is the key person in Special Pollution Incident 041, Qin Ran. This person's specific abilities are unknown, but we suspect that he has the ability to clone himself or even reincarnate. The second one is the Papa type ability user, He once manipulated the spiritual modified people to snipe our investigation team. Although you saved me at that time, I think you know how dangerous the situation was. There's one more person. He's the person behind Special Contamination Event 93 that affected the entire satellite city. No. 2. We're not sure if he's using some sort of contamination source, or if it's an active use of his own abilities. However, the fact that he's able to cause such a huge mess already proves his strength. This person's mental energy level must be much higher than ordinary ability users. After saying so much in one breath, Shenjing said in a low voice, "You haven't been recruited for long, and you haven't completed the basic training. So far, you've only dealt with a few special pollution incidents and have no experience in fighting with ability users. So, it will be very dangerous for you to go out and chase them." Lu Xin listened quietly to Chen Jing's words and felt that her side was very quiet. After thinking for a while, he said, "One don't have any experience in fighting other aptitude users." Shen Jing seemed to be relieved. "However, I don't think they have any experience in dealing with me," Lu Xin added. Chen Jing's expression seemed tense. After a while, Lu Xin heard her say slowly, "Tell me the real reason why you want to go out and chase them. Didn't you say that whoever makes a mistake has to pay the price?" Lu Xin asked after a moment of silence. At this time, in the conference room of the Special Investigation Department in the main city, a table full of people was looking at the phone that Chen Jing had placed on the table. Lu Xin's serious voice could be heard from the speaker. These words made everyone present look at each other. They felt that what he said was particularly reasonable, but because it was too reasonable, it made people feel a little uncomfortable. Gradually, the atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. Shenjing, who was facing the satellite phone, was silent for a while before she suddenly said, "Did you hear about the bounty?" In the meeting room, countless eyes suddenly turned to look at Shenjing. "We're talking about such an important topic. Why did you suddenly bring up such a small thing as the bounty?" After Chen Jing mentioned this, Lu Xin's voice rang out after a while, clearly flustered. "No, it's really not. I just feel that they've gone too far by entering the city and killing so many people. That's why I want to go out and capture them. Want them to pay for what they did in the satellite town." "What's the reward?" After a pause, he added in a low voice, "Isn't that something to be discussed later?" The tone of the voice that came from the phone was somewhat different. However, he could still hear the change in Lu Xin's voice and the nervousness in it. He could also guess the expression on Lu Xin's face. Hence, everyone in the meeting room looked at each other with strange expressions. Shenjing, on the other hand, seemed to have put down a huge rock in her heart. She looked up at Mr. Su, who was sitting in the middle. Mr. Su's face revealed a slight smile as if he was deep in thought. He looked at Shenjing and nodded. Shenjing's face also became relaxed at this time, and she said to the phone, "1. Can approve this application." Chapter 125 Chapter 125 Security Level 1 Chapter 125 Security Level 1 On the 4th floor of the guard station in Satellite City No. 2. Lu Xin heaved a sigh of relief after hearing Chen Jing's reply. He was really a little worried that Chen Jing would firmly disagree. If that happened, he really did not know what to do. After all, the family meeting had come to a conclusion and they had decided on the plan to go out of the city together. If the leader didn't agree to the application at the last moment, it would be like he had made a big statement in front of his family but was slapped in the face. This would affect the rare warm and friendly atmosphere of the family. Moreover, it was possible that her family would feel that she was not trusted in her work, or even wronged. The consequences would be terrible. Lu Xin felt as if a huge rock had been lifted off his chest. In fact, the reward mentioned by Chen Jing really didn't play the main role. He had applied for this trip not only because he needed to make those people pay the price, but also because he had other concerns. For example, Satellite Town No. 2 had suffered heavy losses and most of the deaths had occurred in the old textile factory in the south of the city. Teacher Lu and the children of the orphanage used to live in this area. Lu Xin could not imagine what would have happened if Shenjing had not been more vigilant and made the decision to move the orphanage to the vicinity of the security department and sent people to protect them. What would the result be? However, since Shenjing had already agreed, there was no need to mention these things. On the phone, Shenjing's voice was silent for a while before it rang again. Although I can approve your request, you must give me a rough date before you officially set off. This is a necessary process of work. No exception. I understand. Lu Xin thought about it seriously and replied, maybe 10 days. 10 days. What? Shenjing was surprised. You plan to pursue and kill 3 aptitude users in 10 days? Yes. Lu Xin thought about it for a moment before he said with certainty, the main thing is, I don't know much about the road conditions outside the city. I'm worried that we'll waste too much time tracking them. So it's a little more relaxed. In the entire conference room, Shenjing was not the only one who frowned slightly because of her shock and pulled the wound on her. The people around the conference table also had their mouths wide open. A bald professor with a wig almost shouted something, but he was stopped by the eyes of the people around him. Give me a moment. Shenjing was silent for a moment before she spoke to the phone and then hung up the phone. The meeting room was in chaos. The bald Professor Chen, who was wearing glasses, said to Shenjing anxiously, does he usually brag this much? I have never seen him talk big. Shenjing slowly shook her head. The young, bald, and fat professor with a wig gestured to his head. You're sure he's normal here? Shenjing nodded slowly and thought, from his performance, he should be more normal than these professors. Can you? The well-dressed female professor, who always gave people the feeling of a goddess, pushed up her glasses and subconsciously said a few words to Shenjing. Suddenly, she reacted and turned to look at Mr. Su, who was sitting in the middle. Mr. Su, you'll be serious. Have you ever considered sending Shanbing to our research institute? If you really can't, you can send me to him. Mr. Su smiled helplessly, and before he could answer, Director Shen said firmly, definitely not. The female professor was immediately furious. You're holding us back from our scientific research, she said. This is to protect your life, Director Shen retorted coldly. Mr. Su smiled and looked at Professor Bai, who was sitting at the head of the long table. Professor Bai rarely spoke during the meeting. His subtle movement attracted the attention of many people. The meeting room gradually quieted down. Everyone was either nervous or expectant as they looked at Professor Bai. I only have 2 opinions. Professor Bai saw that everyone was looking at her, so she nodded and said slowly. His tone was a little heavy, and everyone's expression became more serious. The first one, increase the confidentiality level of all information related to the individual soldiers. Professor Bai said, don't leak it. The people in the meeting room were a little surprised. They looked at each other, but no one spoke. Mr. Su was the first to nod. His answer was simple. I'll agree. Then he looked at the others. He still had the same kind expression, but his tone was a little more dignified. From today onwards, Shan Bing's information file will be classified as A. Everything related to him will be classified as top secret. The people in this office are not allowed to mention anything about Shan Bing to outsiders, including this meeting. In the future, you must at least get the approval of 3 senior colonels and above before you can access his information, he said as he scanned the crowd. We can only question him if the 2 directors and above agree. As for those who already know part of his information, after a slight pause, he said softly, give him an appropriate punishment or a warning. The entire meeting room fell silent. It was obvious that they knew what kind of change Mr. Su's casual words meant. Some people felt it was a bit sudden, while some people nodded with solemn looks. The mysticism expert, who was bent on studying Lu Xin, ruffled his hair in pain. It seemed that it was getting harder and harder to fulfill his wish of opening up the other party's brain. Professor Bai nodded at Mr. Su, and then he slowly said, in addition, since we've already approved Shanbing's application, we should give him our full support. Please note that this support is not only in terms of resources, but also in our attitude. He was looking at Director Shen when he said this. although his tone was flat. He was very serious. After hearing his words, Director Shen was silent for 2 seconds and said, "Agree." In the meeting room, it took a while for everyone to calm down. All sorts of discussions started, and the atmosphere was no longer as relaxed as when they were teasing Director Shen. At this time, Shen Jing glanced at Professor Bai without saying a word. She had told Professor Bai about her visit to the Red Moon Orphanage. Professor Bai's response was to ask her to write a report and pass it to Mr. Su. Other than that, he had kept everything confidential and did not tell anyone. Now, he had taken the opportunity to keep everything about Shan Bing a secret. Could it be that he had discovered something? After Lu Zin hung up the phone, he silently waited for Chen Jing to call him. In his mind, since it was approved, there was nothing else to do. Could it be that he wanted to specifically talk about the bounty? Standing near the window in front of him, the lizard was looking at the girls on the street happily. It was only after Lu Zin had hung up the phone that it reluctantly retracted its gaze from the street and looked at him curiously. "Who were you talking to on the phone just now?" "Team Leader Chen. I'm just applying for a business trip," Lu Zin replied. The lizard's expression suddenly became a little strange. "Where are you going on a business trip?" "Outside the city," Lu Zin replied. "Brother, are you crazy?" asks the lizard. Lu Zin looked at him in confusion. "Only a fool would go out of the city. You don't know the environment outside the city, do you?" the lizard asked. Lu Zin shook his head in confusion. "Is there a problem? It's not me who has a problem. It's you who has a problem." The lizard looked at him and said helplessly, "Do you think that outside the city is like our high wall city, where you can find food and sleep well at night compared to life in the city? Life outside the city is simply suffering. There's a reason why those people who run transportation outside the city can make so much money. Everyone wants to hide in the city, but you actually took the initiative to apply to run out." Lu Zin was slightly taken aback by the lizard's words. However, the satellite phone rang again. This time, "We will leave the city as a special mission. The mission will be classified as A rank." Shen Jing's voice was very clear. After a slight pause, the sound of someone flipping through a document could be heard. "For this mission, in addition to the necessary means of transportation and information support as much as possible, I will arrange 2 investigation teams and a logistics team to follow you. If you have any special needs." Lu Zin interrupted. "No need? What do you mean by no need?" Chen Jing was stunned. "You don't need the investigation team and the logistics team anymore," Lu Zin said. Chen Jing's voice was obviously a little strange. She was silent for a moment before she said, "Do you know that moving in the wilderness is different from satellite cities reconnaissance, logistics, information analysis, and even the necessary rescue cannot be provided in time? I've considered all of this." Lu Zin nodded and said, "There's no need for any arrangements. Otherwise, it's more troublesome." Shen Jing seemed to have heard something from his words and whispered, "Zero ni last time. You don't need anything." Lu Zin began to hesitate at her words. He thought silently for a while, then glanced at the lizard that had returned to the window and was whistling excitedly. "I need a driver." Chapter 126 Chapter 126 Try Not to Hurt Him Part 2 1 Chapter 126 Try Not to Hurt Him Part 2 1 Driver. Shen Jing was surprised by Lu Zin's words. "One thought you didn't need a driver." Lu Zin knew why she was thinking this way. A spider-type ability user should be particularly good at driving. An ordinary driver, no matter how experienced he was in driving, would not be able to control the car as easily as a spider-type ability user. This was a matter of talent. He didn't explain in detail and only nodded. "I still need to." Then, as he thought about it, he slowly explained, "One hope to have a high-performance car so that it's convenient for us to travel, and we can have enough food and water for 10 days. A driver who was good at driving. Better not be an ordinary driver. When necessary, he might need some self-protection ability. It would be even better if he could be more familiar with me, and we could even talk on the way." Shen Jing's reaction was faster this time. "Are you talking about geckos?" At this moment, the lizard, who was leaning against the window and looking at the beautiful woman intently, was obviously startled for a moment, and its ears moved slightly. Lu Xun nodded at the lizard. The lizard suddenly turned to look at Lu Xun, its eyes filled with panic. Shenjing was also silent for a moment and suddenly said, "One's he listening right now?" "Yeah," Lu Xun replied. Shenjing's voice seemed to have a hint of a smile as she said, "Then let him make the preparations." Lu Xun nodded again with a smile on his face. "Yes." Then, he hung up the phone. The moment the phone was hung up, the lizard suddenly rushed over and jumped directly on the conference table. It stretched its head and shouted into the satellite phone, "What do you mean I should just go and prepare? Did I agree? Did you forget to ask for my opinion?" "Hello." Seeing the nervous and frightened look on the lizard's face, Lu Xun kindly reminded, "He's already hung up." The lizard's eyes widened as it looked at Lu Xun, on the verge of tears. "Brother, what are you saying? Why do you insist on bringing me along? From what you've just said, you must be very experienced in life outside the city." Lu Xun said, "Experience and this are two different things." The lizard's face was scrunched up as it frantically shouted, "It's because I have experience that I don't want to go out. Why did I suddenly become a driver? We don't even need our consent to give orders now." Lu Xun looked at the nervous lizard and smiled apologetically. He didn't want to bring the investigation team and the reconnaissance team out because he was worried that an accident would happen, which would be bad for them. However, geckos should be stronger than them. One was that the lizard had been instructed by someone to monitor him. Secondly, the lizard had expressed its goodwill to his family and had always wanted to visit his house. Going out together this time could be considered to have satisfied his wish. Of course, he didn't need to explain these things to the lizard. Nor did he need to convince him. Lu Xun had a feeling that the lizard would receive the call soon. Sure enough, just as he was thinking about it, the satellite phone hanging on the back of the lizard's waist suddenly rang. Lu Xun sat quietly in the meeting room, flipping through the training materials that he had yet to finish. He might face many problems on this trip, so the more he knew about these things, the better. Brother. Lu Xun's sister had appeared beside him out of nowhere, and she was crawling around in the meeting room happily. "That guy is on the phone. He looks very scared. He kept saying that he agreed to be recruited to make some money, that he wouldn't be caught while taking care of other people's business, that he would marry 3 wives and have a bunch of children in the future. He said he was from the Special Clearance Department, not the City Defense Department. He's talking bad about you now. Should I teach him a lesson?" she replied angrily. "What's he talking about?" Lu Xun shook his head and asked softly. His sister said, "He'll get closer to listen." As she said that, she had already crawled out happily. Lu Xun shook his head at the thought of his sister hanging upside down on the roof of a building with her face pressed against the lizard's. On the other end of the phone, several people have changed. Some are trying to reason with him, and some seem to be threatening him. The younger sister quickly crawled back and said, "But this guy won't listen to force or persuasion. Even if he said he would jump from the 4th floor, he would never leave the city. I don't think he'll die from jumping from the 4th floor." Lu Xun said, surprised. The younger sister went out quickly and came back quickly. "It's changed again. It seems that someone has promised him that as long as he can successfully cooperate with you to complete the task, he will be arranged to have a training task in the main city when he comes back. When the time comes, there will be an iron block going." Hearing this, Lu Xun felt relieved. This time, it was a success. The lizard, who had run out to answer the phone, came back in a daze 5 minutes later. He placed the satellite phone on the table and sat in the chair in silence. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and lowered his head. He seemed to be a little autistic. However, apart from being introverted, the corners of his mouth actually curled up from time to time, as if he couldn't hold back his excitement. Lu Xun felt that there was something wrong with him. What did he say? After a while, he broke the strange atmosphere in the meeting room and asked with concern. After a long while, the lizard sighed and said with a solemn expression, "The headquarters has already decided." He raised his head and looked at Lu Xun with a serious expression. The higher-ups have decided to let the two of us form a special operation team. I'll be the vice captain, and you'll be the captain. Also, since it's an emergency tracking mission, we have to make full use of our time. The relevant personnel's information is being sent over, and we're also preparing the resources we need. Well, set off in half an hour. I didn't expect it to be so early, Lu Xin said with a nod. However, he soon understood. After all, it was to track the escaping knights, so naturally, the faster the better. The lizard nodded, and its expression gradually changed. Brother, you don't know how much I've done for you. I've already convinced the leader to change your driver, but after thinking about it, it's so dangerous outside the city. So, Lu Xin looked at the lizard and said, I'm really grateful. The lizard felt a little guilty under his gaze and quickly said, It's okay. It's what I should do. He sighed as he spoke, his voice deep and low. It seemed like he wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with Lu Xin, but when she raised her head, she suddenly stopped talking. He realized that Lu Xin wasn't looking at him. Instead, he was looking somewhere else. Lu Xin sat down on a chair and looked down at the ground, as if he was looking at a person who was squatting on the ground. She listened very seriously for a while, then reached out to touch the air, which was about the height of her knees, and smiled a little, dotingly. Then, she said gently, He's going with us this time because he's good at driving. He can help. No, you can't treat him like a toy. The first and most important principle we have when we leave the city is that we are not allowed to hurt him, he said with a serious. The surroundings were quiet and there was no movement at all. After a while, Lu Xin sighed softly. His expression seemed to suggest that he was willing to compromise. Then, try not to hurt him. Brother, I don't know who you're talking to, but the lizard looked on from the side. Its eyes were wide open, and cold sweat dripped down its pale face. It said in a panicked voice, Are you serious about trying? Chapter 127 Chapter 127 Out of the city, out of the city, out of the city. Chapter 127 Out of the city, out of the city, out of the city. 1. The Special Contamination Cleaning Department had always been quick and efficient in their preparations. After Lu Xin and Gecko's application for a business trip was approved, a large modified car arrived at the guard station. At the same time, a member of the support team went upstairs and handed a list to Lu Xin and Gecko. The things should be almost ready. The lizard opened the list listlessly and calculated it bit by bit. Looking at the long list, Lu Xin's face was filled with shock. You've prepared so many things. It's must. The lizard looked at Lu Xin and explained helplessly. 50 military canned food, 100 sets of compressed biscuits, 30 caddies of pure water, a set of water filters, and 2 filters, 2 emergency first aid kits, 1 set of surgical equipment, 2 simple tents and 2 sleeping bags, 2 powerful flashlights, 4 batteries, and a simple solar charger, 1 latest military map and 2 compasses. 10,000 Alliance dollars that can be circulated in the entire northern region. He had 2 gold bars, 4 sets of specially made pincers, 3 for the aptitude users, and 1 for backup. In addition, there are also my weapons and equipment, a standard pistol, 4 magazines of bullets, a special 14.9 mm long-range sniper rifle, 50 normal bullets, and 20 special bullets. In addition, I'll add 3 daggers for use, 2 signal guns, 6 signal bullets, 2 specially made wilderness satellite phones, 1 simple signal receiver, 1 set of radio equipment, 2 walkie-talkies. In addition, there's also a set of clothes to change into, 2 sets of simple tableware, and 3 proper magazines to relieve boredom. Lu Xin was dumbfounded as he listened. Why are you preparing so much? We're only going out for 10 days. Sigh. I was worried that these things wouldn't be enough. Who knows what we'll encounter in the wilderness? The lizard sighed impatiently and said, It's just like this water filter. In the wilderness, food and water are very important. People who are used to living in the wilderness can drink after finding a clean water source. At most, they will boil it and drink it. However, people like us, who go out of the high wall city may have diarrhea after drinking it. In the wilderness, diarrhea can also cause serious problems. Another example is these cans. Money. Gold. He spoke slowly, his voice full of helplessness. As long as you leave the high wall city, you will inevitably have to deal with people in the wilderness. And when dealing with people in the wilderness, you can't lack two things. One is weapons, and the other is money. The key point is the currency. Although the alliance dollars are used in all the high wall cities, there are still people in the wilderness who don't recognize them. So, we have to bring a certain amount of gold as a backup. When we meet a special group of people, gold might not be useful, and we have to use food to exchange for it. Initially, Lu Xen had only heard from the lizard that he had experience surviving in the wilderness, so he didn't think too much about it. The main reason he brought him along was because he needed someone to drive him. But now, after hearing what he said, he became serious. It seemed that he had made the right decision to let the lizard follow him. However, I can see that old Chen has really put in a lot of money on you. After going downstairs, the lizard saw the wilderness-only vehicle that was prepared for them and became a little excited. He walked around the car, touching and patting here and there, looking a little excited. Why do you say that? Lu Xen didn't quite understand. Wasn't it just a car? The lizard lifted the hood and looked at it for a while. The more it looked, the more satisfied it was. It closed the hood with a bang and laughed. This is the military-grade off-road Hummer specially modified by the research team. It has a high chassis, a large butt, a VIA, naturally inhaling engine, a 6.8L displacement modified air intake and exhaust, a mechanical booster kit as the heart, an increased fuel injection nozzle, and a driving computer type with an CPU. It's comparable to a 30-year-old version's 1099 horsepower, plus bulletproof glass and a heavy 6-barrel rotary machine gun. Damn it. His eyes were slightly glowing. It's simply a steel behemoth. Lu Xen was a little confused. Isn't it just a car? In order to show his concern, he still asked, "Are you sure you can run outside the city?" The lizard turned its head and looked at him with some disdain. Lu Xen couldn't help but feel a little guilty as he tried to defend himself. "Mean? You can run very fast outside the city. Right. Don't worry." The lizard immediately opened the door and climbed into the driver's seat. It patted the steering wheel and said, "I even think that it can fly." Lu Xen watched as the staff members loaded the supplies into the car one by one, even making sure that he could see them clearly so that he could use them at any time. In the end, as the team leader of the special forces, he signed his name and collected his identification before opening the door to the passenger seat and sitting in. "Do you still need to go home and tell your family?" "I'm all alone," Gecko said with a smile. "No one cares about me except Linda. Let's just go out of the city. I'll go to the moon platform before I leave the city. You know my address," Lu Xen said. The lizard looked at Lu Xen in surprise. "Don't you know that time is precious? To pick up my family?" Lu Xen looked at the lizard in surprise and thought, "You don't have a family." "But I do." The lizard snorted and turned to Lu Xen. Seeing Lu Xen's serious expression, his face also turned strange. Her face turned pale again. "Activate." Lizard didn't say anything else. He turned around and tried the voice system to start the car. Then, he silently drove Lu Xen according to the rules and regulations. They arrived at the old apartment where Lu Xen lived and stopped. He didn't dare to turn his head. He just stared at the steering wheel and said with some difficulty, "Do you need to? Should I go upstairs to pick it up?" Lu Xen sat quietly in the passenger seat. "I want it. Help me carry my luggage or something." The lizard's voice sounded little weak. "They are already in the car." Lu Xen turned to the lizard and smiled. "We can go now." The lizard looked at the empty back seat through the rearview mirror. It swallowed and started the car silently. As the car slowly drove onto the main road, he finally couldn't help but sneak peeks at the rear mirror. After struggling for a long time, he suddenly squeezed out a smile and did something that Lu Xen did not expect. Hello, uncle, auntie, sister. My name is Gecko. I'm Shanbing's good colleague and good friend. It's nice to meet you. He actually started chatting. I'm sure you're happy to know me. Right. Ha ha ha. You're welcome. Lu Xin, who was in the passenger's seat flipping through some documents, turned to look at the lizard. His expression was a little strange. It wasn't just one person who was scared by their family, but this was the first person who tried to chat with their family even though they couldn't see. Sighing helplessly in his heart, he raised his head and saw the steel suspension bridge in front of him slowly being lowered. The wind outside the city blew in slowly, which seemed to be a little different from inside the city. Chapter 128. Chapter 125. You can see it directly. New book seeking support. After passing through the steel suspension bridge in the west of the city, the car drove out of Satellite City No. 2. A wide rammed earth and cement road extended into several small paths, drawing around arc and leading to the depths of the. Following the middle and widest road, they entered a vast, flat and wide road that had been there for a long time. This was one of the highways built 30 years ago and extended to various places. Although it had been 30 years since the catastrophe, and the roads were severely damaged. However, the road conditions around Qingyang City had been repaired by the city's construction team, and they still retained their original appearance. However, at the intersection of the roads near the High Wall City, many temporary road blocks and high suspension bridges were set up. This was to prevent attacks and dangers from lunatics. Lu Xin had grown up in Satellite City No. 2, and this was his first time leaving the city. He looked out of the passenger's window and saw it deep verdant and full of vitality. All the plants were showing signs of rapid growth. In the air, there was a faint rancid smell, which made people subconsciously tense up. The sky was gray. When he looked into the distance, he felt as if the light had been distorted, and something in the distance was deformed. They were like monsters crawling on the ground, looking at their surroundings in a dark manner. Haha, come, let me guess. If it's uncle, auntie, and the cute little sister sitting in the back seat, then I guess they must be sitting like this. Right, the uncle is sitting on the left, the auntie is sitting on the right, and the cute little sister must be sitting in the middle. Right, or is uncle on the right and auntie on the left? After learning that the empty car was actually a little crowded, the lizard driving the car couldn't stop its mouth. He had been chatting with his family in the car since he left the city. Most importantly, they were chatting quite happily. Lu Xin felt a little helpless at this, so he reminded her softly, "You're wrong. No way. Is my sister sitting on the left?" The lizard was stunned for a moment before smiling. "Or is he sitting on the right?" "None of them," Lu Xin replied without even lifting his head. From the rearview mirror, she saw her mother smiling and sitting upright in the back seat. She had an elegant smile on her face. When she saw Lu Xin looking at her through the rearview mirror, she chuckled and said, "This young man is quite good, but he's a little talkative. Do you want to consider asking your sister to sew his mouth up?" Lu Xin thought about it and decided to forget about it. He raised his head slightly and could hear his sister's happy cries on the roof of the car as she blew the wind excitedly. His father was not in the car. The family meeting this time had unanimously agreed that the family of 4 would go out together to find those people. However, Lu Xin's hot-tempered father couldn't bear the boredom and frustration of the journey. If he was in the car, Lu Xin reckoned that it would be difficult for the car to reach the nights in one piece. Moreover, there was no guarantee that the lizard, who had been happily chatting with them, would be able to keep its head on its neck before they reached the destination. Inside the car, there were only Lu Xin, his mother, his sister, and the lizard. Of course, Lu Xin didn't intend to remind the lizard or explain anything to it. The lizard couldn't see anyway. Usually, Lu Xin would choose not to tell those who couldn't see their family about their existence. Back then, Lu Xin had taken the initiative to tell Chen Jing about it because it was related to work. He told the lizard about it because they would be traveling together and might even have to deal with aptitude users together. So it was better to know each other better. As for the lizard's talkative nature, seeing how nervous he was, she would let him say it if he wanted to. The information given by the city defense department doesn't seem to be very useful. In order to prevent the lizard from getting its mouth sewn, Lu Xun flipped through the information in his hand and explained to the lizard. Yes. Yes. The lizard immediately replied. He had been chatting with invisible people for so long on the way, and he was already panicking. At this moment, she even felt very happy to hear an answer that she could hear. With one hand on the steering wheel, he took out a document from the car door's file box with the other. His face quickly became serious. The city defense department's tracking has actually failed. He placed it in front of him, flipped through it twice, and said, according to the preliminary investigation results sent back by the city defense department, the aptitude users outside the city did not leave immediately after they escaped. Instead, he went to the south of the city, to an abandoned town about 10 kilometers away. He stayed on top of a tall building for a while, then set off again and fled the place overnight. It's a pity that there were only 2 agents who were able to track down the knights. After investigating the building where the knights were temporarily staying, they disappeared. It has been a whole day since then, and there has been no news. It is unknown if they are still alive. The follow-up investigation team could only trace them to the abandoned town at most. They are now looking for their bodies. Should we head over to take a look? Lu Xun nodded. Yes. The lizard nodded. Let's go to the place where they were staying and see if the investigation team has any clues. From the rearview mirror, Lu Xun saw that his mother didn't seem to have any objections, so he didn't say anything more. He only thought about it seriously and said, they've been running for an entire day. No one knows how far they can go in this time. If we want to catch up with them, we can only maintain an extremely high speed. The lizard chuckled at Lu Xun's words and said, brother, I think it's time for me to show you. How fierce are we, the spider family, when we touch something that can be manipulated. As he spoke, the lizard had already pushed down the gear and slowly stepped on the accelerator. Lu Xun rolled up the car window. He could see that the scenery outside the window had started to speed up and was even a little blurry. As a spider-type ability user, coupled with the high-end configuration of the steel monster, the lizard's abilities were quickly revealed. The needle on the dashboard seemed to be pulled higher by an invisible hand. The engine let out a beast-like roar, and there was a numbing feeling that spread into the depths of his body. On the road ahead, the cracked road, the weeds that broke out of the ground, and the deep potholes all made it very difficult for the car to move forward. However, under the lizard's seemingly relaxed, but extremely agile control, the car was still unusually stable. The scenery in front of him was getting closer and closer to him, and then it rushed behind him. At this moment, Lu Xun really felt that the car could fly. Whoosh! The lizard didn't slow down even when it turned into a winding intersection ahead. Instead, it even accelerated. With the cooperation of the steering wheel and the foot on the accelerator, the heavy car made a smooth drift and accurately and smoothly turned into a new intersection. It also dodged a rabbit that was running across the small road and plunged into the long road. The only action he did that showed respect to this path was to glance at it. He did not even place his hands on the steering wheel. Even Lu Xun couldn't help but feel that there was a strange sense of beauty when he saw people of the spider family use tools. And his sister. He glanced at the rearview mirror and saw that his sister had been thrown out when she passed the intersection just now. She was chasing after him angrily. With the help of the lizard, the car arrived at the abandoned town in less than 20 minutes. The tall buildings were covered in weeds, like huge monsters. Occasionally, the damaged parts of the buildings could be seen. At first glance, it gave off a flustered, broken, and sinister feeling. The car didn't drive into the town. Instead, it stopped at the edge of the town, next to a tall building that was still mostly intact. Lu Xun heaved a sigh of relief as the car came to a stop. At this moment, Lizard's expression became very serious. He stretched out his hand and made a gesture. From the deserted town, 2 warriors in camouflage suits ran out. They were all holding guns, and one of them was holding a freshly printed document. When he reached the window, he saluted and reported in a very brief manner. By the order of the City Defense Department, I am here to share with you the latest intelligence. We arrived here at 4 this morning. By then, we had already lost contact with the 2 colleagues. After that, we did an initial investigation of this place and we can confirm that the other party had stopped at the tall building in front of us. And he had stopped for more than half an hour. After investigating the tire tracks and road conditions around the high-rise building, we were able to confirm that the other party was a team of 7 people, with 5 motorcycles and 1 off-road vehicle. From the traces, they must have decided to leave suddenly and escape to the south. However, the surrounding road and terrain are extremely complicated. We can't determine the exact route. We haven't found any related traces of the 2 missing colleagues. As they spoke, they handed the document in. Not only was it a more in-depth analysis of the situation he had just described, but there were also photos of the food left behind by the people upstairs, some cigarette butts, and preserved evidence. I'm afraid it won't be easy to find someone with just this little thing. The lizard pondered for a moment before turning to Lu Xin. Even though he was already the vice captain and was assigned to follow Lu Xin on this tracking mission, he had no idea what to do. Of course, the higher-ups might not know what to do. The special agent from the City Defense Department outside the car window was also obviously a little confused. They knew that a special tracking team would come out of the city to meet them and ask for their full assistance. However, they still didn't understand. They had already investigated everything they could, but the other party had left very few clues. It was difficult to even determine their escape route, and if they were to track them, how could they chase after them in the vast wilderness? As everyone's attention was focused on him, Lu Xin glanced at his mother through the rearview mirror. Go to the left. Her mother sat elegantly in the back seat with a gentle smile on her face. She pointed the way softly, seemingly very confident. Lu Xin's suspicious gaze was directed at her through the rearview mirror, but the smile on her face remained unchanged. Since we're here to visit our guests, how can we not know where they are? When one of them wanted to see you, I saw him too, she said with a smile. Lu Xin nodded and put down the information that the investigation team had given him. He took out a small notebook hidden in his left chest pocket and slowly turned to a page. While avoiding the lizard's eyes, he turned to the page marked with the word mother and wrote it can track people who have seen it. Then, he put the notebook back and looked at the lizard calmly. Go to the left side of the path. There was a strange look in the lizard's eyes. Brother, you know how to track and investigate, he asked. I don't understand. Lu Xin answered honestly. He then looked at the rearview mirror and said softly, but I have family to help me. In the back seat, her mother's face slowly revealed a happy expression. Chapter 129 Chapter 129 I found it 1. Chapter 129 I found it 1. The lizard started the car without a word. Like a roaring beast, the off-road vehicle drove into the left side of the road and drove away. The few investigators who stayed in the same place looked a little strange. They had done a very detailed investigation of the surrounding area and determined that those people had gone south. But they did not find any traces of the left path that circled around the abandoned city. They also did not know why the 2 special operations group, who were strictly ordered by their superiors to cooperate with them, had gone there. They couldn't understand it no matter how much they thought about it, and they couldn't help but think. They looked at each other and said in a low voice, this might be what an expert does. I can't understand what he's doing. It's time to head south. Under the control of the lizard, the off-road vehicle sped up crazily on the rugged road. At every critical moment, her mother would gently point out the direction. Lu Xin didn't think too much about it and told the lizard. This made Lizard very surprised. From time to time, he drove the carriage with one hand and opened the map with the other, looking at it. This was the latest map of the surrounding terrain and traffic conditions, as well as some general situations, drawn in recent years. All the gathering points of people and dangerous places within 1,000 miles were marked on the map. The road conditions were also marked in different colors. Some of the unfeasible roads with cracks in the middle or obstacles were all marked out in red. There was a small cross, which meant that vehicles were not allowed to pass through. Connecting them with dotted lines meant that the road conditions were extremely difficult to drive on, but they could barely pass. The small map contained a lot of valuable information, but Lu Xun couldn't understand it. But fortunately, he could use his mother's ability to determine the enemy's location. These directions, coupled with the lizard's driving and road judgment ability, could be used to find the best route. This bunch of brothers can run pretty well. After running for more than 2 hours in a roaring posture, the lizard flipped through the map and muttered. Lu Xun nodded his head. Ever since they left the city, they had not wasted any time and had been on the chase. He believed that the direction his mother had pointed out was accurate, which saved them a lot of time. Although the road conditions were good and bad, with the lizard driving, they maintained a speed of at least 100 kilometers per hour. They had been driving for more than 2 hours now, and they were about 200 to 300 kilometers away from Qingyang City. Even if it was a straight line distance, it should have been more than 100 kilometers. In this case, it meant that the enemy had fled immediately after they had succeeded in Qingyang. They had not even stopped on the way. It could be seen that the other party was very careful. However, at least this can prove that the other party isn't one of the knights around us. The lizard also analyzed. Outside the high wall, there is always a group of knights. Although they were called a group of knights, they were actually a group of bandits. They drove a few broken motorcycles and carried a few broken guns, robbing everywhere. Their targets are usually the small bases or the transport teams that are moving around. They don't have the guts to attack the high wall city directly. As our influence in Green Harbor grows, many knight regiments have begun to take on the righteous path. They've begun to accept transportation and escort missions from our city, or some missions to search for wasteland. Of course, you'll still fight for the opportunity to become a subsidiary. The gathering points and activity range of the knights around Qingyang are all under our control. The people we are chasing are not stopping at all. This means that their base is not nearby. The lizard sounded more confident. I suspect that they were hired by other high wall cities to come to our city to do something bad. From what he had learned, this group of knights should be led by Qin Ran. There were not many of them. Only about 7 people. But their abilities were very strong. There were even 3 ability users among them, and they could cause chaos in the city. They could also target his and Shenjing's convoy. There were 6 multi-barrel conversion machine guns lying in ambush. This group of people's goal should be to snatch that painting. As for where they came from, why they stole this painting, and how long they had been investigating in secret to find this painting, he had no idea at all. But he didn't need to know. The investigation of these things was Chen Jing and the others' business. His mission this time was to bring them back. The tall and strong modified off-road vehicle was driving on the boundless wilderness. The 4 huge specially made rubber wheels, coupled with the insanely strong steel skeleton carriage, made the car look like a steel beast. No matter what kind of cracks or ravines it encountered, it would run over them with a whoosh. There were packs of wolves walking in the wilderness who heard the commotion from afar and began to listen. However, when the monster approached, they were so scared that they scattered. Some of the white barks looked at the puddles of water that were hiding some kind of danger, and the steel monsters rushed over them. The huge splash was 2 to 3 meters high and washed over the muddy car. There was a human-shaped madman whose body had rotted and was slowly walking in the middle of the road. When he heard the roar of the engine, he turned around stiffly. In his only remaining turbid eye, there was a sense of madness. However, just as it turned around, it was smashed into a pile of meat paste by the roaring car. Don't think that I'm just a sheep. The green grass also smells better because of me. Oh, the sky also became bluer because of me. Woo-wah. The white clouds have also become soft. Awu. Night gradually fell, and the off-road vehicle had been driving for a long time. But there was no sign of anyone. He could only see the ruins of some dilapidated villages in the distance, hidden by the crazily growing vines and weeds. Perhaps it would not be long before even the last traces of these villages would disappear. On the grass-covered road, There was only the bright light and the sound of geckos singing. His voice was familiar to Lu Xin. His sister seemed to have loved watching this cartoon. After that, she stopped watching it, saying that the protagonist couldn't eat lamb. However, Lizard's version of the song was a little different from what Lu Xin remembered. It was a little wild. They sang the arrogance of the villains. The song spread far and wide, and from time to time, wild beasts in the depths of the wilderness would howl and echo him. Want. Singing like this attract a large number of lunatics. Lu Xin asked before he could start his climax. Crazy. The lizard laughed and said, it's not like 10 or 20 years ago. There aren't many lunatics now, especially since we're taking the roads that used to be taken by some transport vehicles. They've been cleaned out a long time ago. We've only met a few of them on our way here. They are all rare animals. If we can really meet a group of them so easily, we'll be lucky. If you have any problems, go. Lu Xin had no choice but to cut him off and asked with a smile, why do you keep singing? The lizard turned to look at him and said, because you don't chat with me. I sing to refresh myself. Lu Xin thought for a moment. The lizard had been driving for 4 to 5 hours. So he kindly offered, do you want me to help you? Don't. I can still hold on. The lizard shook its head. Lu Xin chuckled helplessly. You're afraid that I can't drive. The lizard looked at him seriously and said, no. I'm just afraid that after I lose my value, your family will. As he said that, he gestured at his own neck with his hand. Lu Xin was taken aback as he thought, this guy's description of my family is too unreasonable. Then, from the rearview mirror, she saw her mother and her sister, who had returned to the car, looking at the gecko with interest. If we can't catch up today, well, first, Lu Xin decided to find a place to rest and recuperate. The lizard had been using its power to drive the entire time. Although driving wasn't very effective on his power, it had been driving for 4 to 5 hours straight. It should be quite tired. He didn't want the lizard to be exhausted. After all, no one would drive for him if he were exhausted. However, just as he was about to make this suggestion, his mother, who was in the back seat, suddenly sat up straight. She frowned slightly. He looked a little disgusted, but it was hard to hide the excitement in his eyes. The younger sister, on the other hand, was obviously excited. She stuck her little head to the window and sniffed hard. Under the black hair, his eyes clearly lit up. Lu Xin seemed to have sensed something. He slowly wound down the window and looked out. The lizard covered its nose and mouth and said, what's that smell? Lu Xin looked out of the car window without saying a word. He could also smell the refreshing scent of fresh blood. A particularly strong smell of blood drifted in from outside the car window. I found it. At this moment, her mother smiled, covered her mouth and nose, and looked out of the window. It's right there. Chapter 113 Blackwater Town 1. Chapter 130 Blackwater Town 1. The lizard turned the car around and shone the light in the direction of the smell of blood. After that, he alighted from the car with Lu Xin and looked toward the direction of the car lights. The weather was gloomy, and the crimson moon was looming behind the clouds. It had just rained, so the air was a little moist. Thus, the smell of fresh blood was even stronger. It was dark all around. The car lights shone on the wilderness beside the road, making it look misty. When the car's glaring light shone on it, the grass kept shaking, as if there were many living creatures inside turning their heads fiercely. It might be a wild dog or something. The lizard raised its hand and fired a shot at the grass. Hualala! The wild grass in the distance shook, as if some wild beast was running here and there. A moment later, the movement inside disappeared, and there was a strange silence. However, they could feel many pairs of eyes staring at them vigilantly and fiercely from behind the grass. Be careful. There's everything in the wilderness. The lizard mumbled to itself before it and Lu Xin slowly pushed aside the weeds and walked inside. The closer they got, the stronger the smell of blood became. The lizard had already subconsciously frowned. He stole a glance at Lu Xin and saw that he was still as calm as ever. There was no curiosity about the strange blood on his face. Nor was there any fear of the wild grass that was almost as tall as a person. It was very plain. Who was the newbie here? The lizard muttered in its heart. The two of them pushed aside the wild grass and came to the place where the smell of blood came from under the gazes of the wild dogs that were staring at them from the depths of the wild grass. At first glance, it was just a pile of red flesh and internal organs, scattered in the wild grass. It looked like a mess, and there were teeth marks on it. It must have been bitten by a wild beast, and half of it was eaten. It's the internal organs, the lizard said in a low voice, its scalp tightening after taking a look. Lu Xun nodded, and after some careful analysis, he said, "LT should be human, not just one. How can you tell it's a human at a glance?" A question arose in Lizard's heart, but he held it back and didn't ask. He just observed the surroundings and made sure that there were no other living creatures except for wild dogs and cats. He asked, curiously, "Why would someone's internal organs be abandoned here? It seems that there are no other broken limbs around. Which means that there are only internal organs here." Seeing such a scene out of the blue, it was hard to connect it with his tracking mission. However, Lu Xun believed that when his mother said found it, she meant that these organs were related to the person they were tracking. Thus, he frowned slightly and said, "Isn't there a puppet user in the Night Order?" Lu! The lizard reacted immediately. It didn't know how Lu Xun managed to connect the two, but it still continued to think. The signature of puppeteers is to control the mind of modified people, so they make cyborg. Lu Xun nodded as he carefully recalled the information he had read on the way here. The information the Research Institute gave us included the dissections of the people who attacked Satellite City No. 2. We found that unnecessary organs had been removed from those people, leaving only the most basic brain and heart. This seems to be a standard production method. The lizard looked at Lu Xun in surprise. So, he lost a lot of spiritually modified humans in Satellite City No. 2. Lu Xun said softly. He needs to replenish his energy. Also, I think we can report to the main city that the two missing agents have been found, he said. As he spoke, he picked up a piece of cloth from the ground. It was a special fabric blended with glass fiber, which was obviously a product of the Highwall City. Many of the secret agents in the city wore clothes that were similar to cloth. The lizard fell silent and looked at the blood on the ground. The two agents had suddenly disappeared when they were tracking the knights. Even now, it was unknown if they were still alive. It was a reasonable guess that they had most likely fallen into the hands of this group of knights. The puppet ability user in the Night Order needed to fill in the number of mind-modified people. It was not easy to find living people in the wilderness, so the fate of the two agents was obvious when they fell into their hands. Gecko's heart sank. It looked at the blood on the ground and sighed. "How did you think of this so quickly?" "It's all written in the information we received from the higher-ups," Lu Xun replied. The lizard was speechless. He had also scanned through the information, but all of a sudden, he couldn't relate it to the scene in front of him. Of course, this might be because he was busy driving. Lu Xun was sitting in the passenger seat, studying the information. Feeling a little depressed, he sighed and hesitantly said, "Then, well, now, we're all on the same side." "Bring them back," Lu Xun said after a moment of silence. The lizard was a little taken aback. It looked at Lu Xun with a strange expression and asked, "It's not good to bury them on the spot, is it?" Just as he finished saying this, he suddenly reacted. He looked around at the depths of the wild grass and saw the sinister gazes. He sighed helplessly. With so many wild beasts surrounding them, even if they were buried, they would be dug out. If they were burned, they would need to use gasoline, which was an extremely luxurious act in the wilderness. Hence, he could only stare at Lu Xun helplessly. Lu Xun turned around to look at him. "You look at me, I look at you." Gecko couldn't help but say in a trembling voice, "What's the matter?" "I think I'm the captain and you're the vice-captain in our special forces," Lu Xun said. "Yeah." Why, the lizard nodded. "Vice-captain," Lu Xun said, pointing at the organs on the ground. "Please restrain our agents." The lizard finally understood what was going on and looked at Lu Xun with a dumbfounded expression. Lu Xun nodded at him. It had to be said that the feeling of being a captain was actually quite good. When he was dealing with the super large spiritual monster at the south wall, he knew that he would be promoted faster than the lizard. However, he did not expect it to rise so quickly. Under Lu Xun's command, the vice-captain lizard finally carried out his orders. He helplessly returned to his car and retrieved 2 specially made body bags. He then put on 3 face masks and, while enduring the discomfort, placed his 2 colleagues into the bags one by one. Since Lu Xun, the captain of the special operations team, was watching him, he didn't even dare to slack off. He even collected the pieces of flesh around him and stood up amidst the angry cries of the wild dogs. Blarg. After putting the 2 bags into the trunk, he finally couldn't help but vomit. Lu Xun poured him a glass of water and waited for him to finish vomiting before looking into the distance. In the car, her mother was also quietly looking in that direction. It should be there. Right. Lu Xun mumbled to himself, and his mother couldn't help but laugh when she heard his words. One say, now ama unna mis 2 colleagues. After the lizard finished vomiting, it washed its hands several times before getting back into the car. It collapsed in the driver's seat and took a while to recover. He asked helplessly as he looked at Lu Xun, who was sitting in the front passenger seat and looking to the west. Not only did we find our colleagues, but those people should be close by, Lu Xun said as he looked to the southwest. He was making a wild guess, but his tone was certain. Is there a gathering point in that direction? They might be there now, he said slowly. That place. The lizard looked at the map and hurriedly took it out. After comparing it with the map, its expression was a little blank. Really? Brother, are you a spider or a fortune teller? Following Lu Xun's gaze, the geckos found a gathering point on the map. This was an area painted red, and several routes that could enter this place were clearly marked around it. There was also a small submachine gun logo on it, which was very eye-catching. Its name was Blackwater Town. It's the middle of the night in the wilderness and you're so accurate with just 1 sentence. This is a bit, the lizard said in confusion. Godly. Lu Xun looked at him with a strange expression and said, didn't you notice that the sky over there is slightly red? That should be caused by the illumination of the lights. Isn't a place with lights a gathering point? The lizard's face reddened as it looked at Lu Xun's dumbfounded expression. He hurriedly changed the topic as if nothing had happened and said sternly, however, if those people are really hiding here, it will be a little troublesome. Look, this place is one of the larger wanderers' gathering points around Green Harbor. It's also one of the largest black markets in the area. At the beginning of the catastrophe, there was a small town with a lot of oil reserves. He said, it attracted a lot of people and was named Blackwater Town. By now, the oil reserves here should have been sold out long ago, but because of its reputation, it has become a place where many people exchange goods. If those people are hiding here, we have to be prepared to deal with the head of the knights here. We have to be careful. The armed forces in this broken place are almost comparable to our patrol army. Lu Xun looked at the map and asked curiously, this place is only a day's journey from Kingang. How dare they? A gathering point that was less than a day's journey from Green Harbor was also so powerful. The lizard laughed subconsciously. You see, you don't understand either. Part 2 ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.